First outline of a system of the philosophy of nature F.W.J. Schelling. Translated and with an introduction and notes by Keith R. Peterson. Foreword to Schelling 1799 edition 3. Outline of the whole 5. First division 13. I. The unconditioned in nature 13. 2. The original qualities and actants in nature 19. 3. Actants and their combinations 28. 4. Inhibition and stages of development 35. V. Deduction of the dynamic series of stages 53. Second division 71. First system 73. Second system 74. Third possible system 78. Conclusions 94. V. Third division 105. I. On the concept of excitability 106. 2. Deduction of organic functions from the concept of excitability 113. 3. The graduated series of stages in nature 141 appendix to chapter 3 158. 4. General theory of the chemical process 172. V. The theater of the dynamic organization of the universe 187. Introduction to the outline of a system of the philosophy of nature, or, on the concept of speculative physics and the internal organization of a system of this science, 1799, 193 1. What we call philosophy of nature is a necessary science in the system of knowledge 193 2. Scientific character of the philosophy of nature 1943. Philosophy of nature is speculative physics 195 4. On the possibility of speculative physics 196 5. On a system of speculative physics in general 199 6. Internal organization of the system of speculative physics 201. Translator's introduction. Since its critical and programmatic inception in the 18th century and acme in the 19th, the philosophy of nature, nature philosophy, has been defined in part negatively as the critique of mechanistic, materialistic, and deterministic science. Such critique was needed primarily because, on the one hand, mechanistic accounts threatened the Enlightenment ideal of free subjects, and on the other hand, because the reductivism of these accounts betrayed the complexity of nature. Positively, philosophy of nature focused on dynamical, organic, synthetic, and holistic accounts of the natural world, integrating human beings into that world rather than severing them from it. It becomes clear from an attention to recent trends in evolutionary and developmental biology, cosmology, ecology, critical theory, and science studies that many of the critical methods and programmatic aspirations of classical nature philosophy are once more on the rise today. A re-evaluation of the philosophy of nature of F.W.J. Schelling, 1775–1854, in light of these developments seems no less than obligatory. In addition, the critical apparatus that the philosophy of nature brought to bear on the modern scientific project demanded not merely a theoretical or epistemological shift, but a reformulation of the relation between human beings and nature, often entailing novel political or ethical commitments. Early philosophy of nature met opposition in part because its ethical and political interests, not just its allegedly wild and unverifiable analogizing, were thought to have invalidated its scientific claims. Today, however, the traditional alliance between value neutrality and objectivity, or the relationship between power and knowledge, the practical and theoretical domains, has been definitively shown to be not only theoretically untenable but politically dangerous. If all knowledge, including scientific knowledge, is always local and always conditioned by competing interests, then there can no longer be the same prejudices against the kinds of accounts a philosophy of nature can provide, as a reading of many recent developments in science itself would indicate. A revitalized philosophy of nature would perhaps aim to tie together the wide range of disparate pursuits mentioned above, showing their implicitly and explicitly shared assumptions, and in a Schellingian spirit would raise the questions that are so often not even acknowledged by scientific theorists. Schelling's methodological and ontological insights are indispensable as points of reference. For reconsidering a unified view of nature and the genuine philosophical problems involved in rethinking the natural world and humanity's deep connections with it. It is hoped that this translation of what is possibly Schelling's most important text in nature philosophy will contribute to a revitalization of the project of a philosophy of nature, and by providing a wide audience the opportunity to read Schelling himself, at least the prospect of a re-evaluation of this important phase both in Schelling's thought and in the history of philosophy and science. While it may be tempting to explore the litany of excoriating criticisms of the philosophy of nature from Schelling's own time to the present, I will not do so here. I would like to note that the received opinion regarding nature philosophy, well articulated by Bernard Cohen, seems no longer to ring true. It has become a tradition among those who talk glibly about science that the romantic nature philosophy of Schelling and his followers represents the lowest degradation of science, and that only by completely freeing themselves from that nightmare were modern biology and medical science able to resume their scientific progress. The incident has been used by empiricists as a moral to warn us against speculative philosophy in the natural sciences. More recently, historians and researchers have asked how and to what extent the school of nature philosophy had an impact on the history of science, and the same could be asked about its influence on later naturalistically minded, transcendental philosophers. For both of these are important questions to be taken up in their own right if the full significance of the philosophy of nature is ever to be acknowledged. Schelling always stood out among his contemporaries. He was accused of being too rational for the Romantics, example Novalis, the Schlegels, and too romantic for the rationalists, the Kantians, fideists, skeptics, and commonsensists. Schelling's proteoform work has not received the same attention as that of his two brood mates at the Tübingen Seminary G. W. F. Hegel and Friedrich Hölderlin, and it is evident that both historically and, I would suggest, in principle, Schelling has no true disciples. However, despite or perhaps because of its enormous variability and range, many influential thinkers have reached into the churning depths of the Schellingian corpus and extracted some choice sustenance for themselves, among them Paul Tillich, Jürgen Habermas, and Martin Heidegger, to name a few contemporary voices, and the same occurred in and around Schelling during the years when he was producing his powerful tracts in the philosophy of nature. Something resembling a school of nature philosophy emerged, and his ostensible influence on such renowned figures as Henrik Steffens, 1773–1845, Johann Ritter, 1776–1810, Lorenz Oken, 1779–1851, Hans Christian Arsted, 1777–1851, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772–1834, and others, was always refracted through each personality such that a particular shade or emphasis of the teaching was predominant, and his precise ideas, such as they were seldom adopted verbatim. Even during the years of his occupation. 12. With topics in the philosophy of nature, Schelling himself undergoes a rather distinct shift in emphasis with the publication of his Presentation of My System of Philosophy, 1801. Here it becomes apparent that while from 1796 to 1800 he understands his Fichte-inspired transcendental philosophy and self-styled nature philosophy to be two independent but mutually necessary philosophical sciences, after 1800 he increasingly understands them as two facets of a single system of absolute identity. The work translated here was composed and published in 1799, and so belongs to the first phase. Therefore, in this introduction I will only discuss the themes and emphases of this early period. 5. Upon leaving the Tübingen Stift in 1796, the precocious, then 21-year-old Schelling relocated to Leipzig, where he immersed himself in the most current scientific literature, including in his syllabus of study chemistry, physics, mathematics, natural history, and physiology. The first published product of this immersion was the text Ideas for a Philosophy of Nature, 1797, Schelling's first comprehensive attempt to redirect the course of scientific theorizing, and somewhat of a departure from the Kantian and Fichtean themes with which he had been preoccupied until this time. More reflection on empirical researches led to the more grandly synthetic text on the world soul in 1798, which won Schelling great acclaim, including the admiration of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, and as a result an invitation to a professorship at Jena in the same year. Exclusively as an accompaniment to his lectures on the philosophy of nature in Jena in 1799, Schelling published his first outline for a system of the philosophy of nature, as well as a separately issued introduction to the outline in which he presents his most systematic treatment of the topics explored in the earlier treatises, plus some wholly new theories treating organic life and its relation to the inorganic, and to nature as a whole. In Germany the text of the ideas was issued, with amendments, a second time, 1797, 1803, and On the World Soul went through 3 editions in Schelling's lifetime, 1798, 1806, 1809, but the outline, being essentially a reference work for lectures, was never reissued. Nevertheless, the first outline of a system of the philosophy of nature provides perhaps the most inclusive exhibition of Schelling's early thought and method in the philosophy of nature, displaying both its extraordinary strengths and, it must be admitted, some profound weaknesses. In the next section I will explore the genesis and development of Schelling's project of nature philosophy, with special reference to Immanuel Kant's transcendental philosophy, as well as its persistent epistemological, ontological, and scientific themes. The primacy of the postulate. In striving to achieve an architectonic unification of systematic knowledge, Kant asserts that the ideas that reason possesses of God, the soul, and 13. Freedom are necessary for the ultimate unification of philosophy, which would include scientific and ethical knowledge. Schelling of course follows Kant in this aspiration, and will ground such a unification of knowledge in the unified practical aims of reason itself. The genuine significance of Kant's assertion of the primacy of the practical, the legitimate, practical employment by reason of the ideas, requires a brief sketch of the nature of transcendental philosophy and of the problem of synthesis. Kant's formulation of the problem is familiar: how are a priori synthetic judgments possible, he asks, and his response entails the renowned transcendental deduction of the categories of the understanding in the first critique. Universal and necessary judgments, such as those of mathematics, are possible according to Kant's analysis because the structure of the human cognitive apparatus is such that, in a judgment of experience, it synthesizes a concept and an intuition, subordinating the part to the whole, the condition to the condition. In theoretical or speculative philosophy the categories, such as cause and effect, are deduced and their necessity justified. More relevant for practical philosophy, even if often overlooked, is Kant's deduction of the pure concepts of reason, or the ideas mentioned above. In speculative reason, scientific ideas like that of unity receive a justification and objective validity insofar as they are indirectly related to experience by means of the understanding's categories. Even formal knowledge remains disorganized unless an idea of the system regulates the organization of knowledge. The case is somewhat different with an idea such as freedom. It turns out not only to have a certain status within theoretical philosophy in its practical employment, but it becomes the very synthetic anchor of practical reason itself, underlying both the theoretical and practical use of reason, as the very possibility of critique, and is justified by means of the deduction of the fact of reason in the second critique. It was this implicit assertion of the unity of theoretical and practical philosophy that J.G. Fichte, interpreter of Kant and Schelling's philosophical mentor, and Schelling endeavored to make the basis of systematic philosophy. 6. For Fichte and Schelling, it was obvious that Kant had successfully legitimated the claim to a priori synthetic knowledge. What Kant failed to do epistemologically was provide an account of synthesis in general, that is, an account of the fundamental relation between thought and the world, or representations and objects. A brief look at much of Schelling's philosophical exertion in the years 1794 to 1796 reveals a more general statement of and characteristic solution to the problem of synthesis. He will conclude that the real solution to the problem of synthesis is to be found in practical, rather than theoretical, philosophy. Even for the philosophy of nature this solution retains its definitive significance. The discussion of the postulate in Schelling is meant to emphasize the deliberate collapse of theoretical into practical philosophy, or the mediation of all theory by practice, typical of the post-Kantian tradition. This is critical with reference to Schelling's philosophy of nature, because unless it is seen as an attempt to reground science itself in the soil of practical philosophy, it will be, and has been, viewed at best as merely another narrative, myth, or story about nature, and at worst a collection of speculative, bizarre, and unverifiable theories. For Schelling, nature philosophy is not merely another representation of a nature to which human beings maintain only a distant and instrumental relation. For him, the first postulate of philosophy must express the dynamic synthesis of self and world, subject and object, as an ontological unity from which both terms are derived. Self and world are of one substance, and we will continue to misunderstand ourselves and undervalue the natural world unless this ontological identity is expressed philosophically. On the possibility of a form of philosophy, 7. Taking Kant as his point of departure, and Fichte's opposition between the self and the non-self as an indispensable principle, Schelling notes that the problem of synthetic judgments implies the opposition between the manifold of the given and the unity of the self. 8. For there to be synthesis at all, there must be two distinct terms. For synthesis to occur, the two terms must be unified by means of a common term or medium. Because the common term cannot stem from one of the two opposites, there must be a prior unity within which the understanding and the manifold of sense are themselves synthesized. This prior unity is called the absolute I. The synthesis of an empirical I with an opposed empirical multiplicity, a synthetic judgment, is a function of the cognitive faculty or understanding. Both terms are conditioned by definition and cannot find the ground or reason for their opposition within themselves, so they must be preceded by an unconditioned. The empirical synthesis in a judgment of experience depends on a transcendental, logical and ontological, synthesis in the absolute. Kant shows by the transcendental deduction of the concepts of reason that the ideas of freedom and a divine being can be regulatively employed for practical purposes, that is, to keep us from mechanism and fatalism, but can provide no constitutive knowledge. Epistemology and ontology, or form and substance, are kept rigorously distinct. This is what keeps critique from becoming dogmatic metaphysics. For Schelling, however, the simple fact that we have an idea of the absolute, the whole or totality, means that we are, in some sense to be determined, the absolute. Likewise, if our experience is characterized in terms of a separation of subject and object, and knowledge consists in the reunion of these two terms, then we must contain the unity of these two terms in ourselves, given that nothing can act on the mind from without. 9. Where Kant had only set out to show how the understanding determines an indeterminate given content, Schelling argues that this purely formal account of synthesis leaves the substance or material of the world out of account. It also means that we cannot eschew ontology or metaphysics, but must pursue it with renewed vigor. A new ontology becomes indispensable for the solution to the problem of synthesis in knowledge, as well as the problem of transcendental freedom. If theoretical reason necessarily seeks the unconditioned, as Kant also held, then it must also admit that the endeavor which produces a synthesis in each act of knowing, a reunion of subject and object, ultimately demands the affirmation of such a unity as principle. That is, this endeavor is the symptom of a desire to achieve a state in which synthesis is no longer necessary. If synthetic activity is to eventuate in a thesis or affirmation of unity, the opposition between subject and object must be eliminated. Historically, Schelling remarks, either the object has been considered absolute and envelopes the subject, which he considers Spinozism, or the subject is treated as absolute and is both content as well as form, a subject in itself, Fichte's idealism. Because theoretical philosophy deals exclusively with the relations between a subject and an object, conditioned factors, the annihilation of this opposition cannot come to pass through theoretical means. Therefore, this passage from synthesis to thesis is at the same time the transition from theoretical to practical philosophy. If theoretical philosophy seeks to apprehend the unconditioned, but is unable to realize it, that is, to know or prove it solely theoretically, it must become an object of action. The idea itself demands the act through which it ought to be realized. 10. Kant showed that reason is compelled to go beyond its proper limits, ending up in dialectical paralogism and antinomy, the false problems of dogmatic metaphysics. The only way to avoid dialectical illusion is to resort to the doctrine of regulative or problematic ideas, and to turn the constraint felt in the positing of ideas to his advantage by situating it in the moral law or fact of reason. Schelling, even more explicitly than Kant, submits theoretical to practical reason. There is not merely a practical employment of the ideas of theoretical reason, as for Kant, but practical reason is itself the primary form of reason. The first principle of philosophy, if all of philosophy is to be deduced from certain a priori principles, a Fichtean premise must be both theoretical and practical at once. 11. This first principle must necessarily take the form of a postulate, because only the postulate expresses a theoretical principle with a practical force. The first issue of philosophy, to act freely upon oneself, seemed to me as necessary as the first postulate of geometry, to draw a straight line. Just as little as the geometer proves the straight line should the philosopher attempt to prove freedom. 12. The postulate is that which cannot be demonstrated or proved because it is that assumption or principle with which a science must begin. It differs, however, from the theorem or axiom in that it cannot merely be theoretical, since it must provide the foundation for all philosophy. Theoretical and practical. Schelling urges that philosophy cannot be reduced to abstract principles, and that he wants to prove that true philosophy can start only from free actions, and that abstract theorems as the core of this science could lead only to the death of all philosophy. 13. The theory of the postulate must be more than an epistemological meditation on the first principle of philosophy, for he believes that humanity was born to act, not to speculate, and therefore that his first step into philosophy must announce the arrival of a free human being. 14. This notion has obvious anti-deterministic implications, and is immediately relevant to the philosophy of nature and its critique of mechanism. What is caught up in mere mechanism cannot step out of the mechanism and ask, how has all this become possible? That I am capable of posing this question is proof enough that I am, as such, independent of external things, for how otherwise could I have asked how these things themselves are possible for me, in my consciousness? 15. In this critique of mechanism, Schelling implies a merely negative concept of freedom as independence and spontaneity, which he ultimately finds inadequate and reformulates in terms of his own uniquely positive conception. If the idea of freedom is the sine qua non for philosophy, then the relationship of the postulate to the idea is revealed as a mutually dependent and constitutive one. The idea is sufficient, constitutive, reason for endeavor. It is not merely a regulative condition but a genetic, compulsory element. The idea will be expressed not merely by a theoretical but by a practical capacity, not by a cognizing, but through a productive, realizing power, not through knowledge but through action. 16. Schelling capitalizes on Kant's theory of the ideas by making the idea the locus of intersection of ontology and ethics. Ontological because the power through which reason postulates the ideas is none other than a mode of absolute causality as such. Ethical because philosophy cannot begin unless, like the geometer, one draws the line of freedom in a postulate. Determinism in natural causality and in ethics is forestalled by this first postulate of philosophy, the exercise of transcendental freedom. In the treatise on the I as principle of philosophy, Schelling then devotes more attention to this problem of freedom. The subject's freedom can no longer be thought of as a mere noumenal spontaneity, since the thing in itself has been rejected. The question of freedom necessarily involves the possibility of genuine causality through reason. Schelling insists that the absolute freedom of the absolute I, or the pure self-affirmation of being, has never been a question, since being realizes itself by absolute causality. Being is infinite power. The problem has always been to think of an empirical subject as free, which Kant called its transcendental freedom. Freedom of the empirical I cannot possibly realize itself, because the empirical I as such does not exist through itself, through its own free causality. 17. As empirical, it could never theoretically affirm the sheer absolute reality of the I, but is under the standing obligation to, practically, produce it. Through the demand to produce this reality, it intuits the causality that is the genetic source of this very productivity. 18. But such a demand can be made only upon an empirical self that is itself not absolute freedom, because it is not a pure unity, but also whose causality does not differ from the absolute causality in quality, but only in quantity. 19. The argument takes the typical form not without, 20. No transcendental freedom without absolute freedom, no empirical realization without absolute positing or affirmation. Reason is obliged, if it postulates, to affirm the reality of the causality by means of which reason itself can determine the will. We might say that Schelling develops a critical ontology adequate to the Kantian practical philosophy. In subsequent studies, Schelling takes this practical and ontological ground of philosophy and develops it along two lines, transcendental and natural philosophy. The practical demand of philosophy, that philosophy be defined by freedom, that is, absolute causality or potency, entails that the philosopher regard neither objects in nature nor categories in the mind as ultimates, and that each domain receive a genetic deduction in its own right from the first principle of philosophy or absolute substance, understood as pure activity or pure productivity. Inspired by Fichte's move to explain the categories by means of analyzing the activity of the thinking subject, Schelling insists that this activity is the real medium of both transcendental and natural philosophy. In transcendental philosophy, the ideal necessary conditions of experience are seen to be engendered through the play of activities, both free and necessary, in the thinking subject. Transcendental philosophy begins with the ideal or subjective element and explains the objective on this basis. In the philosophy of nature, the real necessary conditions of objects are seen to be engendered through essential forces in the material world. Forces are the empirical manifestation of nature's productivity or activity, and all matter, organic or inorganic, is composed of a play of forces, both free and constrained. Nature philosophy begins with the real or objective side, as Schelling will advance in the introduction, and considers even reason itself to have developed 21 from nature. In the introduction he says that what we call reason is a mere play of higher and necessarily unknown natural forces. For, inasmuch as all thinking is at last reducible to a producing and reproducing, there is nothing impossible in the thought. 18. That the same activity by which nature reproduces itself anew in each successive phase, is reproductive in thought through the medium of the organism. 22. The subjective and objective halves of philosophy are shown to be two different expressions of the ontological ground of activity. Activity is univocal being itself. In the system of 1800, Schelling says that it cannot be said of the I or of natura naturans that it exists, precisely because it is being itself. The eternal act of self-consciousness, existing beyond time, which we call I, is that which gives existence to all things, and thus itself requires no other being to support it, bearing and supporting itself. Rather, it appears objectively in nature as eternal becoming, and subjectively as infinite productivity. 23. In the introduction to the Ideas, Schelling asserts that philosophy is nothing other than a natural history of our mind. From now on, all dogmatism is overturned from its foundations. We consider the system of our representations, not in its being, but in its becoming. Philosophy becomes genetic, that is, it allows the whole necessary series of our representations to arise and take its course, as it were, before our eyes. From now on there is no longer any separation between experience and speculation. The system of nature is at the same time the system of our mind, and only now, once the great synthesis has been accomplished, does our knowledge return to analysis, to research and experiment. 24. This genetic philosophy of becoming will deduce the necessary structures of thought as well as the categories of nature, the former in transcendental philosophy, the latter in nature philosophy. The categories adduced in each case will have a logical and, in some cases, more than logical necessity. What we are compelled to assert derives from the constraint of the real. This notion of necessity or constraint is unfortunately one of the most obscure parts of Schelling's philosophy. For example, there is a purposive interconnection of cause and effect exhibited to us by an organism. Schelling takes the regulative idea of the organism from Kant's third critique and gives it a constitutive sense. The organism is an existence for itself, it organizes itself, and every part presupposes the whole, in contrast to the aggregate which lacks such a systematic interconnection of parts, as well as a power of self-organization. Form is really inseparable from matter, and we have no choice but to think of an organism as an independent whole. We do not arbitrarily impose the form of purposiveness on individual units of matter disorganized in themselves. We are compelled to think of an organism as purposive. To be sure, purposiveness is conceivable only in relation to a judging intellect, and only in relation to an intelligence can anything be called purposive. But at the same time, you are no less compelled to concede that the purposiveness of natural products dwells in themselves, that it is objective and real, hence that it does not belong to your arbitrary, but to your necessary representations. 25 Thus just as the separation between representation and object is resolved by establishing their mutual dependence and deducing them from a common source, there is a reciprocal dependence between the judgment of organization and purpose and the actual existence of organized beings. Neither can exist without the other, and both derive from a common source. Our feeling of constraint informs us of this reality. Schelling argues that both mechanism, in causal series, and teleology depend implicitly on an idea of nature as an organized and organizing whole. In the introduction to the outline he argues that this idea is at the root of all investigation into nature, and, as the first postulate of nature philosophy, it is an involuntary and necessary postulate. Materialism and mechanism occupy the standpoint of reflection, and cannot think life. Only a philosophy of nature that transcends the standpoint of separation, of mechanism, can think both the life in nature and the freedom in humanity. As long as I myself am identical with nature, I understand what a living nature is as well as I understand my own life. I comprehend how this universal life of nature reveals itself in the most manifold forms, in measured developments, in gradual approximations to freedom. However, as soon as I separate myself, and with me everything ideal, from nature, nothing remains to me but a dead object, and I cease to comprehend how a life outside me could be possible. 26. In the Ideas, although Schelling asserts that this absolute purposiveness of the whole of nature is an idea which we do not think arbitrarily, but necessarily, he does not explicitly define the secret bond that couples our mind to nature, or the nature of this necessity. 27. Not until the introduction to the outline does he return explicitly to this idea. I will devote some attention to it since all of the problems that define the philosophy of nature, and that it sets out to solve, can be localized in the theory of the idea. With it Schelling is able to affirm the primacy of practical philosophy since ideas must be postulated and as a result dispense with determinism a priori. With the theory of the idea he relies on a new ontology, since both the postulating subject and the world opposed to the subject derive from the same source. With this theory he takes the Kantian doctrine of regulative ideas to a new level, and pushes Kantian deduction to its limit. Before its complete articulation in the introduction, however, in the next text devoted to philosophy of nature, a book much praised by Goethe, Schelling arrives at a temporarily suitable conception of the original unity of real and ideal. He names this text On the World Soul, a hypothesis of the higher physics towards the explanation of the universal organism. Hypothesis here clearly means postulate, and the universal organism is what constitutes nature as a whole. Key portions of this text are devoted to the question of the nature of organism and organization, and how the system of nature is an expression of the system of thought. In accord with precisely the same logic that provoked Schelling to postulate a prior unity from which representations and objects flow, here he argues that organism is prior to mechanism and explains it. In short, the world is an organism, and a universal organism is the very condition, and to that extent the positive factor, of mechanism. 28 Schelling will only be able to demonstrate the dependence of mechanism on organism by explicitly executing a deduction of this necessary relation, in addition to the inductive evidence for such a relation provided in this text. Schelling's understanding of induction and deduction is specific. He calls his approach in On the World Soul inductive, but it means more than the inference of a rule or concept from a case and comparative observation. Induction entails an ascent from the condition to the causal condition, from objects to the a priori principles of the production of objects, and it is precisely Schelling's aim to show that mechanism cannot give a complete account of these conditions, neither for organic phenomena nor for the inorganic. The mechanically simple cannot be shown to ground the dynamically complex, but the complex is the ground of the simple. In the first part of the text dealing with inorganic nature, Schelling successively discusses the material phenomena of light, combustion, air, electricity, and magnetism, showing that the allegedly more basic phenomenon would itself not be possible without the more complicated. For example, the polarity in electrical processes cannot be understood unless it is acknowledged that magnetic polarity is already operative throughout nature as a whole. Moreover, at a more fundamental level, a principle, cause, ground, of polarity reigns throughout nature, from which specifically polar materials, electrical or magnetic, derive. Part 2 of the text is an ascent to the conditions of organic life, since it has been acknowledged that the inorganic does not provide the principles of explanation for the organic. As he articulates it in the outline, Schelling's aspiration is to show that the primary forces of nature, both in the inorganic and organic realms, although superficially diverse, are at bottom conceivable as substantially identical. To be sure, there must be one XXI force that reigns throughout the whole of nature. But this force may be capable of infinitely many modifications and may be as various as the conditions under which it operates. 29 In On the World Soul he employs a classical formulation to describe the relation between this omnipresent power and the empirical phenomenon. The universal principle of life individualizes itself in every individual living being, as if in a unique world, according to the different degree of its receptivity. 30 Although with reference to life here specifically, Schelling conceives fields of virtual powers, like the electromagnetic, to be omnipresent throughout the cosmos, manifesting themselves where the conditions are suitable. For Schelling, even every movement implies some degree of sensibility, and therefore some form of sensibility must permeate the entire cosmos, making the world a single organic whole. 31 Deduction, in contrast to induction, will begin with a priori conditions and descend to the conditioned. Schelling notes that the outline adopts this procedure. These distinctions are already evident in the two parts of the ideas as well. Since this method characterizes transcendental philosophy after Kant and reflects an athletic appropriation of Kantian principles, I will spend some time unpacking this notion of deduction or construction with reference to the idea of nature which becomes thematic in the introduction. It is typical of Kantian critical method to sidestep the question of the truth or falsity of a claim, and instead to examine the assumptions that support it. Transcendental deductions, wherever they occur, aim at the demonstration of the right to possession of a claim or knowledge, or at demonstrating the legitimacy of this knowledge, vindicating its employment or possession in the face of the critical objection that such a claim rests on an arbitrary, illegitimate presupposition or foundationalist assumption. Deduction, as a method, is the complementary odd half of the critical project. If critique forces thought to reveal its own presuppositions, then deduction is there to show that we must begin with at least some assumptions to which we have a right. In a juridical deduction, Kant's model, there are two questions that are to be answered. The question of right, quid juris, can be settled separately from the question of fact, quid facti, and questions in the form how is X possible, are questions of right. Dieter Henrich remarks that deduction is defined by the process through which a possession or a usage is accounted for by explaining its origin, such that the rightfulness of the possession or usage becomes apparent. In a state of doubt about the rightfulness of our claim to be in the possession of genuine knowledge, it seeks to discover and to examine the real origin of our claim and with that the source of its legitimacy. 32 The task of XXII Deduction is then precisely to show that the only assumptions that are made are those that are necessary, or indispensably necessary, and not arbitrary. Without this complementary method one remains at the level of analysis, which indeed takes off from the condition to search for its conditions, but which cannot itself guarantee the truth or necessity of just those premises it finds and clings to when confronted by antinomy. Moreover, deduction not only shows that the revealed presupposition is necessary, but also that it has a synthetic character, earning it the moniker transcendental, i.e., related to objects, but not derived from experience of objects. Kant tells us that the explanation of the manner in which concepts can thus relate a priori to objects I entitle their transcendental deduction, and from it I distinguish empirical deduction, which shows the manner in which a concept is acquired through experience and through reflection on experience, and which therefore concerns, not its legitimacy, but only its de facto mode of origination. 33. The critique provides these transcendental deductions, and most often the source of the legitimacy of such claims is found in the nature of the understanding or of reason. Schelling uses this strategy to show that thought is compelled or constrained to think the reality of purposive organisms, as shown above, and to think of nature as an organized whole by means of the idea of nature, as shown below. After Kant, it was incumbent upon anyone following in his footsteps to justify the existence of the branches of science they pursue within the system of philosophy, since Kant argued that he had shown exhaustively which faculties and categories are necessary not just for thought and experience, but by extension, for science as well. In the definitive introduction to the outline, Schelling deduces the possibility of a speculative physics, or nature philosophy. Speculative physics would be shown to be possible, i.e., legitimate, as a science if it could somehow be demonstrated that in our investigations into nature we already employ certain ideas or acts of the mind, and that without these conditions natural science itself would not have achieved anything thus far. 34. For speculative physics as a science to be possible, one must consider the idea that serves as a principle or a rule for organizing knowledge in that science, the idea of the unconditioned whole. For Schelling, mechanistic physics cannot claim to be a science at all because it treats nature as fragmentary, and does not seek the ground of phenomena. Only the unconditioned can be a final ground and sufficient reason. The idea of nature involves the philosophical postulate of nature's autonomy and autarky, analogous to reason's own, and through it the turn from nature's products, conditioned things, objects of mechanistic physics, to the final ground of these products, an unconditioned productivity, is accomplished. The deduction proceeds in two stages. Schelling first shows that certain ideas are already employed in natural science, and then he argues that the ideas are not arbitrary or regulative, but constitutive and necessary. He suggests that XXIII, the very nature of experimentation as employed in the natural sciences, betrays the existence of necessary a priori conceptions in the minds of the experimenters. For example, the idea that nature is a whole is inevitably assumed. By showing that experimentation would not be possible without the employment of an idea of nature, nor the idea itself without the actual existence of a self-organizing nature, the possibility of natural science is deduced from the actual behavior of scientists and the acts of the mind involved in human knowledge. Ultimately, the deduction will be successful if all of the necessary phenomena of nature can be deduced from a first principle, and in turn confirm the legitimacy of this first principle when the science is complete. The deduction of Schelling's natural science differs from Fichte's deductions in the Wissenschaftslehre in that the latter, according to Fichte, can achieve perfect completeness, while all other sciences, such as nature philosophy, must remain incomplete because a measure of freedom is involved in the first principles of these sciences. Schelling recognizes this incompleteness of his nature philosophy when he speaks of intermediate links, necessary phenomena, in development, and admits that it is the task of speculative physics only to show the need for them where they have not yet been discovered, not to enumerate them exhaustively. Thus, natural philosophy is, in a sense, incomplete, and relies on experiment to fill in the gaps, but this is a necessary incompleteness, since the complete discovery of all the intermediate links in the chain of nature, and therefore also our science itself, is an infinite task. 35 In his consideration of experimental practice, he says that to know is to know the principles of possibility of a thing, the conditions under which and by means of which it was produced, its genesis. It would be impossible to know natural objects if it were not possible for human beings to invade nature by means of freedom. Nature can be compelled to act under certain conditions that do not exist, or at least not in a pure form, in nature. Such an invasion is an experiment. But experiments are not random. Every question put to nature in an experiment contains an implicit a priori judgment. Every experiment that is an experiment, is a prophecy. Experimenting itself is a production of phenomena. The first step, therefore, towards science, at least in the domain of physics, is taken when we ourselves begin to produce the objects of that science. 36 Experimentation produces the necessary in phenomena, and in effect transforms the a posteriori, some aspect of the experienced, into the a priori, a universal condition of experience. The natural philosopher learns to see all things as necessary insofar as they have their final ground in the principles according to which the unconditioned productivity of nature operates. Construction is the deduction of the unconditioned conditions of natural productivity, and also the reproduction of these conditions in thought. Therefore, construction by means of experiment is, after all, an absolute self-production of the phenomena. 37. XXIV. What are produced then are a priori principles, such as the idea of polarity, that is, condition of the theories of electricity and magnetism. As universal and a priori, the nature of polarity can never be found in the objects of nature, and so our knowledge of this regularity is not originally produced by means of experimentation on things. We already know that things will behave in certain ways when submitted to certain experiments. This is the element of prophecy. Schelling treats polarity, for example, as the final cause of phenomena, which itself cannot be phenomenal. We must then put it into nature, endow nature with it in our interpretations. This is the result of the first stage of the deduction. The postulation of these final causes is already part of experimental practice. As he moves to the second stage of the proof, he must ask whether these ideas are necessary. He considers the objection that anything put into nature in this way is clearly hypothetical, and that a science founded on such a principle therefore must be hypothetical. 38 Schelling answers the objection by admitting that the hypothetical nature of the science would be possible to avoid in only one case, i.e., if that presupposition of nature's wholeness itself were involuntary, and as necessary as nature itself. 39 Again, Schelling notes that one does not choose to view an organism as something purposive, one is forced to think this way, compelled, therefore it is not a merely regulative idea. You feel yourself constrained in your judgment, you must therefore confess that the unity with which you think it is not merely logical, in your thoughts, but real, actually outside you. Or if it rests with your choice whether or not to impose the idea of purposiveness on things outside you, how does it come about that you impose this idea only on certain things, and not on all, that further, in this representing of purposeful products, you feel yourself in no way free, but absolutely constrained? 40. As already mentioned, this apparent fact of compulsion in thought proves that something real corresponds to it, for if our perceived reality is entirely constructed by ourselves it would follow that we would not be compelled to think of it in one way rather than another. 41 Therefore, the idea of purposiveness is one that legitimates the project of a philosophy of nature to investigate nature as subject, as autonomous productivity, and not only view nature as object. Schelling believes himself to have demonstrated both the inevitability and the necessity of the idea of nature as an organic whole. It remains to be shown specifically what is implied in this idea. I have mentioned that the idea of nature as a whole entails an essential duality. Nature is both conditioned and unconditioned at once, natura naturata XXV, and natura naturans, product and productivity. Thus a perpetual dialectic between the productivity of nature and its products is implicit within the idea of nature, an idea forced on us by the constraint to conceive nature in a certain way, even while acting, thinking, freely or spontaneously. One can never hold that the productivity of nature, the final cause of all things, is identical to the sum of its products, since this would amount to holding fast the dynamic movement or oscillation between nature insofar as it is productive and nature insofar as it is product. This universal duplicity of principles maintains nature in continual activity, and thus universal duality must also be a principle of the explanation of nature, as necessary as the idea of nature itself. But this deduction of all natural phenomena from an absolute hypothesis means that our knowing is changed into a construction of nature itself, that is, into a science of nature a priori. 42. What in Kant was called transcendental deduction becomes, by way of Fichte, the method of construction, and what Schelling calls an absolute hypothesis no longer has the character of the speculative, Kantian regulative idea possessing objective validity and only an indirect objective reality. The first postulate of nature philosophy expresses the reciprocal presupposition of an actually organized nature and its idea, or the identity of real and ideal. All of these provisions culminate in the theory of construction. It emphasizes the element of causality through freedom involved in postulating or positing the idea, and reciprocally concerns the structures or principles of experience that are necessary in order for one to be able to think and experience nature at all. Nature produces, freely, but this production can occur only according to necessary regularities. The idea of the whole is involuntary and necessary or absolute presupposition that does not spring from the relativity of our knowledge but from the real constitution of the cosmos. For Kant, the notion of the regulative idea or of the reflective judgment entailed a deep tie to his theory of freedom. We must understand the realm of appearances as necessitous, but there is some amount of interpretation respecting the causes assigned to phenomena, an empirical or intelligible character. This indeterminacy is a space opened up by the regulative judgment, which is interpretive and merely guided by the idea of system. Schelling goes beyond this to show that there must be a real content that forces thought to think, otherwise our judgments would be arbitrary. For Schelling, to think a whole is to think constitutive self-production, and to think self-production is to think a whole. Through experiment one is led to lawfulness, through lawfulness to the whole, through the whole to self-production. This means that we do not merely translate, through knowing, the experience of objects into the necessity of thought, but that nature is necessary in itself. It is not that we know nature as a priori, but that nature is a priori, that is, everything individual in it is already determined through the whole or through the idea of nature in general. 43. Thus the philosophy of nature is at once an epistemology, an ontology, and an eminently practical philosophy, in the Kantian sense, meaning pertaining to freedom, logogenesis, construction, and potency in the philosophy of nature. From the dualism of productivity and product implicit in the idea of nature, Schelling attempts to derive an entire graduated series of increasingly complex stages in the evolution of nature. From simple qualities to inorganic forces, from light to organic sensibility, he shows that, as in transcendental philosophy, construction is not designed to trace an actual, empirical, or experiential awareness of development, but is the extraction of the necessary from the contingent in a deductive development. It is the determination of necessary conditions of possibility of the experience of an objective world and a justification of their legitimacy. In natural philosophy and its graduated series of stages, Schelling sketches the categories of natural ontology and epistemology, deploying the least number of concepts needed to provide an account of the world and experience. Hermann Krings calls this a logogenesis. 44. Since construction reveals the necessary, and the necessary is such because the real compels thought, then Schelling can also sometimes say that nature constructs itself. For example, the dynamical process is nothing other than the self-construction of matter. 45. If, as has been mentioned many times, it is Schelling's objective to define the set of concepts necessary for us to be able to think experience and nature at all, and to furnish a genetic account of both the subject and the object from a single source, it is obvious that he cannot be satisfied with the inventory of concepts supplied by Kant because they are strictly subjective. He deduces such categories as the understanding possesses in the 1800 system, but a deduction of objective categories is needed as well. He calls the phenomena of gravity, magnetism, and electricity the categories of physics, precisely in resonance with Kantian usage. To have a complete system of the categories of experience, we need to uncover not only the subjective but the objective categories that are also conditions of our experience of things or objects in nature. The simple Kantian dualism between the synthetic, form-bearing subject and the unknown content in itself to be informed must be superseded by an account of both a form and content of spirit as well as a form and content of nature. Just as we cannot experience an object that does not occupy space or time, as Kant asserted, we also cannot experience an object that is not involved in the operation of gravitational, electromagnetic, and chemical forces. If Kant's critique of Sir Isaac Newton is to have any force, then it is not enough to say, as does Kant, that space is a form of intuition, but the specific nature of space and the XXVII matter that fills it, example dynamical rather than atomic, must be tied to our deduction of categories. It is in Schelling's variously executed construction of matter that these categories are deduced. Schelling's dialectic is driven by the persistent attempt of the absolute subject to become an object for itself, making its way to higher powers of subjectivity or inwardness in the process. 46 Thought is necessarily and inherently synthetic, and begins with a genuine opposition of factors. Either something is opposed to thought itself or there are two factors contesting in thought. From these initial factors a dialectic ensues that necessitates a third synthetic moment, and this new whole can itself be treated as one factor or product at the next level or stage of development. We obtain the image of nested spheres of activity or products. A product consisting of two simple factors can itself become one of two factors constituting another product or sphere of activity, and so what is a mere factor for one stage of development could itself be a product from the perspective of an earlier stage. Schelling sought not only to think organic life as a single unfolding continuum, but also nature as a whole, including the inorganic realm. The organic and the inorganic could be unified only if at bottom both realms were constituted by the same forces. The dialectic of forces in the inorganic realm, specifically the construction of matter out of chemical, electrical, and magnetic forces, must in some sense be contained or be implicit in the organic realm. In the general deduction of the dynamical process, or on the categories of physics, 1800, written after the system and appearing in the first issue of his Journal of Speculative Physics, Schelling takes to its furthest development the basic construction of matter and force that he has approached in various ways since 1797. The dynamical process names the perpetually active self-constructing of matter recapitulated at diverse levels, and a deduction of the dynamical process will be equivalent to the complete construction of matter itself. In it we distinguish various moments in the construction of matter that we allow it to pass through, but we do not have to think that nature actually passes through these moments in time, but only that these moments are dynamically, or if this is more meaningful, metaphysically grounded in nature. 47 Since all genuine construction is genetic, it is necessary to think of moments analytically where in nature itself, from an ontological standpoint, there is unity and no temporal sequence. From the dynamical extension of space itself into three dimensions, length, breadth, depth, as a consequence of the dialectical interaction of fundamental forces, Schelling deduces or constructs the categories of gravity, magnetism, electricity, and the chemical process as forms as fundamental to our apprehension of objects as is space itself. Magnetism, for example, because it must necessarily be conceived as a duality in identity and a unification of polar opposites, is the form or category of physics under which length itself must be thought, and magnetism is the conditioning factor of all length. This means that magnetism is a universal function or power of matter, and is not bound to any particular substance in nature, in contrast to the representation of a magnetic fluid, a notion current at the time. Magnetism is an expression of the synthesis of repulsive and attractive force in one and the same body, and Schelling even holds that every magnet, because it is a synthesis of opposites, is a symbol of nature as a whole. 48 Magnetism is itself a product of force relations, and constitutes matter as such, not any specific material, only the addition of a further determination through negative conditions makes this matter a specific body or object. According to the central tenet of natural philosophy's critical epistemology, in contrast to mechanical and atomistic philosophy, the main objects of investigation are dynamical forces or productivity, and not static objects or products. The static object is always secondary with respect to the forces and powers, functions or factors, that generate and maintain it. Thus there is unity at the level of production and diversity at the level of products in nature. Nature is conceived to be in perpetual becoming, while being is becoming suspended. A major problem for nature philosophy emerging from these ontological theses is then the nature of permanence. It is no longer the task of Philosophia Naturalis to solve the problem of hylomorphic substantial change, but to explain how products appear to be permanent at all in this continual flux. Schelling's preferred figure to characterize the product of nature is the whirlpool. A stream flows in a straight line forward as long as it encounters no resistance. Where there is resistance, a whirlpool forms. Every original product of nature is such a vortex, every organized being. E.g., the whirlpool is not something immobilized, it is rather something constantly transforming but reproduced anew at each moment. Thus no product in nature is fixed, but it is reproduced at each instant through the force of nature entire. We do not really see the subsistence of nature's products, just their continually being reproduced. Nature as a whole cooperates in every product. 49. Products are specifically the result of a production through a relation of forces, and will constitute the ground of an existing body, matter, from which a determinate body is formed. 50. If each product is a relatively permanent process, the continual reproduction of its own substance and processes, and yet all products are suffused by the powers of nature as a whole, what are the factors that distinguish one product from another? One product is specifically XXIX. Different from another not only in its material composition, but in the relation and proportions of its constitutive forces among themselves, and the former depends on the latter. As in his earlier essays on transcendental philosophy, where the self, in striving to preserve its identity, imitates the absolute as far as it can by exercising absolute causality, all of the vortical existents are preserved in their existence by their striving to express the whole, in increasing individualization, to approximate a single perfect organism, a single archetype. 51. On the other hand, Schelling speaks often of the tendency of nature to return to a state of indifference, where no strife exists, where all individuality, therefore, is eliminated. He repeatedly insists that the individual exists, as it were, against the will of nature. 52. The perfect balance of these two tendencies is expressed in the preservation of the genus or species at the expense of the individual. On a larger scale, what a species expresses of the whole is not a particular mixture of materials and forms, but a certain proportion and intensity of primary organic functions. It is through the continuity of organic functions that the whole diversity of the natural world is connected and forms a single whole organism. In contrast to the school of comparative anatomy and the old natural history, Schelling establishes a comparative physiology of organic functions. Just as speculative physics is a science of the fundamental powers of matter, he endeavors to establish a science of the various degrees and proportions of essential powers that belong to all organic beings. Through these diverse expressions in various proportions, nature as a whole achieves the realization of its ideal of unity in plurality. Just as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck oriented his system of zoology with attention to the basic functions of reproduction, circulation, and sensation, rather than to structure or external form, Schelling defines every organism as a permanent process by attending to its specific proportion of reproductive force, irritability, and sensibility. Every organism is defined, not primarily by its external form, although its form and organs will follow from the disposition of its powers, but by the particular proportion of forces active within it. All organic beings are suffused with all three powers, and yet plants, for example, have a preponderance of reproductive force while sensibility in them approaches zero. Mammals, in contrast, have a preponderance of sensibility but produce few offspring. Their reproductive power narrows to a capacity to reproduce only the organism itself through growth, assimilation, and maintenance. The order of the powers of matter I have presented is also one of decreasing extensity and inversely proportional intensity. Light, or chemical process, reaches everywhere, electricity is less widely distributed, and only a few bodies are magnets, although magnetic force permeates the entire cosmos. The organic functions are isomorphic with the inorganic. Force of reproduction is positive, expansive, and the most widely distributed. Irritability is reactive and XXX designates the juxtaposition of inner and outer worlds, and is less widely distributed. Sensibility is the synthesis of the two because it is the source of movement and cause of life's reproduction of itself and of its reactions to the world. Because these powers are dialectically related, however, and because they are all modifications of a single omnipresent power of nature, neither the second nor the third in each group is absent from the manifestation of the first. In a sense, the third is there from the beginning. This is the reason why Schelling analyzes these powers in the introduction in the opposite order, elucidating their dialectical genesis more explicitly. Magnetism is the first power of inorganic nature because its factors are in a state of unity. In one and the same being opposite factors are expressed, a unity in difference. In electricity these poles are separated into different bodies, independent products in their own right, and here two products are opposed in the electrical process, they are in a state of explicit difference. In the chemical process two initially separate products are seen to recombine, to achieve an intussusception and unification, or return to a state of indifference. The dialectical formula is repeated in the organic. Sensibility is, therefore, the stage of unity in difference, irritability that of explicit differentiation, and reproductive drive the stage of return to unity or indifference. Provocative statements based on these parallels, or analogies, such as sensibility in the organic is the higher power of magnetism in matter, always attract the most ridicule in negative receptions of the philosophy of nature. While some followers of Schelling abused the method of analogy, Schelling was committed to its employment in a determinate form. It is the notion of potency that allows Schelling to present these structural repetitions in a determinate concept. To achieve a unified view of nature means to reduce the domains of inorganic and organic nature to a single expression, and Schelling can do this by employing his ontological and dialectical methods. The distinctions between products are drawn on the basis of their limited expression of universal powers. One could argue that univocal being expresses itself as a whole in each being, but each being receives univocal being only to the degree that it is able. Being is not unevenly distributed into substance and property or quality. This substance-predicate model is rejected along with the primacy of static objects. Being is expressed in processes whose material conditions facilitate the expression of greater or lesser degrees of intensity. Schelling therefore understands the powers of reproductive force, irritability, and sensibility as isomorphic with chemical process or light, electricity, and magnetism, respectively, and the former are nothing other than the latter raised to a higher power. 53 In his much later lectures on the history of modern philosophy, Schelling notes that the idea of potency is more determinate than the idea of analogy. In speaking of light, he says it is obviously an analogy in the extended world for spirit or thought, and if we reduce this indeterminate concept of an analogy to a determinate concept, XXXI, then light is nothing but spirit or thought at a lower level or at a lower potency. 54 Here analogy is to be distinguished from potency. As Kant held, for example, analogy does not entail a similarity between things, but only a likeness in the relations between things. 55 But just as Schelling goes beyond Kant's regulative idea to a positive ontology, he uses the indeterminate concept of analogy as a means to indicate where a determinate concept of potentiation may be thought. There is a likeness of relation or proportion of one power to another. Example: reproductive drive is most extensive in the organic as chemical process is in the inorganic, but there is also an ontological community that the concept of analogy does not imply. It is the determinate conception of a difference in intensive quantity of being that produces a qualitative difference within the structure of dialectical development, driven by the endeavor of nature as subject to become object to itself. He uses this concept to show that organism and the inorganic are not essentially opposed. One cannot simply oppose mechanism by developing a philosophy of organism, but must seek the common expression of both. For Schelling, the opposition between the inorganic and organic realms of nature is merely apparent, and in closing the introduction to the outline he notes that the attempt to reduce one to the other is futile, and a false problem. They are not opposed at all. The organic is nothing but a raising to a higher power of the inorganic forces. The word Potenzierung names Schelling's original and powerful concept for conceiving this identity in diversity. Conclusion. For the philosophy of nature, universal nature is a whole, a living organism, and every individual in nature is an expression of this whole. All things in nature are conjoined by virtue of a universally omnipresent but virtual power that manifests itself in various modes, depending on the material conditions of its manifestation. Every individual is defined not as a static formed substance, but as an enduring process or contest of forces restricted to a particular sphere of activity. The play of forces within every limited sphere obeys a regularity and logic that is necessarily dialectical, and in accord with which their expressions in products, of whatever type, can be situated in a graduated scale of development that indicates the intensity or degree of evolution, emanation, of the powers of nature manifest in a particular being. Schelling's philosophy of nature is dynamic and genetic, but the processes it describes are static genses, the expression of virtual powers in actual materials, and not the historical description of a genesis from actual term to actual term. As Krings notes, Schelling's philosophy of nature may be thought of as a logogenesis, not a real genesis. Construction, or the deduction of the categories necessary to think and experience the natural world, is the method employed to span the depths and heights of the graduated series in nature. It is often overlooked that the method of construction I have described also involves, in the act of postulating, the engagement of human freedom in transcending mechanism from the start. Not only epistemological and ontological, the philosophy of nature is an expressly ethical project. It is hoped that the appearance of the following text in English for the first time will not only contribute to the current Schelling revival that has been gradually gaining momentum among philosophers and theorists in the English-speaking world, but will also provide a valuable resource for those interested in holistic metaphysics, environmental philosophy, ecology, and the sciences of complexity and self-organization. Forward. The same demands cannot rightfully be made upon a treatise that has been written solely and exclusively to serve as a guide for lectures like the one before you as upon a text which was primarily intended for the public at large. This treatise may surely be called a first outline, because no attempt of its kind has previously existed, for no one has yet ventured for dynamic philosophy what has been done for the mechanistic philosophy by Lesage. But the title has another sense as well. The author has too lofty a notion of the magnitude of his undertaking to announce in the present treatise anything more than the first outline, let alone to erect the system itself. Thus, I ask but one thing, that the reader remember, in levelling a judgment, that all of the facts are not yet in. The reader should pass judgment least of all on what philosophy of nature or speculative physics means for the author, for those who do not know already. Rather, if he must pass judgment, let him await my explanation, which will follow shortly in a certain treatise on the foundation and the inner organization of a system of speculative physics. For now, the following outline may take the place of an introduction. March 20, 1799. Jena. First Division. Proof that nature is organic in its most original products. Because to philosophize about nature means as much as to create it, we must first of all find the point from which nature can be posited into becoming, pages 13 to 15. In order for a real activity to come to be out of an infinite, and to that extent ideal, productive activity, that activity must be inhibited, retarded. But because the activity is originally an infinite one, it cannot result in finite products, even when it is inhibited, and even if it should result in finite products, these can only be merely apparent products, i.e., the tendency to infinite development must lie once again in every individual. Every product must be capable of being articulated into products, pages 15 to 19. 2-3. Thus the analysis cannot be permitted to stop at any one thing that is a product, it can only cease with the purely productive. But this absolutely productive character, which no longer has a substrate, but is rather the cause of every substrate, is that which absolutely blocks all analysis. Precisely for that reason, it is the point at which our analysis, experience, can never arrive. It must be simply posited into nature, and it is the first postulate of all philosophy of nature. It must be that which is insurmountable in nature, mechanically and chemically. Such a thing is thought to be nothing other than the cause of all original quality, p. 19. Such an absolutely productive character is designated by the concept of the simple actant. 1. Principle of a dynamic atomism, pages 20 ff. If the absolute analysis were to be thought as actual, then, because an infinite product evolves in nature as object, there would have to be an 68 infinite multiplicity of simple actants, thought as the elements of nature and of all construction of matter, pages 20 to 22. 5. Here we must at once recall that this absolute analysis in nature can never be reached, that those simple actants are therefore only the ideal factors of matter. Yet these simple actants cannot be distinguished from one another in any other way than by the original figure that they produce, a point we owe to the atomists. Yet because absolute evolution does not eventuate due to the universal compulsion toward combination that holds nature together as product, pages 28 to 29, these fundamental configurations cannot be thought as existent, contra the atomists. Therefore they have to be thought as self-cancelling, as interpenetrating, cohesion, pages 25 ff. The most original product of this interpenetration is the most primal fluid, the absolute non-composite, and for that reason the absolute decomposite. A look at caloric, electrical, and luminous phenomena from this point of view, pages 29 ff. Such a principle would entail the cancellation of all individuality, hence also of every product in nature. This is impossible. Hence there must be a counterweight in nature, by means of which matter disappears from the other side into the absolutely incomposable. However, this in turn cannot exist except by being at the same time the absolutely composable. Nature cannot lose itself in either extreme. Nature in its originality is therefore a mediator on the basis of both, pages 32 to 33. The state of configuration is therefore the most original in which nature is viewed, nature a product which passes from figure to figure in a certain order, to be sure, through which, however, 69 it cannot result in determinate products without absolute inhibition of the formation. I demonstrate that this is conceivable only if the formative drive splits in opposite directions, which on a lower level will appear as differentiation of the sexes, pages 35 to 36. Proof that by this means the permanence of various stages of development in nature is assured, pages 39 ff. Yet all these various products, one product that is inhibited at sundry stages. They are deviations from one original ideal. Proof on the basis of the continuity of the dynamic graduated series of stages in nature, pages 48 ff. On that basis we discern the fundamental task of all nature philosophy, to derive the dynamic graduated sequence of stages in nature. 4. Individual products have been posited in nature, but nature implies a universal organism, nature's struggle against everything individual. Deduction of the necessary reciprocity of receptivity and activity in everything organic, which will be presented below as excitability, p. 56, and the cancellation of this reciprocity in the opposed systems. A. Of chemical physiology, which posits mere receptivity, no subject, in the organism, and b. Of the system that posits in the organism an absolute activity, mediated by no receptivity, an absolute life force, p. 60. Unification of the two systems in a third, pages 61 ff. If, however, receptivity is necessarily posited in the organism as the mediator of its activity, there lies within the organism itself the presupposition of a world that stands opposed to it, an anorganic three-world that has a determinate effect on the organism. This world, however, precisely because it is a determinate, unalterable, world, has to be subject itself to an external effect. It must be, as it were, in a state of compulsion, in order that it may form, together with its organic world, once again through some kind of commonality, something interior. 70. This would have to be derived from the conditions of an anorganic world in general. Second division. Deduction of the conditions of an anorganic nature. Deduction of the possibility of sheer contiguity and exteriority, p. 71. Because such a thing is conceivable only as a tendency toward penetration, a cause is postulated that sustains this tendency. A. Deduction of universal gravity, pages 71 to 72. Opposed systems, the mechanical and the metaphysical system of attraction, pages 73 to 78. A third system on the basis of the other two, a system of physical attraction derived from the theory of universal cosmic formation, pages 78 to 93. B. With universal gravitation, the tendency toward universal intussusception, for in nature is founded. Accepted as a hypothesis, namely, that there is real intussusception, the action of gravity would be only the first impulse toward it, thus another, different action would be adduced to it in order to make it actual. We are required to demonstrate such a thing in nature, p. 194. Proof that the principle of all chemical process of a determinate sphere is not in turn a product of the same sphere, but of a higher sphere. Deduction of 7. Oxygen, pages 94 to 96. Conclusion that the positive action in every chemical process within the lower sphere must take its point of departure from the higher one. Proof that, in the part of the universe that is known to us, light is a phenomenon of such a dynamic action, exercised by celestial bodies of a higher order on subaltern bodies. Combustion, a transition of opposed spheres of affinity into one another, pages 96 to 100. 71c. Deduction of a relation in all terrestrial substances that is opposed to that action. Electrical relations of bodies. Distinction between the electrical and chemical processes. The principle that immediately intervenes in the one is the mediately determining principle of the other, pages 102 to 104. D. Relation of the action of gravity to chemical action, p. 104. Third division. Reciprocal determination of organic and anorganic nature. I. The supreme concept by which the interconnection of the organism with an anorganic world is expressed is the concept of excitability duplicity, which is thereby posited in the organism, and a derivation of the same from the general organization of the universe, pages 105 to 108. Complete unification of the opposed systems wherein the organism is posited either as mere object or mere subject in a third system, which posits the organism as excitable, pages 108 ff. Derivation of a cause of excitability, the condition of which is duplicity, a cause which in its tendency is chemical, and which precisely for that reason cannot originally be chemical, thereupon a grounded and complete determination of the possibility of a higher dynamic process, the same as the life process, which, although not itself chemical, nevertheless has the same cause and the same conditions as the chemical process, p. 113. 72-2. Derivation of individual organic functions from the concept of excitability. A. Because excitability presupposes duplicity, the cause of the former cannot be the cause of the latter. Thus a cause is postulated that no longer presupposes duplicity, a cause of sensibility, as the source of organic activity, pages 116 to 117. B. Determination of the activity whose source is sensibility, and the conditions of this activity, in galvanism, irritability, p. 125. C. Extinction of this activity in the product force of production, with all its offshoots, nutrition, p. 125, secretion, pages 126 to 130, growth, p. 130, technical drive, animal instincts in general, pages 130 to 139. Metamorphosis, reproductive drive, pages 138 to 140. Three consequences of the preceding. A. That the organic functions are subordinated, one to another, in such a way that they are opposed with regard to their appearance, their coming to the fore, both in the individual and in the whole of organic nature. B. That by this opposition, because the higher function is repressed by the surfeit of subordinate functions, a dynamic sequence of stages in nature is founded. C. Demonstration of this dynamic sequence of states, p. 141f, on the basis of a reciprocal determination of sensibility and irritability, pages 142 to 147, bb, a reciprocal determination of sensibility and force of production, p. 147f, cc, a reciprocal determination of irritability and force of production, pages 147 to 148, throughout organic nature. Conclusion, that it is one and the same product that, beginning from the highest stage of sensibility, ultimately dissipates in the reproductive force of plants. D. Demonstration that the same dynamic sequence of stages prevails in universal and anorganic nature as in organic nature, pages 149 to 159. 73 General schematic of the sequence of stages. Organic universal anorganic nature. Formative drive light chemical process. Irritability electricity electrical process. Sensibility cause of magnetism. Magnetism. E. Supreme problem of the philosophy of nature, what cause brought forth the first duplicity, of which all other opposites are the mere progeny, out of the universal identity of nature. p. 158. Appendix to 3 Theory of illness, derived from the dynamic sequence of stages in nature, pages 158, 172. 4. Not only the subordinate functions of the organism but also the general forces corresponding to them, electricity, chemical process, presuppose an original heterogeneity. The solution of that problem, what is the cause of the original heterogeneity, is thus at the same time a theory of chemical process, and vice versa. Universal theory of the chemical process, pages 172 to 187. A. Concept of the chemical process, pages 172 to 174. B. Material conditions of the chemical process, demonstration that in the chemical as well as in the electrical process only one opposition prevails, pages 174 to 179. C. Inasmuch as all chemical, and electrical, process is mediated by a first heterogeneity, the latter has for universal nature the same function that sensibility has for organic nature. Complete demonstration that magnetism is for universal 74 nature what sensibility is for organic nature, that all dynamic forces of the universe, such as sensibility, are subordinate to it, that magnetism, like sensibility in organic nature, is universal in anorganic nature, and cancelled, wherever it is cancelled, only for appearance. Conclusion, the identity of the ultimate cause of sensibility and magnetism, p. 184. D. Complete construction of the chemical process and of all dynamic process, pages 184 to 187. A. Inasmuch as an intussusception between heterogeneous bodies is possible only insofar as the homogeneous is itself sundered in itself, no homogeneous state can be absolute, rather, it can only be a state of indifference. In order to explain this, we must suppose that in the universe there is a universal effect that propagates itself from product to product by means of magnetic distribution, which would be the universal determinant of all quality, and we must therefore suppose that magnetism is universal, p. 186. bb. Further, in order to bring heterogeneity into the particular dynamic sphere, and thereby the possibility of cancelling the dynamic state of indifference, we must suppose a communication between the higher and the lower spheres of affinity. 10. Through the medium of light, p. 186. By means of the lower sphere, the external condition of the dynamic process, heterogeneity, is given. By means of the higher sphere, the inner condition, the diremption 5 in the homogeneous itself, is given. V. The dynamic organization that we have now derived presupposes the universe as its scaffolding. Deduction of the forces by which, presupposing an original duplicity in nature, the evolution of the universe is conditioned. Deduction of the expansive force, of the retarding force, and of the force of gravity, which alone, in their independence from one another, make nature possible as a determinate product for every moment of time and space, and which alone make possible a real construction of matter, pages 186 to 192. First division. I. The unconditioned in nature. The subject which is to be the object of philosophy in a given instance must be viewed, in a word, as unconditioned. The question arises as to what extent unconditionedness might be ascribed to nature. 1. First of all, we must try to secure the concept of the unconditioned. To this end, however, we are in need of a few principles that are assumed as well known from transcendental philosophy. First principle. The unconditioned cannot be sought in any individual thing nor in anything of which one can say that it is. For what is only partakes of being, and is only an individual form or kind of being. Conversely, one can never say of the unconditioned that it is. For it is being itself, and as such, it does not exhibit itself entirely in any finite product, and every individual is, as it were, a particular expression of it. Elucidation. What is asserted by this principle obtains universally over all and for the unconditioned in every science. For although only transcendental philosophy raises itself to the absolute unconditioned in human knowledge, it must nevertheless demonstrate that every science that is science at all has its unconditioned. The above principle thus obtains also for the philosophy of nature. The unconditioned of nature as such cannot be sought in any individual natural object, rather a principle one of being, that itself is not, manifests itself in each natural object. Now, since the unconditioned cannot be thought under the predicate of being, it obviously follows that as principle of all being, it can participate in no higher being. For if everything that is only, as it were, the color of the unconditioned, then the unconditioned itself must everywhere become manifest through itself like light that requires no higher light in order to be visible. 78. Now, what is this being itself for transcendental philosophy, of which every individual being is only a particular form? If, according to these very principles, everything that exists is a construction of the spirit, then being itself is nothing other than the constructing itself, or since construction is thinkable at all only as activity, being itself is nothing other than the highest constructing activity, which, although never itself an object, is the principle of everything objective. Accordingly, transcendental philosophy knows of no originary being *, for if being itself is only activity, then the individual being can only be viewed as a determinate form or limitation of the originary activity. Now being ought to be something just as little primary in the philosophy of nature. The concept of being as an originary substratum should be absolutely eliminated from the philosophy of nature, just as it has been from transcendental philosophy. The above proposition says this and nothing else: nature should be viewed as unconditioned. Now nature itself is, according to general consensus, nothing other than the sum total of existence. It would therefore be impossible to view nature as an unconditioned, if the concealed trace of freedom could not be discovered in the concept of being itself. Therefore we assert, every individual, in nature, is only a form of being itself, however absolute activity. For, if being itself is to activity, then the individual being cannot be an absolute negation of activity. Nevertheless, we must think the natural product itself under the predicate of being. However, viewed from a higher standpoint, this being itself is nothing other than a continually operative natural activity that is extinguished in its product originally. No individual being at all, as an accomplished fact, is present for us in nature, for otherwise our project is not philosophy, but empirical investigation. We must observe what an object is in its first origin. First of all, everything that is in nature, and nature considered as sum total of existence, is not even present for us. To philosophize about nature means to create nature. Every 79 activity perishes in its product, because it reaches only to this product. Thus we do not know nature as product. We know nature only as active, for it is impossible to philosophize about any subject which cannot be engaged in activity. To philosophize about nature means to heave it out of the dead mechanism to which it seems predisposed, to quicken it with freedom and to set it into its own free development. To philosophize about nature means, in other words, to tear yourself away from the common view which discerns in nature only what happens and which, at most, views the act as a factum, not the action itself in its acting. 2. We have answered the first question, how unconditionedness may be ascribed to nature, through the assertion that nature has to be viewed as absolutely active. This answer itself drives us to the new question, how can nature be observed as absolutely active, or more clearly expressed, in what light must the totality of nature appear to us, if it is absolutely active? The following principle must serve us in answering this question. Second principle. Absolute activity cannot be exhibited by a finite product, but only by an infinite one. Elucidation. The philosophy of nature, so that it does not degrade into an empty play with concepts, must demonstrate a corresponding intuition for all of its concepts. Therefore, the question arises how an absolute activity, if there is such a thing in nature, will present itself empirically, i.e., in the finite. Possibility of the exhibition of the infinite in the finite is the highest problem of all systematic science. The subordinate sciences solve this problem in particular cases. Transcendental philosophy has to solve the problem in its greatest universality. The solution will doubtless eventuate in the following result. The illusion that surrounds the entire investigation concerning the infinite in all sciences issues from an amphiboly in this concept itself. The empirically infinite is only the external intuition of an absolute, intellectual, infinity whose intuition is originally in us, but which could never come to consciousness without external, empirical exhibition. The proof of this is that this intuition comes to the fore precisely when the empirically infinite series lying before the imagination is obliterated. I blot it out, and you lie fully before me too. If, that is, the finite can be intuited only externally, then the infinite cannot even be presented in external intuition otherwise than through a finitude which is never complete, i.e., which is itself infinite. In other words, it can only be presented by infinite becoming, where the intuition of the infinite lies in no individual moment, but is only to be produced in an endless progression, in a progression, however, which no power of imagination can sustain. Therefore, reason determines either to obliterate the series or to assume an ideal limit to the series which is so far removed that in practical employment one can never be compelled to go beyond it, as the mathematician does when he assumes an infinitely large or small magnitude. But now, how must one represent an infinite series if it is only the external exhibition of an original infinity? Are we to believe that the infinite is produced in the series through aggregation, or rather ought we to represent any such series in continuity, as one function running to infinity? The fact that in mathematics, infinite series are composed of magnitudes, proves nothing on behalf of that assumption. The originally infinite series, of which every individual series in mathematics is an imitation, does not arise through aggregation, but through evolution of a magnitude already infinite in its point of origination, which runs through the entire series. The whole infinity is originally concentrated in this one magnitude. The succession in the series signifies only, as it were, the individual inhibitions which continually set bounds to the expansion of that magnitude into an infinite series, an infinite space, and which moreover happens with an infinite velocity and would permit no real intuition. 81. The genuine concept of an empirical infinity is the concept of an activity that is infinitely inhibited. but how could it be inhibited to infinity if it did not flow into infinity and if it did not deposit its whole infinity in every individual point of the line that it describes? Consequences for the philosophy of nature, which are at once to be seen as the response to our second question above. First consequence. If nature is absolute activity, then this activity must appear as inhibited ad infinitum. The original cause of this inhibition must again only be sought in itself, since nature is absolutely active. Second consequence. Nature exists nowhere as product. All individual productions in nature are merely apparent products, not the absolute product that always becomes and never is, and in which the absolute activity exhausts itself according to the first principle. An original duality must simply be presupposed in nature. For it permits of no further derivation, because it is the only condition under which an infinite is finitely presentable at all, i.e., the condition under which a nature is at all possible. Through this original antithesis in itself, nature will now be for the first time truly whole and complete in itself. Since nature gives itself its sphere of activity, no foreign power can interfere with it, all of its laws are immanent, or nature is its own legislator, autonomy of nature. Whatever happens in nature must also be explained from the active and motive principles which lie in it, or nature suffices for itself, autarky of nature. They are both contained in the proposition, nature has unconditioned reality, a proposition which is precisely the principle of a philosophy of nature. 82. The absolute activity of nature should appear as inhibited to infinity. This inhibition of the universal activity of nature, without which apparent products would never once come to be, may be represented, at any rate, as the work of opposed tendencies in nature. Let one force be thought, originally infinite in itself, streaming out in all directions from one central point, then this force will not linger in any point of space for a moment, thus leaving space empty, unless an energetic activity opposing, retarding, its expansion did not give it a finite velocity. However, as soon as one undertakes to carry out the construction of a finite product from these opposed tendencies, one encounters an irresolvable difficulty. For if we let both coincide at one and the same point, then their effects toward one another will reciprocally be cancelled, and the product will be to zero. Precisely for this reason, it must be assumed that no product in nature can be the product in which those opposed activities absolutely coincide, i.e., in which nature itself attained rest. One must, in a word, simply deny all permanence in nature itself. One has to assume that all permanence only occurs in nature as object, while the activity of nature as subject continues irresistibly, and while it continually labors in opposition to all permanence. The chief problem of the philosophy of nature is not to explain the active in nature, for, because it is its first supposition, this is quite conceivable to it, but the resting, permanent. Nature philosophy arrives at this explanation simply by virtue of the presupposition that for nature the permanent is a limitation of its own activity. So, if this is the case, then impetuous nature will struggle against every limitation, thereby the points of inhibition of its activity. 17. In nature as object will attain permanence. For the philosopher, the points of inhibition will be signified by products. Every product of this kind will represent a determinate sphere which nature always fills anew, and into which the stream of its force incessantly gushes. 83. However, when one asks, and this is the principal question, how is it at all possible to view all of these individual products in nature as only apparent products, we find the following answer. Evidently every, finite, product is only a seeming product, if again infinity lies in it, i.e., if it is itself again capable of an infinite development. If it engages in this development, then it would have no permanent existence at all. Every product that now appears fixed in nature would exist only for a moment, gripped in continuous evolution, always changeable, appearing only to fade away again. The answer given above to the question, how could nature be viewed as absolutely active, is now reduced to the following principle: nature is absolutely active if the drive to an infinite development lies in each of its products. With this the course of our further investigations is marked out. That is, to begin with, the question arises, how must a product that is capable of an infinite development be constituted, and is such a product really found in nature? Let it be noted that with this question we respond at the same time to another which must definitely be answered, namely, why is the tendency to infinite development in such a product just maintained, and why, as fixed, does it seem oblivious to this tendency and not lose itself in the infinite? Remark. The proposition that the infinite mirrors itself in each individual being in nature, has been heard in transcendental philosophy more than in the philosophy of nature. The former science also has exactly the same difficulty to explain, how opposed activities coincide in the intuition of the finite without reciprocally cancelling each other. It will have to be denied that they coincide in any product absolutely. One will assume that spirit does not have an intuition of itself in any individual product, that it has no intuition of itself in unity, but rather in the infinite keeping apart of its opposed activities from one another, which are only unified at all by virtue of this holding apart. It must be assumed that just for this reason each individual intuition is only apparently individual, and that actually the intuition of the whole universe is contained in every individual. The originary strife of self-consciousness which is for transcendental creation 84 precisely what the strife of the elements is for physical creation must, like self-consciousness itself, be infinite. Therefore, it cannot end in any individual product, but only in a product that always becomes and never is, and is created anew in each moment of self-consciousness in order to unify absolute opposites. The productive imagination enlarges their reciprocal cancellation into an infinite series. The finite is brought into being only through this infinite extension, this infinite nudging back of absolute negation. 2. The original qualities and actants in nature. A product is only an apparent product if infinity lies in it once more, i.e., if it bears the capacity for an infinite development. This capacity cannot occur in it, however, without there originally being an infinite multiplicity of unified tendencies in it. The question arises, by what means do these tendencies manifest themselves in nature at all? Theorem. The most originary points of inhibition of nature's activity are to be found in the original qualities. Proof. Our science has an ineluctable demand to fulfill, that it accompany its a priori constructions with corresponding external intuitions, since otherwise these constructions would not have meaning for us any more, no more than the theory of color for those born sightless. Now, it has been asserted in the preceding that an absolute activity can appear empirically only under infinite negations. Infinite negations of one and the same original activity must be discovered in nature through analysis. An unconditioned would have to reveal itself in these negations. No positive external intuition of the unconditioned is possible, however. Thus, at least a negative presentation of it has to be sought in external experience. Now, we have determined the unconditioned as that which, although it is principle of all being, yet itself never is. Every external being is a being in Schelling, The Original Qualities and Actants in Nature 19. Space. Therefore, something has to come to the fore in experience 85 which, although itself not in space, is yet principle of all occupation of space. *1, it should not itself be in space. What is in space can also be affected by physical force, it is mechanically or chemically destructible. Thus a principle that is not itself in space must, admittedly, not be liable to being overpowered either mechanically or chemically. Nothing of the kind is discovered in experience except for the original elements, principles, of all quality. 2. It should be principle of all occupation of space. Accordingly, it must be that which, if the mechanical division of matter proceeds to infinity, preserves every little piece of matter, no matter how small, for further division. In short, it must be that which makes the infinite divisibility of matter possible. Now, if the infinite divisibility of matter were impossible, then one would, finally, have to reach a part in the division of any material which one could not recognize any more as a part of that material, i.e., no longer as homogeneous with the material itself. Since, therefore, the divisibility of matter proceeds to infinity, then every material must remain infinitely homogeneous as far as it is divided. Infinite homogeneity, however, is recognized solely in the permanence of qualities, thus the permanence of qualities is the condition of the possibility of mechanical division to infinity. Accordingly, the principles of the qualities are also the principles of the occupation of space itself. The originary qualities are thus the most originary negative presentations of the unconditioned in nature. Now, since the unconditioned is everywhere to absolute activity, but absolute activity can only appear empirically as an infinitely inhibited activity, then the most original points of inhibition of the activity of nature are determined for us by the original qualities. Conclusions. 1. The divisibility of matter must be finite in one respect, simply due to the fact that it is infinite in the other. The atomist is mistaken only in that he assumes mechanical atoms, i.e., the finitude of mechanical divisibility. 86. In every concrete space no part must be the absolute smallest, just as in mathematical space. What is in space is in space by means of a continually active filling up of space, therefore, in every part of space there is moving force, so also mobility, and thus infinite divisibility of each part of matter, no matter how small, from all the remaining ones. The original actants, however, are not themselves in space, they cannot be viewed as parts of matter. Accordingly, our claim can be called the principle of dynamic atomism. For us, every original actant is just like the atom for the corpuscular philosopher, truly singular, each is in itself whole and sealed off, and represents, as it were, a natural monad too. Each quality is an actant of determinate degree, for which there is no other measure than its product. A. It is action in general, thus not itself matter. If it were itself matter stuff, as the popular chemistry expresses it, then it would even have to be presentable in space. However, only its effect is presentable in space, the action itself is prior to space, extension, prior. Why has chemistry not presented any of its substrates purely isolated from all material? Action is just as little something merely inhering in original matter, the atoms, as the atomist teaches, as is figure, nor is it something that results from the collective action of atoms. For, if they do not have any qualities themselves, how is such a thing produced through their collective action? B. Quality is action, for which one has no measure other than its own product. This means that the actant itself, abstracted from its product, is nothing. Indeed, it is nothing other than the product itself viewed from a higher perspective. One cannot expect to be able to take a look into the interior of that actant itself and determine the magnitude, the degree, of the action, as if by means of mathematical formulas. All attempts to do this have until now led to nothing real. Our knowledge does not reach beyond the product, and no other expression 87 for the magnitude of the action can be given than the product itself. The philosophy of nature has nothing further to do than recognize the unconditionally empirical in these actants. Empiricism extended to include unconditionedness is precisely philosophy of nature*. Note. With the preceding we have brought the construction of matter in general to completion. Since the identity of a material is ascertained only by the permanence of its qualities, its identity in no way differs from the latter. Every material is thus nothing other than a determinate degree of action. No material is originally mechanically aggregated, for were it so, then presupposing infinite divisibility it would have to be dissoluble into nothing and originally constructed from nothing. Therefore, ani residential ad nihilum redigantur funditus omnes 3, if matter should, for anyone, arise mechanically, it must aggregate out of atoms, an assumption which envelopes one in a slew of other troublesome consequences. However, let no one believe, on this account, that we have already deduced the specific difference of matter, or that we wanted to deduce it. Although every material is a determinate degree of action, this action can nevertheless be highly composite, as, according to Newton, white light is composed of 7 simple ones, and these 7 perhaps of other simpler actants. It is, in fact, truly nonsense to want to explain the infinite multiplicity of material in the world through various degrees of one and the same simple action. Does it follow from this that the original qualities are to be viewed as simple actants, that even every also derived quality is likewise a simple actant? If this were to be demonstrated, how is it that in experience not one original quality is found nor can be found, yet what are philosophical reasons for, where experience speaks loudly against them? If that opinion were grounded in truth, then the difference of qualities would have to run completely parallel to the difference of specific gravities and densities. The inspection of a table of the latter will convince one of the contrary. And how does one ultimately wish to explain those entirely peculiar not by virtue of specific gravity and density, but peculiar through their most intimate mixture 88 products of nature in their organic operations? Or do we believe that here too nature does nothing other than decrease and increase density and specific gravity? Finally, it must be remarked here that since our science takes off from an unconditioned empiricism as principle, one can by no means speak of a transcendental construction, but solely of an empirical construction of matter. How is matter in general originally produced? Precisely this will become clear through our following investigations. B. Qualities actants. This proposition is demonstrated. In all of these individual actants one and the same original activity of nature is inhibited. This is not thinkable unless these actions, presented collectively, strive toward one and the same product, for all natural activity aims toward an absolute product. For this to happen, it is required that various actants are able to combine themselves in one and the same collective product, in short, that there should be composite actants. They cannot combine themselves, however, without having reciprocal receptivity for one another. One actant must be able to prehend the other. For two different actants, there must be one common point in which they unite. This point will be named at a much lower level, to be sure, the chemical product. Since an infinite multiplicity of actants together ought to exhibit one absolute product, the problem is presented: find the point in which this infinite multiplicity of diverse actants can be unified in nature. The qualification must necessarily be added that in this circumstance the individuality of no actant would cease to exist. Otherwise, the multiplicity would be annihilated. The unity should not be achieved at the cost of the multiplicity. The multiplicity should remain, and yet a collective product result, which holds that infinite multiplicity together. It may be noted that if one such product actually arises in nature in this respect, matter is also dynamically 89, although not divisible, actually divided to infinity, since no individuality is to be extinguished in that whole. The importance of presupposing the endurance of each individuality in this product will be shown below. Solution. The two actions restrict themselves reciprocally, through interaction, to the mutual effect. Only this mutual effect is the tertium in which they are able to rest. There is, again, no other expression for the interaction of the two than this effect. Now, the striving of all original tendencies aims generally a. Toward the filling up of space. Their prehension of one another is thus a striving toward the filling of a collective space, such that in every part of a given material, no matter how small, all tendencies would still be met with. From this one sees in passing what dynamic divisibility is really like. That is, the quantity of material is completely unimportant. In the largest as in the smallest part of the same material the same tendencies must be met with. Therefore, even through a mechanical division carried to infinity, universal homogeneity can never be reached. It can also be seen here that a composite actant does not come into being in nature originally, but already through particular natural operations, the likes of which we perceive in chemical suffusions. Through this striving toward the occupation of a common space, such a space would have to be actually continually filled anew. Therefore, rest is not an absolute negation of movement, but rather an uniform tendency toward the filling up of space, and the perseverance of matter itself to a constant being reproduced. Further, the filled space is only the appearance of a striving whose principle is not itself in space. Space is thus filled, as it were, from inside out, a very important concept. The inner in contrast to the outer is always called that which is principle of the occupation of space. If that striving toward the filling up of a common space were heralded in experience 90 by a resistance to the cancellation of the shared occupation of space, this would give the phenomenon of connection. Cohesion. The force with which that cancellation would be resisted would be called the cohesive force *. Remark. The cohesive force is thus a composite force, not a simple one like the attractive force. There are difficulties to the customary explanation of cohesion through mere attractive force, since, in the majority of the materials we know, the relation of the cohesive force of their smallest parts to the square of their distance would have to be completely different than it should be according to the law of universal attraction. This is not to mention the fact that this hypothesis presupposes atomistic conceptions, and the diversity of cohesive forces under this presupposition would be nearly inexplicable. Further, in relation to the universal attractive force, all matter spread throughout infinite space, balled up into planets, is to one material. That universal attraction extends to infinity, and with respect to it no space can be thought of as empty. Conversely, cohesion strives against the universality of the attractive force, for it constantly individualizes and leaves the space outside the sphere within which it alone works empty, unoccupied by its force. Genuine cohesion occurs only within an individual body. Therefore, it must be strictly distinguished from adhesion, and from that special kind of attraction which occurs between different materials, example in the contact of water and glass. b. Further, each tendency is a completely individual and determinate one, i.e., a striving to fill space in a determinate way. This is betrayed through determinacy, individuality, of figure. In nature there is a continual determination of figure from the crystal to the leaf, from the leaf to the human form. Therefore, we consider the atomist correct in that he attributes to the elements originary figure, leaving aside the fact that he needs originary figures of atoms for the possible construction of specifically different materials. We assert only that for the original actants it is never a matter of the production of these original 91 figures, nor can it be. We assert that, therefore, these original shapes nowhere exist in nature, because no simple actant is to be met with in nature, which, to be sure, we are here not yet able to prove. Now if, however, every actant is limited through the infinity of all the remaining ones, then altogether they mutually derange each other in their product ions, and none is allowed by the others to achieve the production of the originary figure, i.e., they reduce themselves reciprocally to formlessness * the shapeless. The fluid, at least of the second order, which owes its fluidity to a higher principle, is not the absolutely formless, the of the ancient Greek physicists, but rather that which is receptive to every form, formless. For just this reason the fluid must generally be defined as a mass wherein no part is distinguished from another by figure. From this definition, at least, all others previously sought can be derived, insofar as they are correct. Absolute continuity, the complete absence of friction in all fluids, and the fundamental laws of hydrostatics can be deduced in this way. The major principle is the equivalence of actions, accordingly also the attractions, in the fluid in all directions. Accordingly, the most original and most absolute combination of opposed actions in nature must generate the most original fluidity, which, because that combination constantly runs ahead of itself, the actus of organization is constantly underway, presents itself as a universally extended entity that simply works against non-fluidity, solidity, and continually endeavors to liquefy everything in nature. This principle is called the principle of heat, which is, consequently, no simple substance, no material at all, but always only the phenomenon of constantly diminished capacity, of original actants for one another, and is therefore proof of the steadily enduring process of organization in nature. New theory of heat according to these basic principles. 92. Now, if there were nothing in nature that preserved the balance with the fluidizing principle, then the whole of nature would resolve itself into a universal continuity. The individuality of the original actants, however, strives against this universalization. The individuality of all actants ought to be maintained in the absolute product together with the most complete combination. Since everything in nature, or rather, here just that absolute product, is conceived continually in becoming, then it will neither be able to achieve absolute fluidity nor absolute non-fluidity, solidity. This will furnish the drama of a struggle between form and the formless. That product always in becoming will be conceived continually in the leap from the fluid to the solid, and conversely, in the return from solid to fluid. It will run through all possible forms within the sphere that it comprehends, since that struggle, between form and the formless, is endless, and it will transform itself into all forms like an ever-changing Proteus. This Proteus will draw all qualities into his circle, gradually assimilating them, as infinitely manifold as they may be, and, as it were, throughout infinitely many attempts, seek the proportion in which the universal unification of all individual actants of nature in one collective product is attainable. However, through this drive to unite everything individual in nature in itself, a certain circle of possible forms will also be determined for it in advance. One will therefore be tempted to believe that with all the various forms through which it metamorphoses, creative nature has in mind a common ideal operative in it to which the product gradually approximates itself. The various forms to which it commits itself will themselves appear only as various stages of development of one and the same absolute organism. 93.3. Actants and their combinations. 1. The whole of nature, not just a part of it, should be equivalent to an ever-becoming product. Nature as a whole must be conceived in constant formation, and everything must engage in that universal process of formation. Everything that is in nature must be viewed as something having already become. No material in nature is primitive, for an infinite multiplicity of original actants is in existence. How these arise will be precisely the ultimate problem of the philosophy of nature. These actants should together represent only one absolute product. In that case, nature must combine them. Therefore, a universal compulsion toward combination must occur throughout the whole of nature, for one cannot see how and why it should have limits. It 28 is unconditional. So there is combination in every material, and no substance is primitive. However, since every material differs from the others, each material is the product of a particular natural operation. These various natural operations must be deduced a priori in order to ascertain the possibility of a specific variety of material. 2. No material in nature is simple. Since a universal compulsion toward the combination of elementary actants prevails in nature, no actant can produce a form or shape for itself. Every material has arisen by means of combination. There can be no objections to this from experience, since we will even deduce necessarily that there are incomposable materials. 3. All diversity of natural products can only derive from the various proportions of actants. All multiplicity of nature is to be sought in the elementary actants alone. Matter is everywhere one, only the proportions of the original combination are different. Since the compulsion toward combination occurs throughout the whole of nature, the whole of nature must originally suffuse each product. In each material all original actants are contained originally. But all original actants can only unite into the absolutely fluid, their individuality notwithstanding. However, the absolutely fluid can reveal its existence in no other way than through decomposition. It is incomposable for sensation 0, for 94 all actants mutually cancel themselves in the fluid, such that none allow the others to come to any sensible effect. But the absolutely fluid is by its very nature the most decomposable, for there prevails in it the most complete equilibrium of actants that, consequently, is disturbed by the merest alteration. It is further evident from this that the absolutely fluid is only decomposable, but is not composable. Fire or heat matter is familiar to us as the original phenomenon of absolute fluidity. Heat matter seems to originate or to disappear where a merely quantitative decrease or increase of capacity takes place, enlargement or diminishing of the volume. The heat matter appears as simple, and no duality has yet been perceived in it, or a decomposition into opposed actants, as example with electricity. This is even the proof that in this most original of all fluidities the most complete combination appears yet unperturbed. In contrast, the lightest contact of heterogeneous bodies produces phenomena of electricity, in galvanism, and in other recently presented experiments, and since heat as well as electricity is excited through friction, constantly repeated and intensified contact, it appears that in every repulsion of different bodies the absolute fluidity which permeates them all, because it strives to liquefy everything, is posited, both mechanically from equilibrium and dynamically from their original combination. The former furnishes the phenomenon of heat diffusion, the latter the phenomenon of excited electricity. Actually, there is virtually no chemical process in which heat originates or vanishes that does not show traces of excited electricity. More exact analysis will here teach us much. This is not to speak of the fact that electricity expresses in many cases the same effects as heat, and that bodies are considered the same for both materials with respect to their power of conduction. Meanwhile, it should particularly be taken into account that electrical experiments are conducted under highly complex circumstances. 95 Therefore, in the electrical phenomena much can come to the fore that is not originally essential to electricity. Thus, for example, the Torricellian vacuum does not glow, and electrical experiments conducted in a vacuum and in different media will consistently demonstrate different phenomena. Nevertheless, the galvanic experiments succeeded in nearly all media in which they have already been tried, and just as perfectly in a vacuum as in air itself. Finally, what should be said of light, whether light is originally already split up into a bunch of simple actants different from one another, whose total impression is white light, as according to Newton, or whether light is originally simple, as according to Goethe. In any case, the polarity of the colors in every solar image is proof of a duality prevailing in the phenomenon of light, whose cause is yet to be investigated. 4. No material can abandon the state of absolute fluidity unless some actant achieves preponderance. But no actant can achieve dominance unless another is subordinated to it, or is completely dissolved. Therefore, the greater the condition of fixity, solidity, the more apparently simple the substance, ores, metals, etc. But no substance is simple. Every apparently simple, i.e., indecomposable, substance is the residuum of the universal process of formation, and although we lack the means to set its elements again in mutual independence, and to set free the actants subordinated to them, nature might still have the means to accomplish this feat, and thus to take up these dead materials once more into the universal process of organization. Nevertheless, it is a priori demonstrable that there must be indecomposable substances in nature, because the universal process of formation is only infinite to the extent that it continually turns back into itself. Even so, we must arrive at final products in this process, which nature cannot further develop in the original direction, and with which, therefore, nature is constrained to strike out on another path, and to cultivate them in the opposite direction. 96 Here alone are the genuinely indecomposable substances recognized. They are materials that are only composable. It can already be concluded that, example, it is impossible for the soils to be indecomposable, and that the supposition will be confirmed that they are the debris of the great and universal process of combustion, which even now persists to some extent in the sun, and even on the surface of the earth no composition of indecomposable materials takes place unless bound actants in them become free. Just as nature makes the absolutely indecomposable substances composable through decomposition, so the absolutely indecomposable substances, conversely, are inserted once again into the universal circulation of matter through composition. The composition cannot proceed unless the original combination of constituent actants is again altered in such substances, and since all actions originally permeate every individual substance, nature will possess the means wherewith to generate everything from everything. Therefore, it is likely that in nature the same antithesis exists in the great as is noted in the small, that is, that nature on the one hand makes the indecomposable formative through composition, and the incomposable formative through decomposition. It is possible that on the stars as a whole, for example, the reverse process is underway, in contrast to that which takes place on the planets. If, according to universal experience, the indecomposable substances are those with greatest specific gravity, then it is to be expected that the most incomposable substance lies at the center of every individual system. The illumination of the sun betrays a continual process of combination. Conversely, the same light that is developed in the solar atmosphere through such a process sustains a persistent process of decombination upon the dark planetary bodies, for neither vegetation nor life is anything other than the constant awakening of slumbering activities, a continual decombination of bound actants. 98.6. For we are now aware of two classes of natural products, including on one hand the absolutely incomposable, and on the other the absolutely incomposable substances. But nature can tolerate neither the former nor the latter, for nature does not at all tolerate any final product, nothing permanent, fixed once and for all. The direction of all natural activity will aim toward mean products, from each of the two opposed classes, toward materials which are absolutely composable and absolutely incomposable at once, and permanent processes will appear in nature, as object, through which the incomposable is constantly decomposed, and the incomposable constantly composed. These processes, because they are permanent, and also because their conditions constantly exist, will have the appearance of products. The question arises of what sort these products shall be. 7. These products should lie in the middle between the two extremes, the absolutely decomposable and the absolutely incomposable. In order to be absolutely decomposable, such a product would have to approach the absolutely fluid, i.e., unify in itself all constituent actants in the most complete combination. In order to be absolutely composable, the actants in it would have to be continually pushed out of their combination, a constantly disturbed equilibrium of actants would have to exist, that is, it would have to approach the solid. But it cannot achieve either state. There must be the greatest freedom, mutual independence, and the greatest linkage, reciprocal dependence, of actants to one another in this product. The question arises as to what the result of this will be. First of all, every actant will inhibit the other from producing its original figure. But only various degrees of intensity of every actant are possible. 32. Every actant will therefore be a different actant at every stage. At every stage, too, it finds its antagonists. The product will thus generally be equivalent to a series in which positive and negative magnitudes constantly succeed each other. But within this series the product cannot be inhibited, for it would be either 1-1, 1-1, i.e., 0, or some positive actant 99 would have to gain preponderance. Neither of these alternatives can come to pass. Thus, the product cannot be at all inhibited, it must always only be conceived as in becoming. Thus, we have deduced here what type of product that product always in becoming would have to be, whose necessity we have deduced from the concept of an infinite activity of nature. In it, that continual alternation of combining and decomposing processes will take place which we have demonstrated in nature as universal and necessary. While the actants are decombined, left to itself each one will produce what it must produce according to its nature. To that extent, in every product there will be a constant drive toward free transformation. While the actants are continually combined anew, none of them will remain free with respect to its production. Thus, there will be compulsion and freedom in the product at once. Since actants are constantly set free and recaptured, and since infinitely various combinations of them are possible, and in every combination a slew of various proportions are possible, then continually new and singular materials will be originally produced in this product. It is indeed possible to find the elements of these materials through the art of chemistry, but not the combination itself, that is, the proportion of the combination. Since each actant is highly individual, and since each strives to produce what it must produce according to its nature, this will furnish the drama of a struggle in which no force entirely conquers the other nor completely submits to the other. The egotism of each individual actant must join itself to that of all the others. What is produced is a product of the subordination of all under one and one under all, i.e., the most complete mutual subordination. No individual potency could produce the whole for itself, but all together can produce it. The product does not lie in the individual, but in all together, for it is indeed itself nothing other than the external phenomenon or the visible expression of that constantly operating combination and decomposition of elements. 100. The product, since it is a joint product composed of many different activities acting in concert, has the appearance of the accidental, and is a blind natural product, since only such a thing can come forth through this determinate original intensity of every individual actant, and with this determinate proportion of their unification. Thus, the contingent and the necessary are originally unified in it. In every individual actant is an activity that strives to freely develop according to its nature. Its receptivity for or restrictedness by all others, really lies in this tendency to free development of its own nature, because it cannot achieve the latter without the expulsion of all the others from its sphere. As foreign actants reach into its sphere, it is at the same time constrained to prehend the sphere of every other. Thus, a universal prehension by every actant of the others will take place. No actant can enter into this antagonism, for the development of them occurs according to its nature. The elements of such a whole will appear to have dressed up in another nature, so to speak, and their effect will appear to be completely different from that which they show outside of this antagonism. Yet the tendency lies in each one toward a development according to its nature, which will appear in this antagonism only as a drive. This drive will not be free in its direction is determined for it by the universal hierarchy. There is, as it were, a sphere circumscribed for it in advance, beyond whose limits it can never step and into which it constantly returns. This sphere will again itself be infinite, however. Since it cannot at all end up in a product unless the actants maintain themselves in a state of mutual compulsion, and every individual actant strives against this compulsion, only after infinitely many attempts will the proportion of actants be found in which the greatest freedom of actants at the same time as the most perfect mutual bond is possible. On the whole, we have no other expression for the proportion of actants than the configuration produced. Now, if the product produces all possible configurations by means of continual transitions, 101 and shuttles from proportion to proportion by way of imperceptible nuances, then a constant flowing of one form or configuration into another would exist in nature. However, just for this reason nothing would be determinate or fixed, not for a minute something that would be a phenomenal product. However, the infinite activity of nature that stirs in all individual actants should present itself empirically. Thus, it is necessary that that infinite product become fixed at every stage of becoming. The product, however, is nothing other than productive nature itself determined in a certain way. The inhibition of the product is, therefore, simultaneously an inhibition of nature itself, but nature itself is solely active. Therefore, it cannot be inhibited, unless this becoming inhibited is itself, from another perspective, again to activity. 4. Inhibition and stages of development. The problem arises, to specify how nature could inhibit its product at particular stages of development, without ceasing to be active itself. Solution. 1. The development of the absolute product in which the activity of nature would exhaust itself is nothing other than an infinite process of formation. The process of formation is nothing other than a configuring. The various stages of development are nothing other than various stages of formation or of configuring. Every individual natural product runs through all possible forms up to the point at which it is inhibited. This must be accepted. However, it does not achieve an actual production at any stage. Each formation is itself only the phenomenal appearance of a determinate proportion which nature achieves between opposed, mutually limiting actants. For as many proportions of these actions as are possible, there are as many diverse shapes, and just as many stages of development. 102 Every stage of development has a peculiar character. At every stage of development formative nature is restricted to a determinate sole possible form, it is completely bound with respect to this form, and in the production of this form it will show no freedom at all. 2. Now it may be asked how nature, infinitely active, could be restricted to such a determinate shape. Nature contests the individual, it longs for the absolute and continually endeavors to represent it. It seeks the most universal proportion in which all actants, without prejudice to their individuality, can be unified. Individual products, therefore, in which nature's activity is at a standstill, can only be seen as misbegotten attempts to achieve such a proportion. The question is whether something may be found in nature that might justify us in such a supposition. A. If nature had found or come across the true proportion for the unification of a multiplicity of actants, then it would have to be able to present them in a joint product, no matter how antithetical their natures may be. The proof that nature has not struck upon such a proportion would be if a diremption of actants came to pass in the product, as soon as it has arrived at a particular stage of formation, or, since the joint activity of the actants reveals itself as formative drive, the proof would be that if, at a certain stage of formation, the formative drive stirring in the product separates into opposing tendencies, such that nature would be constrained to develop its product in opposing directions. Remark. Throughout the whole of nature absolute sexlessness is nowhere demonstrable, and an a priori regulative principle requires that sexual difference be taken as point of departure everywhere in organic nature. 103a. It is first of all a mere supposition that the so-called cryptogamic vegetables, such as fungus, conifers, tremella, etc., are merely budding plants and consequently absolutely sexless. The impossibility of demonstrating sexual parts in these plants is not at all a proof of this hypothesis. b. Sexlessness is equally as little demonstrated in the animal realm, for even in polyps, since the discovery of Pallas, one cannot doubt the sexual functions. Where there actually is sexlessness, there is yet another, specific direction of the formative drive. The sexual drive and the technical drive are equivalent for most of the insects before they have passed through their metamorphoses. The sexless bees are also the only productive ones, and yet without doubt they are only the mediators through which the formation of the one queen bee is achieved, in which the formative drive of all the remaining bees seems to be concentrated. Most insects lose all technical drive after sexual development. As for sexual difference itself, though a great multiplicity of types seems to prevail, in the end it is reducible to a few varieties. The separation into different sexes happens for different organisms at different stages of formation, and this is itself proof for the assumption that each organism has a level of formation at which that separation is necessary. Nature has either unified the opposing sexes in one and the same product and has developed simultaneously in different directions, as in many species of worms, where mating is always double-bladed, as well as in most plants, or nature has distributed the opposed sexes into different stocks, individuals. Here the one-sided sexual division is again distinguished only at different stages of development. Plants generally attain sexual development through metamorphosis, like the insects, even those whose flowers unify both sexes. The development of the sexes is merely the highest zenith of the process of formation, for it occurs by means of the same mechanism through which progressive growth gradually takes place. 104 The same law reigns with the insects. In the first stage of their formation no sexual difference shows itself, example in the condition of the pupa, and the metamorphoses through which they pass are determined almost exclusively for the sake of developing the sex in them, or the revolutions of their metamorphosis are only phenomena of sexual development itself. This is because as soon as their metamorphosis is completed, sexual difference appears, and with it the sexual drive in addition. With both flowering plants and insects this is the highest summit of formation that they are able to reach, for the flowers fall to the ground and the transformed insect dies as soon as fertilization is accomplished, without having expressed any other drive. The universal separation into opposed sexes must occur according to a determinate law, and indeed neither sex should be able to originate without the other simultaneously originating with it. We see that where both sexes are unified in one individual, they originate through one and the same formation. Therefore, the law which is observed in the latter must be extended over nature as a whole. Thus if, according to our principles, the production of various genera and species in nature is only one production captured at different stages, then the formations of the opposite sexes in the same genus and species must be only one formation, one natural operation, such that the different individuals of the same genus amount to only one individual, but developed in opposite directions. The universally evident proportion which nature maintains between both sexes corresponds with this, at least. In the animal kingdom, for in the plant kingdom the observations are wanting, not, indeed, as if the individuals of both sexes were equal in number, but that nature substitutes, for the smaller number of individuals of one sex, a higher intensity of the formative drive, and conversely, substitutes the lesser intensity of the formative drive in one sex through the number of its individuals. 105b, it must be demonstrated that the separation into different sexes is just the separation which we have furnished as the ground of inhibition in the productions of nature. That is, it must be shown that nature is actually inhibited in its productions by means of this separation, without on that account ceasing to be active. 1. From the moment of the diremption onward, the product no longer completely expresses the character of the stage of development at which it stood. It will not be a finished product, not a product upon which nature could cease to work, although of course its further development is deranged by that separation and is then inhibited at this stage. Now, what kind of activity will nature exercise in this product? First of all, if the product either separates itself into opposite directions or strikes out in a one-sided direction, nature, which can never cease being active, will pursue the formation of the product toward either both or one of these directions to the furthest point, such that the product distances itself in the direction away from the universal character of its stage of development as far as possible. In other words, nature will drive the individualization of the product to the extreme in both directions. Therefore, the most acute moment of individualization in each organism is also the most intense moment of natural activity in it. 2. If the highest stage of individuality in both directions were achieved, then the organism could admittedly no longer be the object of natural activity, but instead means and instrument. If the highest stage is reached, then both directions are to be viewed as opposed, they are related to one another as positive and negative magnitudes. However, neither the one nor the other of these directions could be the one wherein the activity of nature exhausts itself, for the individual is everywhere opposed to the latter. The opposing natural activities that are operative in the product toward opposite directions always become more independent from one another. The more independent from one another they become, the more the equilibrium is disturbed within the determinate sphere of nature. 106 that they describe. If they arrive at the maximum point of mutual independence, then the greatest moment of disturbed equilibrium is also reached. However, in nature the highest point of disturbed equilibrium is one and the same with the moment of the re-establishment of equilibrium. Between the two no time elapses. Those antithetical activities must, therefore, combine themselves according to a necessary and universal law of nature. The product will be a mutual one, constructed from both of the opposed directions, of the formative drive. Nature will in this way return by a circular course to which they are restricted. That point from which it had departed, the product will, as it were, turn back on itself and will have adopted once more the general character of its stage of development. From this moment forward, since the joint product is secured, nature will abandon the individual, will cease to be active in it, or rather it will then begin to exercise an antithetical effect upon it. From now on the individual will be a limit to its activity, which nature labors to destroy. The genus must appear as end of nature, the individual as means. The individual expire and the genus remain. If it is true that individual products in nature ought to be seen as unsuccessful attempts to represent the absolute three, the joint product will again run through the same stages of development from the fluidic forward up to that stage at which it must decide once more on one determinate direction, or split into two opposed directions, for all formation takes the fluid as point of departure. Which point forward nature again adopts its previous mode of action. Let it be noted that there might be for each natural product a stage of formation at which, when the product has reached it, for many do not reach it, opposed directions of the formative drive become unavoidable. This is an assumption to which we saw ourselves driven without initially being able to justify it. It is enough that the supposition is necessary. 107 in the context of our preceding investigations. Although it is itself again a problem which we must subsequently solve. We must for the time being hold fast to the leading thread of our rationale and expect that in a decisive investigation of every problem remaining unresolved they will, at last, find their solution. We were only concerned for the moment to demonstrate inhibition as something necessary in the production of nature. However, it would not be necessary if opposed directions of the formative drive were not necessary at every stage of development. The difference of the sexes then, we assume, is the genuine and sole reason why, organic, natural products appear fixed. But they are not in the least fixed. The individual passes away, only the species remains, but nature never ceases to be active. However, since nature is infinitely active, and since this infinite activity must present itself by means of finite products, nature must return into itself through an endless circulation. We cannot leave our last proposition without mentioning the consequences that flow from it. The most important conclusion that proceeds from it is this: the variety of organisms is finally reducible just to the variety of the stages at which they separate themselves into opposed sexes. For since organisms overall are to be seen as only one organism inhibited at various stages of development *, this inhibition, however, being effected only through that separation, then all variety of organisms depends upon the various stages upon which that separation follows. The formation of each organism will occur completely in step with the formation of all remaining organisms, up to the stage at which that separation occurs in it. The individual formation of every organism first begins with the development of the sex. At which stage the separation happens can depend only upon the proportion of actants which is originally found in each organism. Each organism thus expresses not only the character of a certain stage of development, but also a determinate proportion of original actants. It does not express this character completely, however, because 108 it could not be inhibited at that stage unless it divided itself into opposed directions. Now the joint entity that no single individual completely expresses, but all together express, is called the species. In organic natural products both species and individual are necessary. A new conclusion from the foregoing is that organisms that are inhibited at the same stage of development must also be homogeneous with respect to their reproductive forces. Therefore, in empirical research one justifiably utilizes the shared fertility of species thought to be distinct as a proof that they are merely variations of the same genus or species, and can even for the first time raise that unity of the reproductive force to a principle of the system of nature. It is assumed that each inhibited product is restricted to a determinate sphere of formation. But nature organizes to infinity, i.e., each sphere to which nature is limited must again contain an infinity in itself. Within every sphere other spheres are again formed, and in these spheres others, and so on to infinity *. This will give the impression of free directions of the formative drive within the general sphere of the species, since in natural history, in the authentic sense of the word, one must ascend to the individual as it immediately came from the hand of nature. One must assume that in the first individuals of each species those directions of the formative drive were not yet indicated, for otherwise they would not have been free. Then, every first individual of its species, although it would incompletely express the concept of its genus, would have been itself again genus in relation to the individuals produced later. What Kant said very truly in his treatise on the races of humankind may serve to elucidate this. As to how the form of the first human stock may have been designed with respect to color, it is at this point impossible to guess. Even the character of the Caucasian is only the development of one of the original natural predispositions which were to be met with among the rest of them. 109 The formative drive was free with respect to those directions because they were all equally possible, not, however, as if which of these directions it would take in any one individual were dependent on chance. There must, therefore, be an external influence on the organism in order to determine the organism toward one of these directions. Now that which is developed, but not, on that account, brought forth, through external influence is called germ or natural predisposition. Those determinations of the formative drive within the sphere of the general concept of the species, therefore, are able to be presented as original natural predispositions or germs, which were all united in the primal individual, but such that the prior development of the one makes the development of the other impossible. That insufferable superficiality of explanation is hereby banished from a foundational science of nature, i.e., as if the taxonomical differences in organic beings of the same kind were gradually impressed upon them solely through influences of external nature, or even by art, while it is proven that in the organization of the species the disposition for such a characteristic constitution is originally laid already, and only has to wait for the developing influence of external causes. The organism indeed steps into a narrower sphere with the development of that original organic natural predisposition, but not, for that reason, out of the sphere of the concept of the genus itself or out of the sphere of its original stage of development, and since organic beings that are like one another with respect to their stage of development are also homogeneous with respect to their reproductive forces, above p. 43, then individuals of the same stage of development can be fertile together, as much as they may otherwise be different from one another in terms of taxonomy. Therefore, they can be seen only as different variations or races of the same stock, not as various species *. These variations are the most widespread in the plant kingdom, where the productive interbreeding of apparently different species has been taken extraordinarily far and where, even 110 for many organisms now existing, the original genus is no longer to be found. In the animal kingdom the variation goes no less far. In some species variation extends not only to external characteristics, for example, the color of the skin, as might at first glance seem to be the case with human beings, although that is itself again a product of a characteristic organization of this organ of secretion, but far more to the inner construction of the body, principally in the bony structure of the head, and also most likely to the construction of the brain itself. Since, however, those taxonomic differences are developments of the formative drive's original tendencies dwelling in the organism itself, they will, once developed, also be continuously and unfailingly inherited through continuous generations within the same variety, without having need to develop all over again in each single individual of the same class. Individuals of different classes will produce a compromise formation which, only when it always mixes with the same class, finally passes over completely into the latter. What is unfailingly transmitted is either so determined that it excludes all variety, as, example, the black color, or it permits nature a wider playground, as does the white color, which admits of greater varieties. If this is so, then the variety cannot already be determined by the racial difference itself, example the blonde hair by the white skin color, for otherwise it would cease to be a variety. Just for that reason, it will not be inherited at the same time as the racial difference, but will appear rather as a sport of nature. Therefore, varieties do not establish diverse races, but only diverse sporting types. As Kant notes in the previously mentioned treatise and in the treatise on the use of teleological principles 7, finally, the progressively narrowing limitations of organic formation, within the general sphere of the species concept, proceed primarily in the human species to infinity, and nature appears to be truly inexhaustible in the multiplicity of always novel external as well as 111 internal characteristics which it packs into the same original form. It is now perpetually active. It will be active only for itself, i.e., it will reproduce itself not only as individual but simultaneously as genus to infinity, growth and reproduction. However, no organism can reproduce itself as genus which has not reached the stage of separation into opposed sexes. The propagation of plants and plant-like animals through buds or shoots is not reproduction, but only growth that can be driven to infinity by external influences. Since each organism is limited to a determinate form, all of its activity must be directed toward the production and reproduction of this form. Therefore, the real reason why every organism reproduces only itself to infinity is to be sought in the original limitation of its formative drive, but not in some preformed seeds, for whose existence there is not a shadow of proof. The first * seeds of all organic formation are themselves already products of the formative drive. There is also no reason to assume that in such a seed all parts of the individual to the infinitely small, individually preformed, are present, but only that in it a multiplicity of tendencies is contained, which, as soon as they, every single one, are set into activity, must develop according to the antecedently determined directions. Omnes corporis partes non actia quidem sed potentia insent Germani. Harvey's De Generalen. 9. For all multiplicity of organs and parts signifies 112 nothing other than the multiplicity of directions in which the formative drive is compelled to operate at this determinate stage of development. Therefore, all formation occurs through epigenesis *, 2, the hope which so many natural scientists seem to have cherished to be able to present the origin of all organisms as successive, and indeed as the gradual development of one and the same original organism disappears from our point of view, for the universal product could not be inhibited at various stages without at the same time dividing itself into opposite sexes *. As soon as there are opposed sexes in one organism, all further formation is interrupted and it can only reproduce itself to infinity further. The diversity of stages at which we now observe the organisms fixed apparently presupposes a peculiar proportion of original actants for each individual. It follows from this that nature must have begun all over again with a totally new natural predisposition for each product that appears fixed to us. It therefore remains a problem for the natural scientist to discover precisely these original natural predispositions, so that he does not reckon mere variations on an original plan as diverse species. The assumption that different organisms have really formed themselves from one another through gradual development is a misunderstanding of an idea which actually does lie in reason. Namely, all individual organisms should together amount to one product. This would be thinkable only if nature had had one and the same archetype for all of them, as it were, before its eyes. This archetype would be the absolute, that without internal difference in kind, in which individual and species coincide, which is now neither individual nor genus, but both at once. This absolute organism could not be presented through an individual product, but only through an infinity of individual products which, seen singly, depart infinitely from the ideal, but taken in the whole are congruent with it. Now, that nature expresses such an 113 absolute original through all organisms together could only be proven if it is shown that all diversity of organisms is only a difference of approximation to that absolute, which would then be the same for experience, as if they were originally only various developments of one and the same organism. Now, since that absolute product nowhere exists, but always only becomes, and so is nothing fixed, the greater or lesser distance of an organism to it, as to the ideal, cannot be determined by means of a comparison with it. However, since in experience such approximations to a common ideal must show the same phenomenal aspect, which would provide various developments of one and the same organism, the proof for the first point of view is provided when the proof for the possibility of the latter is given *. This proof could be pursued either through comparison of the similarities and increasingly graduated divergences, partly in the external construction of organisms, partly in the structure of their organs, which is the job of a comparative anatomy, anatomia comparata. By this means one would have to gradually come to a far more natural ordering of the organic system of nature than has been possible through the previous methods, but since the external shape is itself only a phenomenon of the original inner proportion of organic functions, one would have to provide a comparative physiology, physiologia comparata, for the discovery of these proportions, a science not yet attempted. It would furnish a far simpler principle of specification than that according to the diversity of shape and organic structure, although the latter can at least serve as guide to the discovery of the former. Before we can follow this idea further, which promises to lead us by the shortest path to the goal, a few necessary preliminary elucidations are required. 114a. Each organism is itself nothing other than the collective expression for a multiplicity of actants, which mutually limit themselves to a determinate sphere. This sphere is something perennially enduring, not something merely fading into the background as appearance, for it is that which originates in the conflict of actants, the monument, as it were, of those activities prehending one another. It is the concept of that change itself, which is the only enduring thing in the change. In all the lawlessness of the actants continuously jostling one another, there yet remains the lawful aspect of the product itself, which they, and no others, are constrained among themselves to produce, as a result, the perception of the organism as a product, in which what it is through itself, which is simultaneously cause and effect of itself, means and end will be justified as in accordance with nature *b. Now this conflict of actants by which each organic being comes into existence, as the permanent expression of them, will express itself in certain necessary actions, which, since they necessarily result from the organic conflict, must be seen as functions of the organism itself. c. Since these functions proceed necessarily from the essence of the organism, they will be common to all organic natures. All diversity in the organic realm of nature could proceed from a variation in proportion of these functions in respect of their intensity. d. But different proportions of these functions in terms of intensity could not occur if these functions generally stood in direct relation to one another, such that as the one increases in intensity the other must increase, and the converse, for in this way only the absolute intensity of the functions could increase to infinity, but their proportion itself could not be altered. The functions then must stand in inverse relationship of intensity with one another, such that as the one is augmented in intensity the other diminishes, and conversely, as the one diminishes in intensity the other has to increase. In short, the functions must be opposed to one another 115 and reciprocally maintain each other in equilibrium, which in itself already corresponds with the concept of an organism. In a single organism either one of these functions could be the dominant one, but in the degree that it is dominant, its opposed function must be suppressed * or, these functions could maintain the equilibrium in one organism. However, since these functions are opposed to one another, such that the one excludes the other, then it is impossible that they be unified in one and the same individual. The one organism in which they were all unified would have to divide into many single individuals, as it were, and those various functions would have to be parceled out, so to speak, among these individuals. But these individuals must produce that organism once more through their collective action, and conversely the exercise of their functions must be possible only within this organism. They would relate simultaneously to the whole organism as cause and effect of its activity. That which so relates itself to the organism, as a whole, is called an organ. Where opposed functions are united in one organism, these functions must be split up into various organs. Therefore, the more the multiplicity of the functions increases in the organic domain of nature, the more complexly must the system of the organs develop, in part called system of vessels, which is completely wrong, for within the organism nothing is merely a vessel. Insofar as each organ exercises its special function, it would receive a life of its own, vita propria, to the extent, however, that the exercise of this function is still possible only within the bounds of the whole organism, it would only receive a borrowed life, and it must be so in accordance with the concept of organization. If the manifold possible proportions of organic functions can be deduced a priori, the whole multiplicity of possible organisms would also be deduced, because the organic structure depends on this proportion 116f. Now we can understand the problem, to determine the various organic functions and their various possible proportions a priori. If this problem is successfully solved, then a dynamically graded series of stages would not only be brought into nature, but at the same time one will also have deduced the graded series of stages in nature itself a priori, and what was formerly called natural history would be raised to a system of nature. Remark. Natural history has been, until now, really the description of nature, as Kant has very correctly remarked. He himself uses the name natural history for a particular branch of natural science, namely, the knowledge of the gradual alterations which the various organisms of the earth have suffered through influence of external nature, through migrations from one climate into the other, and so forth. However, if the idea set out above were put into practice, then the name natural history would get a much higher meaning, for then there would actually be a history of nature itself, namely, as it gradually brings forth the whole multiplicity of its products through continuous deviations from a common ideal, thus far freely but not forming them lawlessly because of this, because it still remains constantly within the bounds of its ideal, and so realizes the ideal, not indeed in the individual, but in the whole. With reference to this, it can be asked which principle of ordering should also guide the mere description of nature, which would be related to natural history in the sense just explained, approximately as anatomy is related to physiology. Since the continuity of species, continuitas formarum, is not met with in nature as long as one investigates it merely according to external characteristics, it must present the chain of nature either with continual interruptions as before, as through comparative anatomy, or it must, finally, as has just been attempted, use that continuity of organic functions as principle of organization. The latter is the objective of the following task, in which all of the problems of the philosophy of nature may be readily united, and for which, accordingly, the most universal expression has been chosen. 117v Deduction of the dynamic series of stages problem. To deduce a dynamic graded series of stages in nature a priori. Solution. We have deduced in the preceding why it is necessary that the absolute product be inhibited at individual stages of development. We have also deduced how this inhibition itself occurs. 3, 4. However, it has not been shown how this inhibition could be permanent, how these individual natures which have torn themselves away from universal nature, as it were, can maintain an individual existence, since all of nature's activity is directed toward an absolute organism. 53. Now, the problem, to deduce a dynamic graduated series of stages in nature, presupposes the permanence of individual natures. We cannot succeed in the solution to this problem before another problem is solved, namely, how the individual is preserved in nature at all. Solution. Assume that the whole of nature one organism, then within nature nothing can come into existence which would not be joined to or subordinated to this universal organism. In short, nothing individual can remain in nature. Determined more precisely, our problem is this: how can any individual nature hold its own against the universal organism? The universal organism operates absolutely by assimilation, i.e., it admits no production within its sphere that does not fit into it, it only allows that which joins itself to the absolute product to exist. 118 No individuality in nature can, as such, maintain itself, unless it begins, just like the absolute organism, to assimilate everything for itself, to encompass everything within its sphere of activity. In order that it not be assimilated, it must assimilate; in order that it not be organized, it must organize. In this act of opposition, inner and outer are divided for it. It is an activity that works from the inner toward the outer. But how could this direction be distinguished otherwise than in opposition to another activity that operates on it as on an external factor? And moreover, how could the latter operate on it as on an external factor, if it did not oppose itself to the inclusion into that activity, strive against the identification with the universal activity of nature? By the same action through which it excludes the whole of external nature from its sphere, it also makes itself into an external thing in relation to the whole of nature. External nature, for it, will struggle against it, but only insofar as it once more struggles against external nature. Its receptivity to external nature is conditioned by its activity against it. Only insofar as it strives against external nature can external nature act upon it as upon an inner factor. The external world can hardly be taken up into it except to the extent that nature takes it in. The external world is as good as not even there for it. It has no reality for it, except to the degree that nature directs its activity against it. Its receptivity for the outer world is not only generally conditioned through its activity toward the outside, but the way in which the outer world acts upon it is conditioned through the mode of activity that it exercises toward the outside. The external world does not act upon the inner factor as the external acts upon the external, dead thing upon dead thing. An external thing acts on an inner one only insofar as it engages negatively in its positive activity, or, what is the same, in the negative activity positively. But also conversely, the inner takes the outer into itself only because its activity in relation to it becomes positive or negative. 119 Let us suppose that an external activity X acts upon the inner factor. One abstracts from all mechanical efficacy, for such a thing has not yet been deduced here, and an inner factor as such cannot be mechanically acted upon at all. We are talking about a dynamic activity. In general, let it be noted that we expressly hold that there is to be an influence upon the inner factor as such. The effect which that external activity exercises according to its nature is A. But with A it cannot act upon the inner factor as such, unless the latter opposes to it an activity A. In this A lies the receptivity of the absolutely inner factor for the external activity A. For example, let X be the activity of heat matter. Its effect A. In relation to this principle, the heat matter, nothing is an inner factor other than what this principle produces in itself. The heat matter also cannot exercise the effect A on an inner factor as such, except insofar as the proper activity of the inner factor in relation to the heat matter as an external factor is A. Both effects, A and A, are positive. They are only positive and negative in relation to one another insofar as they reciprocally hold the equilibrium. Conversely also, the activity A is extinguished without an external activity that is in relation to it A, which keeps it in equilibrium and which is, as it were, its object asterisk. The immediate effect which follows upon the effect A in the inner factor, is the negative, i.e., not the negating, but the exact opposite of this effect A. The heat activity of its own body is A in relation to the external influence of heat matter. Indirectly, through this activity a new transformations will be produced. If these transformations Z, then Z will be the effect of both A and 55. A asterisk that is, X cannot act on the inner factor as such with the effect A, except to the extent that the proper activity of the latter is in relation to the former A. Thus Z will also be determined in mode as well as in degree through the mode and degree of activity A. 120. To elucidate a poison acts upon the animal body. To what extent is it a poison, and why is it a poison? Is it a poison in itself? Hardly. For example, smallpox is a poison only once for each person, snake venom is not poisonous for the snake. Poison is not poison at all except to the extent that the body makes it so. For poison as poison the body has no receptivity, except to the degree that it is active against it. Poison does not attack the body, but the body attacks the poison. The ultimate effect of the poison Z is determined in both mode and degree through the mode and degree of activity which the organism opposes to it. Therefore, it is really not an effect of the poison, but an effect of the activity A. Conversely, however, the inner factor also exercises no activity A except to the degree that it has a receptivity for an activity A. The activity of the inner factor A is thus itself again an effect of the activity of the external factor A. Z will be indirectly determined in both mode and degree through the mode and degree of activity A. The body will not be active against poison except to the extent that the poison is active against it. The form and the degree of its activity is determined through the form and degree of activity of the poison. Therefore A and A are reciprocally cause and effect of one another. In the activity that the absolutely inner opposes to the external activity lies its receptivity for the outer, and conversely, its receptivity for the outer factor depends upon its activity. Neither the activity of the organism nor its receptivity can be purely known in themselves. The former is extinguished without an object against which it struggles, and conversely, nothing is an object for it except to the extent that it is active against it. Note: in the synthetical principles just proposed, two antithetical propositions are united. A. First principle. The activity of the organism is determined through its receptivity *. The organic activity is, therefore, through 121 dependent upon the influence of external, material, causes. But matter can only act on matter, and only according to inexorable laws. Therefore, both the action of external causes on the organism and the functions maintained through it occur completely and entirely according to laws of matter. Matter acts on matter either through repulsive force, thrust, or through attractive force, gravity. The influence of external causes on the organism is explicable neither by the latter nor by the former type of effect alone, and neither is the activity of the organism animated by it. Thus, it is explicable only from both taken together, or from the reciprocal action of both of those forces. This reciprocity produces what are called chemical phenomena, the influence of external causes on the organism, as well as on the organic activity, is itself consequently of a chemical sort. All functions of the organism follow from chemical laws of matter, and life itself is a chemical process. Remark. This theory appears to agree with experience, as made evident by the following: 10. Organization and life are entirely dependent upon chemical conditions. Already long ago, nature made the first chemical sketches in the so-called inorganic world for the formations which it produces in the organic. The universal natural operations and those processes which are constantly underway must be seen as the first rudiments of all organization. Everything is swallowed up in a single chemical process. The preservation of the air circulation, example in a uniform. 57. Proportion of mixture, is of the utmost importance for organic nature as a whole. Even the atmosphere, daily organized anew, already contains the first impulse to universal organization. The 122 meteorological phenomena are all without a doubt manifestations of processes through which they are always rejuvenated and replenished anew. That we do not know how to explain, for the time being, example the aeration of water, and the disaeration, which seems to precede the rain, from our chemical knowledge, proves nothing against the assumption that both do not happen in a chemical way. Nature does not combine as the chemist combines. Nature and chemistry are related to one another like language and grammar, since the same substances in the atmosphere whose combination and decomposition also sustains animal and vegetable life are constantly combined and decomposed. The processes which always maintain the same chemical composition in the universal medium of life must be the first stirrings of universal organization. Even the perpetual maintenance of that proportion of factors in the whole through which the chemical bonding of both atmospheric substances never happens and is not permitted to happen, is not to be explained otherwise than from the perpetuity of constantly sustained chemical separation. Most of the incomposable substances that are major components of organic matter also betray the strongest tendency toward combination in anorganic nature. None of these substances can be exhibited individually. One knows them either only in their combination with the absolutely fluid, as kinds of air, or in connection with solid substances. They thus stand in the middle between absolutely decomposable and incomposable substances, and belong, like organic nature itself, to no one of the two types alone. The substances that are particularly active in organic nature are already conspicuous in anorganic nature, and conversely, the substances that in anorganic nature are the most efficacious are also the most active in organic nature. The heat matter produced through a continually sustained phlogistical process in the animal body, extended everywhere, doubtless even in plants, flows through everything living. The electrical matter 123 gives the muscular system and the excitable plant fibers their elasticity. As a consequence of more recent observations, it is not impossible that a free development of light takes place in the eye. Plants draw the largest part of their substances from the ubiquitous water. The major components of animal matter are spread out in the atmospheric air. In the bones of animals the soils are hardened, and their veins conduct metallic content. 11. The ground of all phenomena of organized bodies is, therefore, to be sought in organic matter, in the original diversity of its basic substances, in the peculiar proportion of their mixture, in the chemical alterations that are produced through external influences, also chemical, in them. The composition of organic matter proceeds to infinity because every organ organizes again into 58. Infinity, is again mixed and formed in a peculiar way, each distinguishing itself from the other by means of particular qualities. But what is quality itself? If it were, according to the common notion, dead stuff, then the most complete composition of manifold substances would again require a new activity which sets everything in reciprocity and puts its dead forces into a free play. However, what appears to us as quality is itself already activity, and each particular quality is a particular degree of activity. Is it to be wondered at that a connection of such manifold qualities that is still, moreover, continually altered through the influence of alien actions, light, heat, etc., brings forth such manifold and peculiar activities as we perceive in organic nature? The explanation of organic shape only demands the unification of manifold activities which all lead toward production of an original figure *, since the tendency to equilibrium dwells originally in each material, and this tendency in matter is unconditioned, it will take up every form in which it achieves equilibrium. Every individual organic material will commit itself to this 124 peculiar form freely, as it were, because this is the sole condition of a possible equilibrium of forces. Accordingly, all difference of organisms will also be reduced solely to the diversity of substances that are united or separated in them, and the diversity of their functions solely to the diverse chemical influences to which they are receptive. The debated question about the difference between plants and animals is easily answered, naturally from a chemical point of view. The two major opposing processes of nature have prospered to the point of permanence in plants and animals. All manifoldness of material in the world is reducible to its relation to that substance which in our atmosphere enchains the element of light, and whose general possession seems to be the world system's luminous body. All materials are either burnt up or burning, or such as become combustible again. The major processes of nature are combustion and decombustion processes. In the great, therefore, the opposition between sun and planets, as in the small. Organic nature is divided into both. The animal destroys the atmosphere about itself, and preserves, increases and moves itself like the mobile, growing flame. The plant returns the power of combustion to the burnt, ubiquitous substance, and returns to the atmosphere that substance which makes combustion possible. This difference between plant and animal is the original one, grounded in nature itself, from which stem all other differences between them. This difference itself, however, again derives solely from the different chemical composition of animal and vegetable matter. This is why the plant, therefore, at least for the most part, lacks the substance that makes the animal capable of retaining that principle in itself. 125 Thus animals as well as plants are permanent chemical processes which are sustained through external chemical influence. The external condition of life for plants is light, for the animal phlogistical material. All of their functions engage in that chemical process and proceed from it. The proposition, organic activity is determined through its receptivity, is consequently the principle of a physiological materialism. b. Second principle. The receptivity of the organism is conditioned through its activity. If the receptivity of the organism is conditioned through its activity, then so is the action of matter upon it. No one can in any way experience the pure effect of any material as such, in and on the organism, for the effect is determined both in mode and degree through the activity of the organism. Matter cannot operate according to its forces freely and uninhibitedly in the organism. The connections of universal chemical affinity are dissolved by the organism, and new affinities are instituted. Whatever steps into the sphere of the organism adopts, from this moment forward, a new mode of action, alien to it, which it does not abandon until it is given back to anorganic nature *. Remark. This system too appeals to experience. The organic preserves itself in a wholly peculiar mixture, without example in the rest of nature. Chemistry indeed names the major constituents of this mixture. But if these substances only, and only these substances in such a way are active in organic nature, as chemistry can demonstrate, how could the great multiplicity of organic products proceed from the different proportions of mixture of these simple substances? The organic body retains its proper degree of heat in every temperature. Out of mere air and water the plant kingdom 126 produces, and indirectly through the plant kingdom the animal too, the most disparate materials, the likes of which can be brought forth through no chemical art. The chemical forces of external nature have, instead of making organic matter like dead matter, exactly the opposite power as long as life endures. As soon as life declines, the organic matter returns into the universal circulation from which it was previously withdrawn. It returns the more quickly, the less its elements were mixed according to the laws of affinity prevailing in dead nature, etc. 12. Now, the cause that in part cancels and in part alters the chemical forces and laws of matter in the organism cannot once again be a material one, since each material is itself subjected to the chemical process. Therefore, it must be an immaterial principle, which is rightly called vital force. The proposition, the receptivity of the organism is determined by its activity is, therefore, the principle of a physiological immaterialism. C. Neither one of these systems is true, for they reciprocally refute each other. Nevertheless, there is in both something necessary, they are both true at once, or rather the true system is a third derived from both. Where it expresses itself, the principle of life is shown to be an activity that resists every infiltration of matter from outside, every impact of external force, but this activity does not express itself unless it is excited by external impact. The negative condition of life is excitation through external influences. Life, where it comes into existence, comes against the will of external nature, in vita natura externa, as it were, by a tearing away from it. External nature will struggle against life. Most external influences which one takes as life-promoting, are really destructive for life. For example, the influence of air, which is really a process of consumption. It is a continual attempt to subject living matter to chemical forces. 127. But this struggle of external nature preserves life, because it always excites the organic activity anew, rekindles the flagging contest. In this way, every external influence on the living which threatens to subject it to chemical forces becomes an irritant, i.e., it actually brings forth exactly the opposite effect which, according to its nature, it should produce. That reciprocal determination of receptivity and activity is really that which must be expressed through the concept of susceptibility, a concept that is exactly the synthesis which unifies those opposed systems. In its greatest generality, one should completely forget the susceptibility of Haller 13. The activity of life is extinguished without an object, it can only be excited through external influence. But this external influence is again determined through the organic activity. Therefore, no external activity acts in the organic body chemically, according to its peculiar nature, which is why chemical forces seem cancelled with respect to it, but no activity can be cancelled otherwise than through an opposed activity. This opposite activity lies in the organic body as in a closed system. At each moment the organic system establishes an antagonism against every external effect that holds the former in equilibrium. For example, the living body retains its proper degree of temperature in the highest temperatures, not because the universal law of the communication of heat is cancelled with respect to it, this is impossible, but because it maintains equilibrium with the forces impinging from outside through opposed operations, example by increasing the capacity of the fluid circulating in it, by accelerating processes that absorb much heat. 14. It is true that an external influence sustains organic activity, and that every such influence brings forth a determinate effect in the organic, but this effect is itself again a product of organic activity. Example, of course, opium acts as a narcotic. 128. But it has this effect not as opium. One would look in vain for the reason of this effect in its chemical constitution. The effect that it brings forth only indirectly, i.e., this effect is itself again an effect of organic activity generally expressed. Every external effect on the organism is an indirect effect. 63. Therefore, no substance truly acts on the body chemically, but one does not at all need the fiction of a vital force on behalf of this idea, for either one understands by this a simple original force, like, example, attractive force, then it would have to operate just as universally as the latter. Or, if it is a composite force, then one must attempt a construction of it. Example, if it proceeds from the antagonism that occurs in organic matter, then one would have to find a principle that continually sustains this antagonism and that keeps it from a chemical bonding of the elements, or that gives the chemical tendencies the peculiar direction which they take, example in the animal body. This could only be the function of a principle that does not enter into the chemical process itself, like, example, absolute matter, whose existence has been demonstrated in the foregoing, because this is absolutely incomposable, and because its conditions are present everywhere, where it is decomposed it must be composed anew in every moment *. However, these presuppositions are not needed. The whole mystery rests on the opposition between inner and outer, which must be admitted if one admits anything individual in nature at all. 129 External nature will now struggle against every inner activity, i.e., against every activity which establishes itself at the central point. The inner activity will itself be constrained to produce through this antagonism that which it would not have produced without it. The organic shape and structure is the single form in which the inner activity can assert itself against the outer, example the form to which also belongs the manifoldness of individual organs, each of which adopts its particular function. Therefore, its formation is already itself an effect of that universal organic property of susceptibility, excitability through external influences, which is also found to be in agreement with experience. Conversely, the outer is, as it were, intensified to a higher kind of action through organic reaction, and precisely in this way the organic elevates itself over the dead. Conclusions. The activity of the organism is determined through its receptivity, and vice versa. Neither its activity nor its receptivity is in itself something real, both obtain reality only in this reciprocal determination. In addition, activity and receptivity are related to one another as opposed terms. And, thus, as the one factor increases, the other falls, and vice versa. 1. The beginning of life is activity, it is a tearing loose from universal nature. But that activity is itself again receptivity, for receptivity is only the minus of activity. Activity and receptivity arise simultaneously in one and the same indivisible moment, and precisely the simultaneity of activity and receptivity constitutes life. Organic activity is not activity without external pressure. The external pressure against inner activity has precisely the opposite effect, however, in that it enhances activity, it decreases receptivity. The maximum of receptivity, which 130 can assume at life's beginning, passes over first into a minus, and finally into a minimum of receptivity, by virtue of the law of reciprocal determination. In the degree that activity rises, receptivity must fall, until both enter into the most complete reciprocal determination, where they maintain equilibrium with one another, which is then the noon of life, as it were. However, that complete reciprocal determination is only momentary, the organic activity is on the increase, receptivity on the decrease, and then the will of life rolls over toward the other side. The organic activity will increase more and more toward the minimum of receptivity, but since receptivity, as long as it has a degree, is itself only activity, it passes over by virtue of the inviolable law of reciprocal determination from the minimum immediately into the maximum, absolute receptivity. As soon as it sinks below all degree, the highest activity is to the negation of all activity, the maximum of activity to the maximum of capacity. 65. Life thus has two highest points between which it pulses, as it were, and from the one it passes over immediately into the other. The maximum of activity the minimum of receptivity, but the minimum of receptivity also the minimum of activity, that is, the maximum of receptivity, and so it is conceivable how each maximum in organic nature passes immediately into its opposite, the minimum, and the converse. Two observations can readily be made here. First, concerning the transcendental significance of this natural law of the immediate transition from the minimum into the maximum, and conversely. For this is precisely the law of all activity, namely, that an activity which no longer has an object never reverts into itself, and likewise, that there is no longer an object for an activity that has ceased to revert into itself, that in this way the highest moment of all activity borders immediately on the dissolution of it. Organic life begins in this way, with the reflection of an activity through an object, just as 131 the higher activity, and the object itself, falls within the point of reflection for the organic as for the higher activity. If this point lies infinitely far away, then the activity is no longer reflected, it has no more intensity and dissipates into the infinite. If it lies infinitely near, then it has no more extension and disappears into itself. Secondly, this perspective offers analogies for use of a higher perspective on many other natural processes. Example, through it the similarity of life with the process of combustion is first revealed. The effect of heat on the combustible body is the excitation of its activity, which one can think as repulsive force against heat, heating, and which, as soon as it has achieved the maximum, passes over immediately into the minimum. Therefore, the maximum of excitation or of activity in every phlogistical body is to the maximum of capacity. This abrupt, sequential transition from the maximum of repulsive force, of activity, into the maximum of capacity, of receptivity, is really the phenomenon of combustion. 2. From this follow a few fundamental laws of organic life. A. It becomes evident that every stimulant only is a stimulant as far as it minimizes receptivity or enhances activity. It only is a stimulant because it produces its real opposite activity. B. However, since the function of the stimulant generally consists in the production of its opposite, it becomes evident that the stimulant can itself be of an antithetical kind, i.e., positive or negative, accordingly as it enhances or decreases the activity. A stimulant can only act positively at a certain degree of receptivity * negatively only at a certain degree of activity, because in the former case it ought to decrease the receptivity, in the latter decrease the activity. With a high degree of capacity for a negative stimulant, the activity cannot be decreased by the stimulant, just as with a high degree of activity it cannot be increased through a positive stimulant. Therefore, the phenomenon of desensitization to the stimulus through habit. 132c. Let there be two individuals, the susceptibility of the one related to the other in a ratio of 1:2, and if both should be raised to the same height of activity, then the stimulus that acts upon both of them will have to have a ratio of 2:1 in terms of intensity, that is, the single susceptibility with double intensity of stimulus maintains equilibrium with the single intensity of stimulus with double susceptibility. D. Finally, it becomes evident from this concept of stimulus, that it produces its opposite, why all stimulus finally ends with the absolute exhaustion of susceptibility, and how nature achieves its aim with respect to every organism. Nature achieves its aim in precisely the opposite way than the way in which it attempted to achieve it. The activity of life is the cause of its own dissolution. It is extinguished as soon as it begins to become independent of external nature, i.e., unreceptive to external stimulus, and so life itself is only the bridge to death. 3. The task was to explain how the individual holds its own in nature against the universal *. We struck upon the solution that the individual only exists through the pressure of an external nature. Inner and outer, however, are only differentiated in an act of opposition. Therefore, there must be a mutual opposition between the individual and its outer nature, i.e., if the former is, in relation to the latter, organic, the latter must be anorganic in relation to the former. Therefore, no organic nature, no anorganic. No anorganic, no organic. But if organic and anorganic necessarily coexist, then the functions of the organism cannot be deduced otherwise than precisely in opposition to that anorganic realm. Conversely too, if the functions of the organism are possible only under the condition of a determinate external world, the organism and its external world must again be of a common origin, i.e., they must be just one product. That is, popularly expressed, there must be between both a relative purposiveness. Now, to explain this relative purposiveness 133 through a divine understanding that has fit the one to the other is the demise of all sound philosophy. For example, how wise it is that oxygen is not present in pure form in the atmosphere, because otherwise the vital air would consume the animals as quickly as a flame. However, if the atmosphere were pure oxygen, then the organisms of the earth would have to be correlatively otherwise constituted, i.e., receptive to a purer air, quite necessarily and from the same cause which made the atmosphere pure oxygen. The reciprocal coming together of organic and anorganic nature can only be explained, therefore, from the common physical origin of both, that both are originally only one product. 69. Nevertheless, they are opposed to one another. However, as opposed, they cannot unify themselves in any other way than by being in opposition to a third higher term common to both. In the act of opposition, inner differentiates itself from outer. The organism and its outer world together have to be, in relation to an outer, once again an inner, i.e., again an organic being. This is thinkable only in the following way: the organic presupposes an external world, and indeed an external world that exercises a determinate, permanent activity upon the organic. Now, this activity of the external world could indeed be an incited one, and the fact that it is permanent is not even explicable otherwise than by a continual excitation. Thus, the anorganic external world again presupposes another external world in relation to which it would be an inner. Now, since the activity of the original organic being is aroused only by the antithetic activity of its external world, this is again itself sustained through an external activity, in relation to it. Together with the external world that it immediately opposes to itself, the original organic being would then be again jointly opposed to a third, i.e., again mutually an inner in relation to a third outer. 134. The original organic being is immediately conditioned through its anorganic outer world. This does not bring us any closer to a third. It would have to be shown that the anorganic as such, according to its nature, cannot exist without an outer that has influence upon it, and the mode of this influence itself would also have to be determined. This is the object of the following investigation. Second division. The nature of the anorganic must be determinable through its opposition to the nature of the organic. Now, if we attribute to the anorganic the opposite of everything that we have ascribed to the organic, then we have the following determinations. If in organic nature only the species is fixed, then in the anorganic exactly the contrary must occur. The individual is fixed, however, the individual is itself only determinable in opposition to the species. Nothing truly individual will exist in anorganic nature. No reproduction of the species would occur through the individual. The extremes will not meet in it, as in organic nature, but will flee from one another. On the one hand, the matter in it will dissipate into the absolutely incomposable, and on the other, into the absolutely incomposable. But an immediate contact should be possible between anorganic and organic nature. There will be certain mediating substances in it, in which the incomposable is joined with the incomposable, with the absolute fluid. These materials must be without any figure, however, for only the formless, the formable, can immediately flow into the organic, types of air, fluids in general. There will, therefore, be a multiplicity of materials in it, but between these materials a mere contiguity and exteriority to one another will obtain. In short, anorganic nature is merely mass. However, because no mutual interpenetration, no intersusception, is possible between them, these materials must 135 still be held together through some external cause or another. This would not be possible unless an external cause sustained a mutual tendency toward intersusception in these materials, where it would always remain only a tendency, down to their tiniest parts. It would have to be an external cause, because in these materials there cannot be any proper, organic, tendency to mutual intersusception. This anorganic bulk would then again itself be an inner in relation to the outer which sustains that tendency. Therefore, an organic being i.e., and if not actus still potential organic being that always becomes organized and never is organized, because it remains sheer tendency. However, that which is an outer in relation to the organic is an anorganic thing. Therefore, that external cause would have to be again anorganic, i.e., itself again only a mass. In that it is mass, i.e., a contiguous aggregate of external parts without actual connection, it requires once again another external cause which maintains, by its influence, the tendency to mutual combination in all of its parts, yet without ever coming into combination itself, and so on to infinity. A fragment of mass should have an influence on another to infinity such that its parts all have a common tendency toward one another. This influence must extend to the smallest parts of matter, or its intensity must throughout be proportional to the mass. Every influence is also necessarily determinate with respect to its intensity, or, because the degree of intensity of a cause is measured through the extension in which it acts, it can be effective only in a determinate space with a certain degree. This space can be imagined as large or as small as one likes, but it can reach a degree of expansion if it is expanded more and more, where the degree of effect of that influence would be an evanescent one. 136. If, therefore, a mass is to influence a mass with a certain degree, then the spatial relationship of these masses to one another must be determined, i.e., they must be maintained in a certain proximity or distance to one another. Now, to explain this spatial relationship, two opposite systems can be thought. 1. Those masses are driven toward one another by an external impulse. That which drives them cannot itself belong to the anorganic mass. It would have to be the first in nature. One would thus consider empty space to be filled originally with the simplest elements that no natural force has enough power to break down. Further, these ultimate elements are in primal motion, and indeed they move in all directions, but only in straight unalterable directions. One is driven to this assumption through the analogy with visible substances, in which there is an original motion, example of light, of positive electrical matter, among others. 1. Now, cast one of those masses into any point of space that you like, let it be spherical, clearly it is infinitely larger than any of the atomic elements. The flow of primary particles meets with it, the flow is blocked. Since an infinite quantity strikes against the mass, it will achieve a certain velocity, but the elements are moved in all directions, to every flow another is opposed. Thus struck equally strongly from opposing sides, the mass will come to rest. However, let the other large mass be set into space, then both serve reciprocally as a shield against the stream of atoms. Each meets only one stream, each from the opposite side as the other. They will 138 be driven toward one another, and so gravitate to one another. Now, suppose that every mass originally has a unique motion by virtue of which it would move forward in a straight line, then out of both movements, the original and the transmitted, a third emerges, and the masses will move to a certain distance from one another in curved lines. In the second system we will speak of metaphysical objections to this doctrine. Here we will speak only of physical objections. The atoms meet the masses like hailstones, i.e., only on the surface. But their gravitation toward one another should be directly proportional to the mass. If, however, every single atom of the mass had its element among the atoms of gravitational matter that meets it, and would have to meet it, if so, would the gravitational matter be met by the stream all the way to its uttermost parts? The possibility cannot be denied, since visible substances * permeate bodies down to their smallest elements, like heat matter, among others, and the hardest substances are transparent to many materials, example light. Moreover, we are not suggesting that any body whatsoever is transparent to gravitational matter. Rather, that every atom of the body is non-transparent to the gravitational matter. It is thus less a postulate than an objection, but then every body would have to finally increase in mass, and so become heavier. With what the blocked, by the impenetrability of the body, gravitational particles have an affinity we do not know, on the whole surface of the earth, which is magnetic at every point, perhaps they have an affinity with magnetism. Perhaps they give an electrical constitution to all bodies, just as it might seem that the gravitational stream returns from the surface of the sun as a stream of light. Supposing, finally for whom, that the earth, example, grows in mass, then every other mass grows in correlation but the intensity of gravity. The quantity of movement is just as much the product of the velocity to the 139 mass, as of the mass to the velocity. The velocity of the streams, however, can be accepted as nearly infinite, but that law has limits. Example, the light, as fast as it moves, has no moment of impact. The velocity of the action of light, which can be expressed in determinate numbers, is incommensurable with the velocity of the action of gravity, as is proved in every lever. Moreover, if the most primal affinity of all corporeal elements were the affinity to that principle, and if all other affinities were merely derived and the final cause of gravity were also the final cause of all chemical affinity, then the gravitational stream would meet every single atom of every single body, which is not the case with light. This grand thought is actually present in Lesage's system. Indeed, he says in one passage, universal gravitation could not completely explain the appearances of affinities. One must well distinguish, therefore, the true chemical affinities which are not dependent on laws nor on the cause of universal gravity from the inauthentic so-called affinities that are only particular cases of the universal phenomenon of attraction, or at least follow the same laws as the latter. However, it only follows therefrom that the cause of gravity is not immediately the cause of chemical affinities. Lesage seeks the latter in a secondary fluid, the ether, and its agitations, which are impressed on it through the gravitational principle. But whence does this inexhaustible stream come, from what error does it derive, and what supports it continually? Here the physicist must be permitted to complain about the general ignorance with respect to final causes, and so the system ends with the inexplicable, while within its bounds it explains as well as any other system and deduces as evidently as any other system all phenomena and the laws of universal gravitation. 142nd System. 2. A material principle of gravitation does not exist. The principle of gravity is an immaterial one, a basic force of all matter. 74 Schelling, 2nd Division. Since this theory of the Newtonians, for Newton himself was undecided, can have no physical grounds for itself, it must be metaphysical, which has just recently been maintained. We have the following: for the construction of every material are required forces originally opposed. Matter's filling of space can only be conceived as a repulsive force extending in all directions. However, if another force does not put a stop to this repulsion, then the matter would scatter itself into infinity, such that in every given space only an infinitely small quantum of matter would exist, or, because the repulsive force decreases in inverse relation to its expansion, only an infinitely small resistance would be encountered. That check, however, cannot occur through a repulsion coming in the opposite direction. For where there is direction, where there is a whence and a whither, there is already a restricted force. A second force, one specifically different from the first, must be accepted, which acts in the absolutely opposite direction in relation to the repulsive force and which makes infinite expansion impossible. Attractive force. The attractive force is, therefore, a necessary one for all matter as such, by virtue of the sheer construction of its concept. Since it first makes all matter possible as determinate occupation of space, and so also something palpable, it also contains the ground of contact itself. It must then precede contact, be independent of it, i.e., its action does not depend on contact, rather, it is action through empty space. Since the repulsive force also acts beyond the surface of contact, it is a penetrating force. The effect of attractive force at a distance can infinitely decrease, to be sure, but it can never completely disappear. Its effect stretches to every part of matter throughout the whole cosmos to infinity. 141 The universal effect of attractive force which it exercises on every part of matter to infinity is gravitation. The action of attractive force in a determinate direction is called gravity. Universal gravitation is an original phenomenon, and the attraction of all matter within its field is real, not merely apparent, as if it were mediated by the impact of another material. If one assumes that this matter is not itself heavy, then no force will offer resistance to its repulsive force and it will scatter itself into all eternity. Since it is, nevertheless, only different in degree from the other material, it could become as heavy as any other material through gradual descent to deeper levels of matter, and conversely, the specifically heaviest matter could ultimately pass into that negatively gravitational matter, which is contradictory. Or, if it is supposed that it is heavy in itself, then one requires for the explanation of the possibility of such a thing, again, an original attractive force. The following principal theses are contained in the system. A. For the original construction of matter one requires original basic forces. I assert, however, that one can succeed with this construction from original basic forces only in mechanics, in the broad sense of the word, i.e., insofar as one views matter merely as occupation of space in general. However, it does not make the formation of a single material conceivable because, in this case, one abstracts from all specific difference of matter and does not bring any other difference into view than the various degrees of its density, i.e., its occupation of space, as is also the case in Kant's metaphysics of nature. In this work, Kant departs from the product, such as it is given in sheer occupation of space. Since the product as such offers no other multiplicity than the various degrees of extension, the product naturally also cannot be constructed otherwise than out of two forces whose variable relation gives various degrees of density. 142 Mechanics knows no other specific difference of matter, whose construction, then, may be just fine for explaining why a material has greater specific gravity than another, but not for making conceivable the productive power in matter. Therefore, these principles are in practice a dead weight for natural science. Incidentally, Kant handled the concept of matter solely analytically in his dynamics, and limited himself to making conceivable the possibility of a construction of matter out of those two forces. It even seems that he held this to be impossible, according to a good many remarks. Our philosophy follows precisely the opposite course. It knows nothing of the product, it does not even exist for it. First and foremost, it knows only of the purely productive in nature. The corpuscular philosopher has an infinitely great advantage over the so-called dynamical philosopher in that he brings something primally individual into nature through his atoms, each of which has an original figure. It can be objected that it is impossible for these atoms, since they are themselves already products, to be first or ultimate things in nature. Therefore, the philosophy of nature posits in their place simple actants, i.e., the ultimate in nature, which are purely productive without being products. Hopefully, one has at least learned to think an activity without substrate and before all substrate by means of the transcendental manner of thinking. This pure productive power exists only ideally in nature, to be sure, since simple factors can never be arrived at in the infinite evolution of nature, and everything is still a product to infinity. Now, in order to explain how the productions of nature are originally directed toward the development of a determinate product, to explain how every original actant is productive in a determinate way, which is revealed outwardly through the determinacy of figure something negative 143 must be accepted in that infinitely productive activity. If, seen from the highest standpoint, all productive activity of nature were only an infinite evolution from one original involution, it must be this negative factor, no longer a product, that inhibits the evolution of nature, hinders it from reaching the end. In short, as we have shown above, p. 17, it is an originally retarding force. To explain this retarding force, or that nature in general evolves with finite velocity, and so shows determinate products, of determinate synthesis, everywhere, seems to be the highest problem of the philosophy of nature. Only at the lowest standpoint, that of the perception of the product as sheer occupation of space, is that retarding force able to appear as attractive force. Moreover, this principle only serves to explain the finite, the determinateness in productions of nature generally, not to explain how one natural object is finite in relation to another, example the way the earth gravitates toward the sun. The former problem, to explain the finite in the productions of nature generally, is already a transcendental problem, where one descends from the idea of nature as a whole to the individual in it. But the latter, through which the earth, for example, gravitates toward the sun, is a purely physical problem, where one ascends from the individual in nature to the whole. This ascent is, however, an infinite one, such that one is never constrained to force one's way to the final term that makes nature finite at all. This is because the problem is always a determinate one, namely, to specify how this determinate number of bodies have organized themselves into a common system, which certainly would not be possible without a final principle that inhibits the evolution of nature generally, or that gives it a finite velocity. Here we come upon the second thesis of the system, namely, b. that the attractive force which belongs to the construction of every finite material is the same as the one that operates even outside of its sphere to infinity. For if it is thought that since this degree of 144 attractive force is applied in order to restrict the repulsive force to this determinate part of space, then it will exhaust itself in this repulsive force * and will not exercise attractive effects on other materials outside of its sphere, a difficulty of the system that is irresolvable. All difference of degree would have to be supposed to lie only in the repulsive force, and to assume attractive force to be equal in every point of space, such that it would not be absolutely exhausted by any degree of repulsive force. This mode of representation cannot be made comprehensible, at least from Kant's dynamics, about which we will say more later. Third possible system. 3. If everywhere antitheses unite themselves into a third true system, it must also be possible here. A material principle that effectuates gravitation through impact cannot be thought, because one has no category in natural science for such a principle, since it would have to be heavy and not heavy at once. For example, that an immaterial force draws the earth to the sun, again no comprehensible concept of this is possible, that is, we are far from denying that ultimately something like attractive force exists in nature. However, we assert that every attraction in experience is a determinate and empirically determinable one. Of course there could be something material, empirically determinable, in the phenomenon of gravity, if gravity, we do not speak at all here of the ultimate factor, that which holds nature together, its most interior principle, if gravity, example of the earth to the sun, were conditioned by the reciprocal specific constitution of materials of both masses. 145 If there were, at the same time, something immaterial in this phenomenon, one would require no particular gravitational principle for its explanation aside from the universal specific constitution, rather, it could be said that all materials of the earth gravitated to the sun merely by virtue of a principle common to them but in opposition to the materials of other planets of a specific constitution, although, perhaps this constitution itself would be maintained only through a material influence of the sun, whose influence would then only be indirectly the cause of gravity. It has been ascertained above that that which keeps together a mass as a mere aggregate of materials external to and contiguous with one another must be just such an influence of a mass outside of it which gives all parts a mutual tendency toward one another. This mutual tendency of all parts toward one another is not explicable other than by a common tendency of all parts toward unification in a third, because it always remains tendency after all, and never achieves unification, where their mutual tendency toward one another is only apparent, almost like the magnet gives an orderly position to the iron filings toward one another. This shared tendency to unification in a third is just the binding power which holds all the parts together. Now this third would have to be something necessarily outside of the mass, it would have to be, example in the case of the earth, the Sunday *. According to the usual notion it is understood this way too, that is, that one and the same cause makes the parts of the earth heavy with respect both to one another, and to the Sunday. So, we should say that the sun influences the earth such that a shared tendency emerges in all the parts of the latter toward all parts of the sun. How such a tendency is itself possible would then be a new problem whose solution can, for the time being, be indefinitely deferred. The sun's production, by its influence, of such a shared tendency in all parts of the earth must be explained exactly as the shared tendency of all parts of the earth toward one another would be explained, namely, through the influence of a third mass on the sun, in relation to which, consequently, the sun 146 together with the earth, and its remaining satellites, amount to only one mass and are only held together among themselves by the shared tendency toward unification in a third. In the same way, all of the different substances of the earth count as only one mass in relation to the sun, through which the infinite attraction becomes apparent, since it is really always only the shared tendency to unification with a higher term which holds materials together among themselves, and, whether they exist only nearby and outside of one another or not, organizes them into one whole *. Here we can conveniently abstract from whatever the final cause of this tendency, proceeding to infinity, of all materials toward one another may be. We only have to make out the following. The action which sustains that shared constitution must be capable of propagation. For example, if the mass A influences B, then in order that A and C indirectly gravitate toward one another, the influence of A on C must be able to be propagated through B. Further, it is inexplicable that all materials of the earth have the tendency toward all parts of the sun down to their final parts, i.e., to infinity, unless a shared constitution is to be accepted in all of them, with respect to which all of their remaining specific difference disappears and which is itself only a specific one in opposition to the materials of other planetary bodies. In the way that the parts of the earth in relation to the sun are related to one another, the parts of the earth and the sun are again related to one another in relation to a higher third, i.e., the parts of the earth and the sun must once more have a common constitution in relation to this higher term or belong to a common sphere of affinity and so on to infinity. 147. Real chemical affinity should not at all be thought by this term. Ultimately, chemical affinity and that higher affinity might surely have a common root. We are speaking here only of an affinity that has contiguity and exteriority as a consequence, for the problem was just how a plethora of matter, mere coexistence notwithstanding, could form into a unity. We might explain the fact that all parts of the earth have one common constitution to infinity * by saying that they were all together of a common origin, i.e., were precipitated from one and the same original synthesis, as it were. Moreover, we would have to make clear that the materials of the earth have again one constitution in common with those of the sun in the same way, that is, the sun with all of its satellites is a common precipitate out of one higher compound, and so on to infinity. Or, it might be thought that all planetary bodies are only the fragments of one infinite mass, and the various materials on them are only fragments of this one mass to which they belong. Since I mention this image only in passing, I can also invoke the unexplained fact that the mere contact of two different bodies communicates to them always, or for a long time at least, a common constitution, as one metal communicates to another in galvanism, and still more conspicuously, as the infinitely fertile magnet communicates to the iron, where, so to speak, a contagion is in play, which the ancients notably called the daimonic, because it operates like a spell. Generally, if the gravitation of two masses toward one another lies in a principle common to them both, then this common principle must extend to infinity, as far as mechanistic division goes, because otherwise the proportion of the masses and of gravitation remains unexplained. One cannot doubt on the grounds of experience that in an infinite heap of matter a common 148 constitution of all parts to infinity is at all possible, for that it is necessary, might be proven a priori, for the magnet demonstrates polarity to infinity, example as in the newly discovered magnetic serpentine stone. It cannot be denied that the magnetism of our globe penetrates down to the smallest particle. If one erects an iron rod in our hemisphere, perpendicular to the earth, and leaves it for a while in this position, it receives the south pole on the end turned to the earth, the north pole on the opposite end. The reverse will occur in the southern hemisphere *, and yet, we would know nothing of magnetism unless two individual substances stepped out of this universal sphere of magnetism and formed a particular magnetism among themselves. Why they do so is uninvestigated. Now, since magnetism is distinguished from the universal force of attraction in all systems of physics and is accepted as an empirical and empirically determinable constitution of matter, can there not likewise be a still higher cause, and for that reason still far removed from the universal force of attraction, i.e., still an empirical determination of all matter of our earth, which extends to every atom a higher cause of its gravitation toward the sun? It has already been remarked elsewhere, on the World Soul, p. 178, that the magnetism of the earth, excited by the influence of the sun, is the single glimmer of hope for also understanding the gravitation of the earth toward the sun as a material phenomenon. It was not because I believed that the cause of magnetism is identical with the cause of gravity, although it is very natural to suppose a connection between them, but because I recognized something analogous therein, a proper determination of all matter of our earth to infinity, but still an empirical one. It is also quite conceivable that because that empirical constitution of matter, which is the cause of gravity, goes to infinity, no body exists. 149 to which one could first communicate this constitution, according to the assumption. It is necessarily the case that in searching for a constitution with experiments nothing can ever be discovered about the cause of gravity of our Earth toward the Sun or the parts of the Earth toward themselves by the empirical path. Nevertheless, it could most likely be proven that gravity has empirical conditions generally, example in our planetary system, since we are already familiar with universal phenomena that indicate such empirical conditions of attraction, as for example, the fact that all orbiting planets always turn the same side to their central planet * by gazing into the innermost construction of the heavens. Herschel was brought to the thought that very manifold primary forces, not only one force, gave the universe its order even if the difference of the world regions, example of the south and north, stops being merely a mathematical difference and one gradually comes to the idea that a physical cause acting universally throughout the whole solar system instituted it. Then why should attraction not finally also pass from a merely mathematical into a physical phenomenon? The origin of gravity ought to be for the time being investigated historically, i.e., in the history of universal world formation. Now, here one has complete freedom to accept, as does Kant, the original condition of nature as a universal dissolution of world substance into a cloud-like shape. By this means, one can accept the universe as in a certain way preformed, for in part, an infinitely manifold diversity is presupposed in the original elements, and in part, the densest elements are placed at determinate distances from one another, example in the solar distance of the present system, 150 in order, as seeds, to insert matter into the first stirrings of universal affinity and to be able to concentrate it into central bodies. Nevertheless, it turns out no better for the system of the mechanical origin of the world than for the ancient Epicurean system with the clinamen of the atoms, for it can satisfactorily explain neither the beginning of centrifugal motion nor its regularity, why, for example, all planets have taken one and the same direction. Kant's way of thinking about this is the following. 3. First, the vertical motion of the particles falling toward the central point generally gets an obliquely deflected motion from the repulsive forces of matter, which alone bring an enduring life to nature through their conflict with the forces of attraction. Through these forces of repulsion that are expressed, example in the elasticity of gases, and so forth, the sinking elements are steered obliquely from the straight line motion mutually by one another and the vertical fall strikes out into circular motions, which circumscribe the central point of the universal depression *. Nevertheless, it is readily noticed that that regularity which is noted in the centrifugal motion of the planets does not at all dwell in these repulsive forces, and opposed oblique motions should have formed by virtue of its effect rather than movements in one determinate direction, example from evening to morning. Now it might be thought that if vortices have formed around the midpoint of the depression at greater or lesser distances, in which every particle describes for itself a curved line, these particles could limit themselves by their movements among one another until they all proceeded in one direction, but it is here that chance is all too often brought in that equality of direction, at least in our solar system, the movements of comets excepted, presupposes a much more determinate and more powerful cause, which has been impressed upon them by this movement. This is aside from the fact that nothing at all is to be established with mechanical explanations of the origin of the world when nature 151 must be viewed as product to infinity, in which case its formation can only be of an organic kind throughout *. Since we find ourselves here in the realm of mere possibilities, we would like to present our thoughts in this regard as mere possibilities also, as long as we are joining our possibilities to actualities and are thus able to find our bearings upon this wide sea of opinions. The question arises whether the origin of the world system ought to be thought more organically than mechanically, through an alternation of expansion and contraction, as happens with all organic formation. One could suppose that through one contraction the first beginning of formation happens, departing from one point, at once stretching through an immeasurably large part of space wherein the primal material of the world was prepared, that moreover, together with this universal appropriation which that one point exercises on the totality of matter, spread out in an infinite space, an opposite effect comes to pass, namely, that it thrusts heterogeneously constituted material from its sphere of formation, and that in such a way the universal process of formation began at many points simultaneously. Since no appropriation is at all possible without separation and both are really one operation in every organic formation, then one could imagine that that one point, in the relation by virtue of which it forms itself through appropriation, thrust whole masses away simultaneously with a violence that one can assume proportional with the first, still youthful and untried forces of nature. Now, between the original and the expelled masses a common affinity must have taken place, because otherwise they never would have been able to contract toward a single point, but the original masses form a narrower sphere of affinity, in that they expel a part of their matter. If this is the case, however, then that formation of always narrower spheres of affinity has to proceed infinitely, and is not this process of organization that proceeds to infinity the origin of the whole world system? 152. In order to follow this idea further, let us consider the first mass forming itself as the most original product, as a product that can splinter into new products to infinity, which is at any rate the property of every natural prod. We could also allow all matter spread throughout cosmic space to pass first through this mass, like fire, as it were, so that the parts might acquire the shared constitution which later will be the cause of the universal tendency of all materials toward one another, although this hypothesis is not required. As the first product of nature, according to the laws of all synthesis, that original mass will first of all divide into opposed factors, which are necessarily themselves products once more. In this way, three original masses will incipiently form the first projection of the universe, still present only in germ, but it is also only three masses that are able to form among themselves a system of gravitation, for if we posit two original masses that are equal to one another, they will reciprocally get closer to one another and pass into one mass, supposing that no centrifugal motion is impressed upon them, which is also not yet deduced, or, if we suppose the two to be unequal, then the one will draw the other into its sphere and both will once more disappear together into one mass if we suppose, on the contrary, three original masses, A, B, and C, where the one, A, is equal to the sum of the remaining two masses, according to the most probable calculations, the like actually happened in our solar system, then in such a system an equilibrium becomes possible, but in addition, that simultaneously indirect and direct reciprocal action that belongs to every closed system will be possible in it. While, for example, the effect of A upon B is disturbed by C, once more the effect of C upon A is disturbed by B, and in the same indivisible instant the effect of B upon C is again disturbed by A, where that circulation begins anew from the beginning, without one being able to say where it began or where it ends. Ideas for a Philosophy of Nature p.185. 4, 153. It can certainly be said that if nature originates not through aggregation but through evolution, and if its components everywhere first spring from the product, then throughout the whole of nature such a universal sundering of every unity into opposing factors must take place in galvanism that necessary triplicity is even now proposed as a law. The first masses in relation had to institute an antagonism of equilibrium as they formed, i.e., they had to separate themselves into their opposed factors, and retain only the shared principle of both. But was it any different with these two masses? Let them be designated B and C. Each of these factors is itself a product, each must again divide into opposed factors. If the factors of B are designated by A and B, then A and B were reciprocally opposed in relation to the lower sphere of formation which they enclosed, but were equal to one another in relation to their common principle that lay in B as in a higher sphere. It is also just the same with B and C. Both are reciprocally opposed to one another, but equal to each other in relation to the higher A, their common synthesis. But where will this splintering into opposing factors finally stop? And so we would know for the time being to what extent all of the matter of one system had a common constitution. That is, Any two products of the same sphere of formation are opposed to one another, but equal in relation to the higher sphere of formation from which they are descended. The common principle is neither in the one nor in the other, for they are opposed to each other, but clearly in both together, i.e., contained in their common synthesis, their Son, example into which they will some day return. Therefore, through a completely necessary syllogism, that is, because we are able to think the universe under no other and for this reason their gravitation is a common one. Then as organized and organically produced, we have also deduced whence the universal duplicity in nature comes, namely, it came into 154 nature through universal gravitation, but gravitation is not its cause, and this is one of those actualities to which we can conjoin our first possibilities and on the basis of which we can reason so earnestly. We assume then, that the universe brought itself forth from one mass, conceived in formation, to a system of three original masses, and from these produced itself by an infinitely progressive organization, or formation of always narrower spheres of affinity, by means of an always advancing explosion. Now if every body thrust from the central mass again became a central body that had to divide itself into opposed products, according to its nature and necessarily, then every system in the universe must be reducible to three original masses. That the system numbers more bodies, in the solar system infinitely more, must be explained from the unequal force by which the explosion occurs. This proposition has a generally valid ground for itself, i.e., analogy, even if it only receives confirmation through the observation of our solar system. If one assumes that the bodies furthest from the central point were exploded by the first force of the Sun, then the three furthest planets of our solar system are apparently from a common explosion, but Mars, whose displacement from Jupiter is so relatively great, is from the second, less forceful explosion. However, the distance between Jupiter and Mars is not made up merely by the space in between both, but by a still more conspicuous difference. The eccentricity of the motions must obviously decrease in inverse relation to distance from the Sun, because in relation to the greater distance the centrifugal motion impressed on a body through the explosion must always become weaker. The only exceptions are Mars and Mercury. The motion of Mars is more eccentric by far than that of Jupiter. According to the assumption, however, both are also from different explosions. The same force that acted on Mars is apparently not the same force that acted on Jupiter, but rather the one which has impressed the Earth and Venus with their centrifugal motion. Therefore, 155 its centrifugal motion must also be weaker than that of the much closer Earth and Venus. Such that among the three farthest planets the first, counted from the Sun outward, has the least eccentricity and the third the relatively largest. Finally Mercury, which among them all has the greatest eccentricity, is without doubt from the final force of the Sun. Although one must also take into account that the density of its mass and the great proximity of its centripetal force to the Sun must give it a great imbalance, for that its eccentricity is more a result of the imbalance of the latter than of the weakness of the former becomes evident from the velocity of its vibratory motion. Yet another analogy contests, however, that the three planets of our solar system are from a common explosion, for when one compares the three most distant with the remaining nearer to the Sun, they are obviously superior in mass to them, but if one compares them among one another, then Jupiter is, example, superior to Saturn, where one cannot see a reason why this should be so, other than that all three have been exploded from one and the same force, where naturally the greater part of the mass had to underlie the centripetal force rather than the smaller. To say with cant that Mars is smaller because the more powerful Jupiter withdrew too much matter from its sphere of formation, is obviously to provide a circular explanation. For Jupiter is superior to Mars through its force of attraction, means precisely the same as Mars is lesser in mass than Jupiter, which is just what one wanted to explain. 5. The same striking analogy is illustrated with the three closer planets, for among them Venus, closer to the Sun, has more mass than the Earth more than Mars. Why should this be so, unless one and the same force had thrown them out of the Sun? And finally Mercury, the last explosion, has the least mass. If two planets were visible closer to the Sun than it is, then the first among them would again have the greatest mass asterisk. 156. Since this view of the origin of the world seems sufficiently confirmed by the foregoing, I ought to linger momentarily in order to show how even more analogies agree with it. Such are, for example, the analogical difference in the densities of the planets, since apparently as to time, the less dense masses must be from the first explosion, and therefore are the most removed from the central body, comets, how, further, the same materials must be, on account of the lesser effect of centripetal force on them, redirected at the last moment into the elliptical motion, and how the densities of the planetary bodies must decrease universally in inverse relation with the distance from the Sun. Only two observations accord with our aim. First, the origin of the centrifugal motion needs to be deduced particularly in view of its direction, neither from an immediate divine action with Newton, nor, with Kant, must it be left to chance, rather, it can be deduced from a cause dwelling in the central mass itself, which doubtlessly extends much further. Second, it should be shown how the constant organic metamorphosis of the universe becomes explicable on this theory, since the universe really only endures in a continual alternation of expansion and contraction, for what is our duration compared to the periods that one solar system needs for its condensation? Until now, we have brought only the formation of one system into view. We began the formation at one point of space and let it extend, admittedly, to an indeterminate size, but not infinitely far. This presupposition does not hinder us from assuming that such formations always occur from a common point outward, and that in this way the universe is conceived in infinite becoming, because a completed infinity is a contradiction. According to the laws of analogy, we have to suppose that between those points strewn throughout infinite space at immeasurable distances from one another, where the first impulse to new formation happens, perhaps 157 by means of an infinitely quickening stimulus, like the electrical, through space, a reciprocal relationship will again appear to infinity, namely, a relation through gravitation. This already becomes conceivable, if a common cause of the first motion is also not to be assumed, because that central mass of new systems all form themselves through condensation out of a substance conceived in common solution, and simultaneously mutually exclude each other while they form themselves to accept a common central point of the whole universe from which all formation has departed would be to make the universe finite. If the world, however, is not infinite, but only becomes, and one assumes that one action, the first cause of universal motion, is propagated from one initial point outward toward all points that are capable of an independent formation, and so on to infinity, then at least that first point will be the central point of the incipient creation. Nevertheless, the original, independent formations will together have only an ideal center, because every single individual formed itself independently, i.e., through its own formation, and in the ratio that those formations progress, that center too, falling in empty space, will always be shifted to a new point. Meanwhile, if we turn our gaze back to one independent system, i.e., to one whole of systems which have all formed themselves from one pulsating point outward, then we will be able to view the individual systems that belong to it in three different conditions at once. 1. A few in the condition of greatest expansion, where the centrifugal motion impressed on them still keeps equilibrium to the centripetal tendency without loss. 2. While others are already in a median condition of contraction, and finally, 3. Others are in the condition of highest contraction, near their collapse. Now, if it is asked in what relation these various conditions stand to their distance from the central point 158, it is readily seen that the contraction must occur the fastest nearest to the midpoint, for example, between those places in the heavens where the stars seem pressed together toward one point closest to their center, perhaps, to the shared central point of all suns, for I will prove below that all worlds whose continuity with us is sustained by light belong to one system. In contrast, there are those places where the spaces between the stars are emptier at the farthest from the central point, and systems of median expansion must exist in the middle between both, although the reversion of the system nearest the central point into its origin would bring the ruin of the others after it with accelerated velocity. If we suppose such a universal reversion of each system into its center, then according to the same law by which the system organized itself into one system at its first formation, each system will, revitalized, proceed again from its ruins. And so we have deduced at once the eternal metamorphosis running throughout the whole universe and the continuous return of nature into itself, which is its genuine character. Percent. From the foregoing it can be effortlessly and completely derived that and why an organic nature must organize itself into systems of bodies which are constrained through the combination of opposing motions to describe regular orbits around shared central points *, but we can conveniently spare ourselves from this elaboration in order to bring more important conclusions at once into view. Conclusions. A. The tendency that is produced in all parts of the earth by the influence of the sun is a tendency toward reciprocal intussusception. The product of this universal tendency must be something common to all parts of the earth before the matter is specially investigated. This can be imagined as 159 universal magnetism, which would already itself be a product of, not cause of that universal tendency. But the action of gravity brings forth the mere tendency, it does not go beyond the tendency. Now, if one assumes as certain based on experience that intussusception is actual, the possibility of which we have at least postulated above, p. 24, then, at any rate, the action of gravity will be the first impulse to all intussusception, and so the cause of gravity is the ultimate which ensouls the whole of nature, as Lichtenberg already surmised. But if actual intussusception is to be achieved, then yet another particular action, different from the influence of gravity, but standing in connection with it, must be adduced. B. Problem, to discover this action. Solution. Intussusception exists only in the chemical process. Now it is certain a priori that what is a principle of the chemical process in a determinate sphere, it is well to note, cannot again be a product of the chemical process of the same sphere, although it is itself again, without any doubt, a chemical product in a higher sphere of affinity. The principle of all chemical processes that take place between substances of the earth cannot again, therefore, be a product of the earth. A single principle must come forth among the principles of affinity that is opposed to all others, and by which the chemical process of the earth is limited. This principle must be the mediating factor of all chemical affinities. All other materials must be chemically related precisely by the fact that they strive in common toward combination with this one. This principle is that which we call oxygen, as is evident from experience. Idea 6. Oxygen cannot be a chemical product from the sphere of affinity of the earth. 160. Ordinarily, one refers to oxygen as an ultimate principle, and the chemical explanation that once reaches it, is reduced to it, has the right to remain silent. But what is this oxygen itself? No one has thought about this question at all, and in this way has simply restricted the domain of the investigation. It becomes evident that one is justified in raising this question from the preceding. Oxygen is no longer a product of the earth. Be that as it may, but in a higher sphere it must again step into the series of products. Oxygen is for us irreducible, and only insofar as it is so can it be the mediating factor of all chemical affinities of the earth and limit the chemical process of the earth. However, in a higher sphere it has an irreducible element to which it is itself reducible. Now do we see how incomposable substances can exist in nature without simple ones existing? See above. 7. This is not the place to explain its generality. We restrict ourselves here to consideration of this one principle. Oxygen is by this means opposed to all other substances of the earth, that is, all others combust with oxygen, while it burns with no other substance. However, it has already been noted elsewhere that the concept of combustion is a merely relative concept, from which it follows that in a higher sphere oxygen, or an element of it, must itself, if it is already a commusted substance, descend again into the category of combustible, i.e., chemically composite substances. It cannot be objected that oxygen is a chemical product of the earth because we can liberate it from a plethora of substances. We are speaking of an original production of oxygen itself. The existence of oxygen in many substances of the earth is rather proof of our theory that the earth is a product of the sun, by virtue of which a wholly novel view emerges of the specific difference of the materials of our earth. All variety is reducible to the notion of that which is commusted. Some are conceived in reduction. The phenomenon of this reduction is vegetation, at the lowest stage the vegetation of metals which are maintained by the inner 161 glow of the earth, at a higher stage the vegetation of plants, others in permanent combustion. The phenomenon of this permanent process of combustion is animal life. It also follows necessarily from this that no substance on the earth can come to light which was not either commusted or would be commusted, or was not combustible. Supposing this, the following conclusions result. Oxygen has the positive role in all chemical processes of the earth, but oxygen is a principle alien to the earth, a product of the sun. The positive action in every chemical process must thus proceed from the sun, must be an influx of the sun. Therefore, aside from the action of gravity which the sun exercises on the earth, another chemical influence of the sun on the earth is postulated. Some phenomenon must be demonstrated in experience, however, through which that chemical action of the sun on the earth is represented. This phenomenon, I assert, is light. Theorem: the phenomenon of chemical action of the sun on the earth is light. Proof: we can succeed in this only through some intermediary theses. 1. For the time being, it must be asserted that if no chance is at all permitted to exist in nature, then the luminous state of the sun cannot be accidental to it. Rather, it must be the source of light as necessarily as it is the central point of gravity in our system. Accordingly, all explanations will be excluded which permit the state of the sun to depend upon something accidental or even merely hypothetical. For example, we cannot understand light as heat stuff of higher intensity, and allow that the suns achieve the luminous state because, as the greatest masses of every system, and in gradual transition into a solid state, they have freed the most elastic matter by precipitation out of the common solute. Nor can it be held that a fire rages in the suns, for on this basis it can neither be shown how the fires must arise on all suns, 162, nor by what means they are maintained. The hypothesis of light as an atmospherical development of the sun would only be saved from contingency by the fact that one ascribes to the sun a pure oxygen atmosphere with a high degree of elasticity and views the suns generally as the most original abode of oxygen. The latter may indeed be proven for the sun of our system, but not for suns in general. With the abandonment of all hypotheses, I therefore propose the following proposition: if the positive action in all chemical processes is an action of the sun, then the sun, in opposition to the earth, is generally in a positive state. The same thing will hold for all suns, namely, that they are necessarily positive in opposition to their subalterns. By virtue of their positive state, the suns must exercise a positive, chemical, influence on their subalterns, and the phenomenon of this positive influence, not the influence itself, I assert, is light. I could add to this that light that streams out in straight lines is generally a sign of a positive condition. For the time being, I can only prove this proposition through the analogy of positively charged light. According to this, the suns would be positive points, for us, strewn throughout cosmic space, their light perhaps so-called daylight, which one cannot even make conceivable through an accidental dissemination of sunlight in all directions, and through which dark planetary bodies are visible to the dark bodies, points like the luminous bodies, appear as I assert only on the whole that light is the phenomenon of a positive state in general. Now all suns are necessarily in a positive luminous state, as the principles of all chemical affinity, and in opposition to their subalterns, thus also necessarily in an original luminous state. It is not necessarily the case that all stars' relations to their subalterns is the same as that of the sun to the earth. The universal principle of affinities in various systems must also be different. Perhaps oxygen is even a principle of affinity only for the earth and the planets resulting from a common explosion with it. The mediating factor is thus variable, but not the positive 163 relation of the suns themselves. Further, by light, Obviously, only positive light is to be understood, as, example with Hunter's lightning experiment, only lightning that is positively charged is positive for the eye. The light of the stars is positive only in opposition to our negative state. But the suns themselves are again subalterns of a higher system, so their light is negative in relation to the higher, positive influx which they themselves reflect in a luminous state. It is just this that makes an infinite organization of the universe possible. That which is negative in relation to a higher becomes positive again in relation to a lower, and conversely. Light itself is originally a phenomenon of a negative condition, which presupposes a higher positive one as cause. A new world is opened up by this means, one to which only reasoning reaches, but not intuition. It is light which limits our intuition absolutely. What lies beyond light and the luminous world is for our senses a sealed book and buried in eternal darkness. The chemical action through which the sun itself is again illuminated is only indirectly knowable for us. The assertion just presented should not be confused with an issue of Lambert's, which questioned whether the central body of our system would have to be a dark body. The chief reason that he provided for this is that a self-illuminating body of such distinctive mass would have to become visible prior to all others. I suggest, however, that not only is the central body of our system dark for us, but also a whole universe beyond our system, and that all self-illuminating bodies belong only to one system and are altogether products of a common formation. These concepts granted, now I can demonstrate the following proposition in experience. Light is the phenomenon of a chemical action of the sun on the earth. The proof can be established most concisely when it is shown that certain experiences are capable of being deduced from that proposition a priori. A. If oxygen has the positive role in all chemical processes, then bodies which are related to oxygen negatively must also be related to the luminous power of the sun negatively. 164. The body which relates itself simply positively to the luminous power of the sun must be absolutely cancelled for the sense of sight, as if swept away out of the series of things, because only the negative relationship to that action gives it existence at all for this sense. Nevertheless, no phlogistical body is absolutely transparent, and conversely, every truly transparent body is related positively to oxygen. B. If light is a phenomenon of a positive action of the sun, and active in every chemical process, then light must come forth where a transition from the absolutely negative into the absolutely positive state occurs. All phlogistical bodies are related negatively to oxygen. Every true process of combustion is, therefore, such a transition. Absolute opposition is part of the true process of combustion, i.e., the body must be absolutely uncombusted. Example nitrogen, soils, sulfur alkali, etc. are not. Further, only oxygen itself is related to phlogistical bodies absolutely positively, but not to an acid, where it is combined with a combustible substance. Conclusion. There are only luminous phenomena where there is an absolute opposition. Therefore, light that appears with combustion is neither a component of oxygenated air, nor of the body, but a direct product of the chemical influence of the sun permeating everything and never at rest. Thus the sun, or rather its light, comes forth everywhere only where a positive state is produced. The action of the sun extends to every point of space, and the sun is everywhere there is an illumining process. See, if the luminous power of the sun acts positively in the chemical process, then bodies that combine with oxygen must cease to relate negatively to the luminous power of the sun. The maximum of opacity is luster, the reflecting of light off the surface in a straight line. A minus of opacity is its reflecting in all directions, which only happens when the body begins to iridesce. But the colors intensify as the positive 165 condition of the body increases. The minimum of opacity, i.e., is relative transparency, the, relatively, highest degree of oxidation. The most opaque body is no sooner dissolved in acids than the luminous power also begins to permeate it. The same occurs when it is dry combusted. Result, the action whose phenomenon is light acts positively in the chemical process. Many effects that have been ascribed to light actually belong to the influence whose phenomenon it is. The fact that the greatest and most noble part of our planetary body is disposed toward light processes does not indicate something accidental, but rather a universal, higher, and more encompassing law of nature. The action of light must stand in mysterious connection with the action of gravity which the central bodies exercise. The former will give the things of the world the dynamic tendency, the latter the static. But this can be proven a priori from the possibility of a dynamic, chemical, process in general, for no chemical process is at all constructible without a cause that acts chemically but which itself is not submitted to the chemical process. We will treat of this when the time is right. Ba. If all materials of the earth relate positively or negatively to that chemical action, then they will also relate this way reciprocally among one another. B. Two specifically different bodies will relate positively and negatively to one another reciprocally, and their qualitative difference can be expressed through this positive or negative mutual relation. With this we have deduced that there is something like electricity in nature expressed empirically. The proposition runs, all qualitative difference of bodies may be expressed through the opposite electricities which they adopt in reciprocal conflict. C. But the positive and negative relation of bodies generally is determined by their opposite relationship to oxygen. Thus the negative and positive relationship of bodies among one another is determined through their opposite relation to oxygen. 166 Remark. The principle first proposed by the author that the electrical relation of bodies is generally determined through their chemical relation to oxygen remains true, although the conclusions drawn from it must be let go. That is, it is not because electricity itself is a product of oxygen, for which one can now no longer provide the electrical phenomena of light as a ground, since, p. 99, the source of light cannot at all be sought in oxygenated air, but because oxygen is overall the determinant of quality in the chemical process of the earth. The electricity of bodies is determined through their relation to oxygen. The proposition must be proposed as a principle of all theorizing about the electrical process, that in the electrical process that body which is positive adopts the function that oxygen had in the process of combustion*. If the body is only positive, insofar as it adopts the function of oxygen, i.e., insofar as oxygen is positive in relation to it, then conversely oxygen is positive in relation to it only insofar as it is negative in relation to this principle. Therefore, the positive body must relate negatively to oxygen, outside of the electrical conflict, i.e., be an uncombusted substance. We can consider the following cases. Either one posits two substances absolutely negative toward oxygen, i.e., absolutely uncombusted, in electrical conflict, except that they are heterogeneous and the one has more affinity for oxygen than the other, then according to the law proposed, the first must wholly necessarily become positively electrified. This case is really a totally pure case, because here the relationship of both bodies to oxygen is the same, namely negative, and they are opposed only within this relationship. The question arises, by what means one recognizes the absolutely uncombusted body that relates to oxygen absolutely negatively? Electricity itself provides this characteristic feature. A body that is a perfect conductor of electricity becomes, as soon as it is commusted, 167 an isolator of electricity. It must then be concluded that all bodies which isolate electricity are commusted, as little as it may be tolerated, incidentally, by the conventional chemical divisions, although it is beyond doubt the case with many bodies, like the resins, oils, soils, etc. We need not repeat, as it has been elsewhere, that the concepts of combustion, of oxidation and deoxidation are overall extremely relative concepts. The only exception to the law that all commusted bodies isolate electricity is water and all acids in a fluid state, but since they lose all conductivity at once in the liquid state, a still unexplained connection between conductivity and the fluid state is to be assumed. We can restrict the law proposed above, at least with respect to solid bodies, to bodies that are conductors of electricity, so that of two electrical conductors the one takes over the function of oxygen*, which has most affinity with it. 168 Or, if one posits two bodies in electrical conflict where one is a combusted substance which has a lesser affinity to oxygen, the other an absolutely uncombusted substance which then has greater affinity to oxygen, then the latter will take over the function of oxygen and be constantly positive. E.g., any metal with any acid, soil, etc. Or finally, if two bodies are set in conflict which are both combusted substances, then here the law will reverse itself. The more combusted substance, which to that extent has a lesser affinity to oxygen, will take over the role of oxygen, i.e., be positive, example the white band with the black, over acidic with common hydrochloric acid 8. In the electrical relation of isolating substances there will be a means to judge the degree of their oxidation, such that the one which is most constantly positive must also be the most oxidized, whether one must subsume glass under this law, so far as it is made of silica, which is perhaps the most combusted of all substances, or whether it is the same case as with, example liver of sulfur, is uncertain, since sulfur is still the most persistently negative. D. How is the electrical process distinguished from the genuine, chemical, process of combustion? The sole difference is a consequence of the preceding, that is, that in the electrical process, the body which has most affinity to oxygen takes over the role which oxygen itself plays in the process of combustion, such that to this extent the electrical process is mediated by the chemical. Also conversely, the process of combustion is mediated by the electrical process. The conditions of all processes of combustion are even the same as those of the electrical process. No body combusts directly or solely with oxygen, similarly, none becomes electrical solely or directly with oxygen. A third body is present in every combustion which takes over the function of oxygen, and 169 through whose mediation oxygen is first destroyed. This is water, in the conventional process of combustion, according to new discoveries. Incidentally, one needs only to think about the formation of alkalis through the combustion of vegetable bodies in order to be led to such a duplicity, or rather triplicity, in the process of combustion. The electrical process is not different in principle from the process of combustion. The possibility of both is conditioned through the same ultimate principle. The simplest electrical process begins with the conflict of two bodies, A and B, which touch or rub one another, and both are in themselves negative, in relation to oxygen, but A, as representative of the latter, becomes positive in this conflict. However, there must be a maximum of the positive state for every body. As soon as this maximum is achieved, the body must pass over into the minimum, according to the universal law of equilibrium. But the maximum is reached when the body is driven into a luminous state, see above, p. 99. Therefore, the appearance of light is simultaneous with combustion, not just because light is a component of oxygenated air, i.e., with the transition from the maximum of the positive state into the minimum. As soon as the body is combusted, oxidized, it stops relating negatively to oxygen. But this negative relation is the condition of all positive function in the electrical process, so it passes immediately from the positive function over into the opposite, signaled by the isolating property and increased heat capacity, both of which are really only one property. In the same way that the electrical process is the beginning of the process of combustion, the process of combustion, the ideal of all chemical process, is the end of the electrical process. Now, however, if oxygen itself is again only the representative of a higher principle, just as the positive body in the electrical process is only a representative of oxygen, then an absolute disappearance of all dualism, i.e., a chemical process, will be necessary. If oxygen itself is set in direct conflict with the body, an immediate contact of the lower and higher spheres of affinity, to which that principle belongs, a transition from the one into the other 170 will occur. Oxygen will disappear as middle term in the process, and that higher substance * will emerge. Further, it becomes evident that the constitution of the body by virtue of which it is capable of being heated is one and the same as that by virtue of which it is capable of electricity, for the maximum of heating up passes over immediately, like the maximum of electricity, into the process of combustion, where the heat isolating and electricity isolating properties enter simultaneously. C. Yet another question must be answered: how is the action of gravity related to the chemical action of the Sun upon the Earth? We can determine 2 points of their mutual relationship. The first is that the condition of both is a difference, but that the heterogeneity which is condition of the action of gravity is of a higher sort, and that the one which is the condition of chemical action is without a doubt determined through that higher heterogeneity. By virtue of the preceding, we are not in a position to ascertain more precisely the relationship of these heterogeneities. The second is that the action which the Sun, as cause of gravity, exercises upon the Earth, is determined by a higher action that is exercised upon the Sun, so it is not an action peculiar to the Sun. However, the action by virtue of which it is cause of the chemical process of the Earth is solely determined through the peculiar nature of the Sunday. Third division. The previous course of our investigation was the following one. Nature is organic in its most original products, but the functions of the organism cannot be deduced otherwise than in opposition to an anorganic world. Excitability must be posited as the essence of the organism, by virtue of which alone 171 the organic activity is really hindered from exhausting itself in its product that, therefore, never is, but always only becomes. If the essence of everything organic consists in excitability, then the agitating causes must be sought outside of it in a world opposed to the organic, i.e., an inorganic world. The possibility of an inorganic world in general and the conditions of this possibility must be deduced. Moreover, if the organism in general is possible only under the condition of an anorganic world, then all grounds of explanation of the organism must already lie in inorganic nature. This nature is opposed to the organic. So how could the grounds of the organic lie in it? It cannot be explained except by a pre-established harmony between both. In other words, inorganic nature must presuppose for its existence and endurance a higher order of things. Once again, there must be a third which binds organic and inorganic nature together again, a medium that sustains the continuity between both. Organic and inorganic nature must reciprocally explain and determine one another. It is evident why all explanations which have been given of this or that individual must generally be incomplete by their very nature, the present systems as well, and why explaining the whole of nature in one swoop, as it were, as must be done, is possible only through a reciprocal determination of the organic and inorganic, to the mutual determination of which our meditation now advances. 2. On the concept of excitability. We have posited excitability as the first property of the organism without being able to explain this property itself more clearly at the time. The only thing which we could do was to dissociate it into its opposed factors, organic receptivity and organic activity. It is now time to trace that property back to actual natural causes by the deduction of that which belongs to anorganic 172 nature generally, through which the organic must be determined, which we are now in a position to do. It has been shown that the formation of a universal system of gravitation is the essence of the anorganic, with whose gravitation the gradations of differences in quality run parallel, for such a system signifies nothing other than a universal organization of matter in always narrower spheres of affinity. Further, it has been shown that the specific forces of attraction are conditioned through an original difference in the world's substance. Finally, it has been shown that a chemical action must operate upon every heavenly body, aside from the action of gravity, which proceeds from the same source as the latter and whose phenomenon is light, and that this action affects the phenomenon of electricity, and where electricity disappears, the chemical process toward which it genuinely tends, as cancellation of all dualism. 1. The essence of the organism consists in excitability. This means that the organism is its own object. Only insofar as it is at once subject and object for itself can the organism be the most original thing in nature, for we have determined nature precisely as a causality that has itself for object. The organism constructs itself. But it constructs itself, as object, only under duress from an outer world. If the external world could determine the organism as subject, then it would cease to be excitable. Only the organism as object is determinable through external influences, the organism as subject must be unreachable by them. The excitability of the organism presents itself in the external world as a constant self-reproduction. The organic distinguishes itself from the dead simply in that the existence of the first is not an actual being but rather a continual being reproduced, through itself, and that this continual being reproduced is an indirect effect of external, impinging influences, since conversely the dead, unexcitable, 173 cannot be determined to self-reproduction by impinging external influences but is destroyed by them. 2. If, as need not be proven, organic activity really belongs to the organism only as subject, but organic activity is excitable only through external influences, then the organism as subject cannot be unreachable by external influences, as we nevertheless assumed this contradiction cannot be resolved in any other way than this. The higher organism, let this expression be permitted in place of the less understandable organism as subject, is not affected directly through the external influences. In short, the organism, taken as a whole, must itself be the medium through which external influences act upon it. 3. The organism should itself be the medium, etc., means, expressed more generally, nothing other than, there must be an original duplicity in the organism itself. The organism is everything that it is only in opposition to its outer world. There must be in the organism an original duplicity means, therefore it follows necessarily precisely that the organism must have a dual external world. 4. I ask, however, how is it possible that the organism belongs to two worlds at once? It is possible in no other way, I answer, than if every anorganic world is itself really a dual world. But is this not so, according to what we have deduced as condition of possibility of an anorganic world? In every anorganic world a higher order is mirrored, a higher world. Where these opposing orders contact one another their activity exists. 5. The resources for the answer to the question have now been found. The answer is the following: if the organism is to be excitable, its own object, which presents itself externally as continual self-reproduction, opposed to the externally impinging influences, then something in the organism must be unreachable by the influences of its external world, or, as we have more closely determined it, something apart of the organism exists, if we may be permitted to 174 express ourselves in this way, which is not at all directly receptive to the influences of its immediate external world. The unreachable part would have to possess a cruder organism, the latter an organism of the organism. It would be the one that is continually reproduced through the stimulation of the higher, and only by virtue of this lower organism must the higher be connected with its external world. In a word, the organism in appearance must divide into opposed systems, a higher and a lower. Only by means of the latter would the higher remain contiguous with its outer world. 6. How could the higher be removed from the influences of this external world otherwise than precisely by the influences of a higher world? Now, just as the higher system only connects with the immediate, external world of the organism through the lower would have to connect with the higher order only by means of the higher organism. In short, every organization only is an organization insofar as it is turned toward two worlds at once. Every organization is a dyad. 7. That higher influence must be more closely determined. This alone is cause of excitability, for only by means of it is the organism stimulated to an activity opposed to the external influences. A. How that influence acts and what its nature is we will be able to determine by the shortest route by distinguishing it from the manner of action of the external influences on the organism and to their nature. The external influences act chemically on the organism according to their nature, insofar as the organism is viewed merely as matter, as product. However, the organism is never merely product, mere object. Therefore, the external influences do not act chemically on the organism. The question arises, by what could their chemical effect be inhibited? The chemical effects must be inhibited by the opposing activity of the organism, which we think in the concept of excitability. The organism itself is only stimulated to this activity by a higher cause. This cause must exercise an activity opposed to the chemical influences. This is one provision. 176b. Further, the condition of that activity operating upon the organism is the duplicity in the organism itself. Only to the extent that there is an original duplicity in the organism itself is that cause operative upon it. There must, therefore, be a cause which is active at all only under the condition of duplicity. We only know chemical action as such a cause, which we have deduced as necessary in nature above, and have designated it active only under the condition of a positive and negative reciprocal relation. Moreover, this chemical action must be thought to proceed from a higher order, since the action is the cause of excitability, because that which is a cause of the chemical process, in a determinate sphere, cannot again be a principle of the same sphere. Therefore, the universal chemical influence is identical with the cause of excitability. See, however, the cause of excitability must work against the chemical influences, so it cannot be identical with that universal chemical influence. This cause itself must be chemical in only one respect, but not chemical in another respect. The question arises whether and how this can be thought. We have characterized the activity which is cause of excitability as one whose necessary condition is duplicity. An activity whose condition is necessarily duplicity cannot be thought otherwise than as an activity whose tendency is chemical, because that duplicity is necessary only for the chemical process. The activity that is cause of excitability, then, has to be a chemical activity according to its tendency, but that activity is extinguished in its product. If the tendency of that activity is the chemical process, then it would have to be an activity that is extinguished in the chemical process, which is then to that extent not chemical. The chemical activity is actually also extinguished in the chemical process, where two bodies pass into one identical subject, for a chemical process is possible only between bodies that can be reciprocally subject and object. Chemical activity is itself an activity that is chemical. 177 Only according to its tendency, but which according to its principle must be called anti-chemical, because it is possible only under the condition of duplicity. The cause of excitability is identical with the universal cause of the chemical process, namely, to the extent that the latter is chemical only according to its tendency but not its principle. 8. For the time being, the entangled strife between the systems placed in conflict above, the chemical phlogistical and the system of vital force, is hereby resolved at least in its major points. A. Whether life is a chemical process or not will be decided in the subsequent investigation. If life is a chemical process, how can the chemical process again be cause of life, or explain life? Therefore, the chemical system only gives us effects instead of causes, example animal chemical elective attraction, animal crystallization, and however else the incomprehensible terms are expressed. 3. Rather, if life is itself a chemical process, then surely both must still be explained, and indeed explained from a common higher cause, from a cause which is itself subjected to no chemical affinity and cannot enter as component part, as individual material, into the chemical life processes. Now indeed the activity which is cause of the chemical process, we are not yet speaking here about the conditions of the chemical process, is in its principle not itself chemical. If one and the same principle is both cause of life and of the chemical process, then it still does not follow that life is a chemical process. For life certainly could be, and not only could be but rather is, only chemical in tendency. 178, precisely like that cause, as the advocates of vital force truthfully say, to the extent that they persistently view life as something sublime, beyond the chemical, they infinitely tower over the chemical physiologists, and this tendency is constantly inhibited, for which surely no vital force is required. Now, if we wanted to assume a vital force, although to accept a fantasy is good neither for physics nor for philosophy, then nothing is in the least explained by this principle. In every force we think an infinity. No force is limited in any other way than by an opposite force. Now, let there be in nature a particular vital force that is a simple force, then by this force a determinate product would never come to light, and when one posits something already negative in this force in order to explain the determination of its production, it ceases to be a simple force, one has to add its factors and thus be able to submit it to construction. Remark. It was easy to foresee that from these two opposed systems a third, uniquely true, would have to come to light, but this third has not existed until now. The Brownian system, which one would at first take to be such a thing, because it is opposed to those two systems at once, is not this third system, at least if one only knows such a system as a truly physiological one that explains life from natural causes. The following will serve to further advance this insight. In the concept of the organism, as has been shown in the first portion of this work, the concept of an immanent activity must necessarily be thought, an activity directed merely upon its subject, which is, however, simultaneously an activity directed to the outside. This 179 activity toward the outside, as an originally inner one, can be distinguished only by opposition to an external activity, i.e., it is necessarily at once receptivity for external activity. That activity, as a simultaneously immanent and outer-directed activity, can be apperceived precisely at the point at which the external resistance is met, and conversely, only at the point from which that external activity is reflected into itself is there resistance. That which does not fall within this point does not even exist for the organism. Brown indicated this very well in his concept of excitability, but without being able to deduce this concept himself, that is, that the outer directed organic activity is necessarily receptivity for an exteriority, and conversely, this receptivity for an exteriority is at once necessarily outer-directed activity. However, since it is not enough for physiology to present this concept or to deduce it itself, and instead a construction of it must be thought, i.e., reduction to natural causes, which Brown himself was not capable of explaining, one should consider how the world could not become an exterior thing, an external world in general, for the organism, which is identical with it, except by the influence of a force that is an outer thing in relation to that world itself, i.e., a force from a higher order, where consequently the organism is only, so to speak, the medium through which opposed orders of affinity come into contact. It is thus not an activity of the organism itself but a higher activity that is cause of its excitability, acting through it as a means. Only the excitation can be explained, under the assumption of excitability, through the influences of its external world, which Brown calls the stimulating potencies, but not excitability itself. Those stimulating influences are only the negative conditions but not the positive cause of life, or of excitation, itself. But after one has taken away all influences of external nature as stimulating potencies, nothing remains as cause of excitability other than the action of a higher order, to which that nature itself is also an external thing, for by this means the dynamical organization of the universe as an infinite involution, as presented in the previous 2. Deduction of organic functions from the concept of excitability. All organic activity already presupposes duplicity, since it is the effect of a cause that is active only under the condition of duplicity. Thus the question still remains, how does this duplicity inherently belong to the organism? In order that one does not believe oneself able to get away with a mere appeal to the existence of opposed systems in the phenomenon of the organism, it must be noted that this itself is already a product of duplicity, which is a condition of excitability, rather than a cause of it. Thus, these systems are a product of excitability. In animal nature, all formation proceeds from an excitable point. Sensibility is present before its organ has formed itself. Brain and nerves, instead of being causes of sensibility, are themselves rather already its product. The opposed systems, the irritable and the sensible, into which the organism is divided, are only the theater of that organic force, not the force itself, not to speak of the fact that one cannot even demonstrate those opposed systems in one half of organic nature unless one is able to ascribe to it the universal property of everything organic, excitability. Therefore, excitability cannot be completely explained before the first origin of organic duplicity is explained. 1. We have ascertained that all organic activity exhibits itself in the organism as object. That which is the source of all organic activity cannot again appear in the organism as object now, the original duplicity is condition of all organic activity and the source of all activity is therefore the cause of duplicity itself. 2. A cause that is acknowledged to be the direct source of another activity must be thought to be acting in the organism, and which is knowable only through activity, not knowable through and in objects like every other activity. 181. A cause that does not again present itself directly objectively, but is recognized only as cause of another activity, can obviously only be a negative cause returning into its subject. But a negative cause asterisk is only thinkable as a cause of receptivity. The cause of all organic duplicity is thus the cause through which an original receptivity belongs to the organism. A cause by which the receptivity of the organism is antecedently determined must surely be accepted as cause of every organism. 4. In terms of receptivity to external influences, it cannot be distinguished from the inorganic. In contrast, the living distinguishes itself from the dead only in that the latter is receptive to every impression, but the former is antecedently determined by its own nature to be a special sphere of receptivity. For the organism, the sphere of its activity is also determined through the sphere of its receptivity. The sphere of its receptivity must be determined through the same cause by which its nature is determined in general. The cause of sensibility is thus the cause of every organism, and sensibility itself is the source and origin of life. The spark of sensibility must have descended into everything organic, even if its existence cannot be demonstrated everywhere in nature, for only the inception of sensibility is the inception of life. Although without it no organism is possible, it will become clear in the following how it could be present in organic nature and yet be indemonstrable. But how is sensibility demonstrable in nature at all? The cause of sensibility is a cause reverting into its subject, thus it cannot be known directly in the object. As source of all other organic activity, it can only be known through activity. Most readers probably do not need to be reminded that sensibility is for me a completely physical phenomenon, and that it is considered here only as such. But even viewed physically, sensibility is not something exterior that one could recognize in the organism 182 as object, but something reverting into the subject of the organism, indeed, even first constituting the latter, in a word, constituting the absolutely innermost reaches of the organism itself, and, therefore, one must conclude that its cause is something that can never become. We can most likely state what this cause is in relation to its subject. It is a cause by means of which duplicity comes into an originally identical thing, but duplicity is not possible in an originally identical subject, except insofar as the identity itself again becomes product of duplicity asterisk, for where this means that is the product of itself. Duplicity or sensibility, for both are synonymous, only exists in the organism to the extent that it becomes its own object. Therefore, the cause of sensibility is the cause by which the organism becomes its own object. With this answer we know nothing more than we knew before. For to say there is duplicity in the organism and to say the organism is its own object is to say the same thing. The question must have another sense, i.e., what is the cause of sensibility abstracted from its subject, what is it objectively or in itself? If the question is posed in this way, it is obvious that this cause, as cause of all organization, must fall outside the sphere of the organism itself. It can just as little fall within the sphere of mechanism, for the organism cannot be subordinated to the anorganic. Therefore, it must fall within a sphere that once more comprehends organism and mechanism. 183, both opposed principles, under itself, and that is higher than both. That higher sphere is none other than nature itself, insofar as it is thought as absolutely unconditioned, as absolutely organic. In other words, the cause of sensibility, or, what is the same, of organic duplicity in general, must be found in the ultimate conditions of nature itself. Sensibility as phenomenon stands on the boundary of all empirical appearances, and everything is connected to its cause as to the highest in nature. One can also achieve this insight along another course, that is, just as the organism is duplicity in identity, so too is nature, one, equal to itself, and yet also opposed to itself. Therefore, the origin of organic duplicity must be one with the origin of duplicity in nature generally, i.e., with the origin of nature itself. Should that duplicity in identity really be recognizable only in organic nature, if the origin of the organism is one with the origin of nature itself, then it is evident a priori that in the anorganic, or rather in universal nature, something analogous must become evident. But in universal nature nothing of the kind shows itself except in the phenomena of magnetism. Asterisk 3, sensibility is known only in another activity. Activity is its product, not an object in which it is extinguished. It should be explained once more how sensibility could pass directly into activity. An original opposition enters into the organism through original duplicity. The organism is opposed to itself, but it has to stand in equilibrium with itself so that it is able to produce a product, what we have previously called the organism as object. In a word, the product will fall in the point of equilibrium, or point of indifference. In this way rest belongs to the organism, its condition is a condition of homogeneity, it is a world to itself, resting in itself, complete in itself. In this equilibrium all organic activity would dissolve, the organism would cease to be its own object, asterisk would lose itself in itself. That equilibrium, the state of indifference, must therefore be continually disturbed, but also continually reproduced. The question arises, how? 184 No cause lies in the organism for its becoming disturbed. The reason has to lie outside of the organism, everything unorganized must be seen as lying outside the organism, thus also the fluids, example that circulate in it which accordingly do not belong to the subject of the organism, and thus also cannot be subject of disease, for example whose existence can only be completely deduced in the following. However, disturbed equilibrium is only recognizable in nature through the tendency toward its restoration. As certainly as it is disturbed, a tendency to restoration must also exist in the organism. But this tendency can only proceed, like all activity, from the higher organism, thus the higher organism must be able to be determined to activity by the passivity of the lower. This is not possible unless a plus of activity, i.e., action, in the higher is conditioned by a minus of activity in the lower. The question arises how this activity is possible. For, it is clear for the moment that it must be an activity that passes into the organism as object, which does not revert into it again. It is, in a word, an activity directed outward. Something outer for the organism, i.e., something different from it, is at all possible only through a higher influence for which the external world of the organism is itself a different one, i.e., an outer world. Such an influence is actually acting, above p. 108, upon and through the organism. This influence is shown in experience such that it is active only under the condition of duplicity, above p. 109. It will thus be active in the organism only under the condition of duplicity. Duplicity will be the organic source of activity. But in the organism * the duplicity is cancelled. It remains in equilibrium with itself, there is rest in it, but there should be activity in it, and this can only be reproduced through continual restoration of the duplicity. This continual restoration can itself happen only by means of a third, and therefore that cause will appear active in the organism only under the condition of triplicity. 185, the necessary triplicity in galvanism is deduced in this way. The third body in the galvanic chain is only necessary so that the opposition between the two others may be sustained. Two bodies of opposite composition brought into contact establish an equilibrium between themselves entirely necessarily, and show no electricity except with the first contact and the separation following upon it. This proceeds from Volta's recent experiments, from which it becomes clear that in order to produce electricity at all, the mere contact and separation of two heterogeneous conductors is necessary, but the electrophore is already sufficient to prove this. But the problem is, a connection of bodies * should be found through which an enduring action is conditioned without repeated touching and separation, thus one in complete rest, for the organism is just rest in activity, and this problem can only be solved through the galvanic chain, for in this chain an enduring action is conditioned through its being closed upon itself and its remaining closed. Because, of the three bodies ABC, no two of them can establish an equilibrium among themselves without being disturbed by the third, since between three heterogeneous bodies no equilibrium is at all possible. Now, since the organism is not absolute rest but only rest in activity, that triplicity must be assumed to be constantly present in the organism, but if it is constantly present, then activity indeed exists in the organism, a homogeneous, uniform activity. Homogeneous, uniform activity appears in the object, from the outside, generally as rest. Now an activity is postulated that passes into the organism as object, see 3 and 4, i.e., which presents itself in the organism through an external alteration. That triplicity must be assumed not to be constantly present in the organism. This contradiction can only be resolved this way: the triplicity must constantly become, arise and disappear, disappear and arise again, never be. How this continual becoming and disappearing is possible does not need to be investigated here, undoubtedly 186, because the one factor in it is an alterable and constantly altered one. The condition of that activity is a constantly evolving triplicity whose possibility it was our task to demonstrate. 5. But there is yet another problem: through which effect, which alteration, will that activity be presented in the organism as object? It is an activity whose original condition is duplicity. But an activity whose condition is duplicity can only be such as proceeds toward intussusception, because the condition of intussusception is duality. That activity will appear externally as a tendency toward intussusception. But no intussusception is possible without a transition toward a common occupation of space, and this transition does not happen without density or shrinking of volume. That activity will appear externally as an activity of shrinking in volume, and the effect itself as contraction. Much has been devised to explain the mechanism of contraction, but which upon closer inspection dissolves into nothing. The opinion that with each contraction a transition from a vaporous into a liquid or from a fluid into a solid state, and therefore a solidification, is exhibited has a few things going for it, namely, that nature even in such transitions is bound to show great force, that the animal and the plant, seen objectively, are really nothing other than a continual leap from the fluid into the solid form, just as all organisms are, like amphibians, placed between the solid and the fluid, that with age the fixity of the organs of movement increases, and so forth. But all of these mechanical modes of representation remain far from reality. In particular, a plethora of phenomena which galvanism approaches cannot even be conceived by means of them. Undoubtedly, the ingenious mode of representation of Erasmus Darwin, in his Zoonomia, is closer to the truth, at least to the extent that an alternation of attraction and repulsion is observed in electrical phenomena, just as an alternation of contraction and expansion takes place in the phenomena of irritability, and here too the restoration 187 of a homogeneous state is the condition of re-expansion, although it is certain that both can only be analogically compared with one another, like the phenomena of electricity and of irritability in general, in the way the higher can be compared with the lower. 6. But the tendency of that activity is intussusception, and precisely because every activity is extinguished in its product, it would be extinguished in intussusception. Thus intussusception cannot be reached. The question arises how this is possible. Only in the following way: the condition of intussusception must again be negated by the tendency to intussusception itself. In what way this happens is, again, not to be investigated here. It could happen, example, that the third body in that conflict is always and necessarily a fluid one through which the contraction itself would be propagated. For then its condition would be recancelled by every contraction, mere duplicity would exist once more, and no longer triplicity. However, if the condition is cancelled, then the conditioned activity also ceases. This mere cessation of activity cannot be the cause of the restoration of the former state of the organ. Rather, an opposite action has to step in with the cessation of the action that is the cause of contraction, which becomes the cause of the opposite state of the organ. This action is not admissible so long as an action opposed to it maintains the equilibrium, but it must come forth just as its opposite disappears, i.e., it must be an always present action and must be grounded in the subject of the organism itself. Its effect is the opposite of contraction, i.e., restoration of the volume or expansion. That activity would be exhibited in the organism as object by an alternation of contraction and expansion. Remark. Irritability, in the narrow sense of the word, has not only been deduced in general by the preceding, its conditions of possibility have also been provided. A. Its ultimate condition is organic duplicity. It is thereby explained why irritability appears connected to the existence of opposed systems, the nerve and muscle systems, in the phenomenon of the organism. I say appears, for no experience reaches to the first origin of duplicity itself, just as everything visible is only the manifestation of an invisible. That higher system only represents that which will never itself become an object in the organism. In that system, the nervous system, the organic force can only present itself to its object externally because it is itself simply the bridge over which that force reaches into the world of sense. The organism is the mediator of two worlds. Just as the sun, through rays thrown out in all directions, the image of itself, only indicates the direction of its higher influence, so the nerves are only the rays of that organic force, as it were, through which it indicates its transition into the external world. Since the nerves are also its first product, that force is as if chained to the nerves and not to be separated from them. Because the cause of life has also identified itself with them, it is impossible that they present themselves externally to themselves, as if this is what happens in contraction, a shallow representation that now is beginning to become universal. Now, according to the preceding, what is sensibility as such? All connotations that are attached to this word must now be excluded, and nothing is to be thought under it except the dynamic source of activity which we must posit in the organism as necessarily as in universal nature generally. But it also results from our deduction of irritability that sensibility actually disappears in irritability as its object, and that it is therefore impossible to say what it is in itself, since it is itself nothing in appearance. Only the positive is known, the 189 negative is reached by reasoning. Sensibility is not itself activity but is source of activity, i.e., sensibility is only condition of all irritability. Sensibility is not in itself knowable, it is knowable only in its object, of irritability, and therefore surely where the latter exists so must the former, although where it immediately passes into irritability only it is knowable incidentally. How sensibility passes into irritability is explained precisely by the fact that it is nothing other than organic duplicity itself. The external stimulus has no other function than to restore this duplicity. But as soon as duplicity is restored, so too all conditions of motion are restored. Just as sensibility is the condition of irritability, conversely, irritability is the condition of sensibility, for without activity directed outward there is also no activity reverting into the subject. It was ascertained above that the organism as object would fall into the point of indifference without excitation from outside. Thus all excitation from the outside occurs only by the disturbance of that state of indifference. But this state of indifference is itself only a product of irritability. The activity whose tendency is homogeneity is just that which manifests itself in irritability as an activity of intussusception. Thus irritability, or rather the activity which is active in it, is conversely not at all the positive, but the negative condition of sensibility. Every sensation is only thinkable as the disturbance of a homogeneous state. Therefore, because a homogeneous activity is disturbed by every excitation from outside and, as it were, dissociated into opposites, in every sense there is a necessary duality, for to me sensation means precisely nothing other than the disturbance of a homogeneous state of the organism. Therefore, for the sense of sight the polarity of colors, the opposition between warm and cold colors, is the duality that becomes objective in the prismatic spectrum ***, just as it is quite certain that in Hunter's experiment the negative lightning is not a mere privation but a real opposition to the other, although in every duality aside from the actual opposition 190 there is still a more and less, as, example the prismatic colors of one pole are also the darker colors, one pole of the magnet is also the weaker. For the sense of hearing the major and minor tones are the duality, for the sense of taste the acidic and alkaline tastes, for all other kinds of taste are only mixtures of both of these in various proportions. For the sense of smell there undoubtedly exists a similar opposition which is not clearer only because the sense is generally the darkest, thus most fitted for associations of ideas, and, on account of its thanklessness, the least cultivated one can employ this necessary duality in every sense as a principle of distinction for the senses generally. Therefore, the feeling of heat, example, does not serve as the name of a sense, because there is no opposition possible in it, but only a mere more or less. Opposition only exists where factors in the connection neutralize themselves, like the opposed colors of the prism, the acidic and alkaline taste, and so forth. For the sexual sense, its opposition does not fall within it but outside of it. If irritability, or rather its product, is a homogeneous state, a negative condition of sensibility, and the former is proper only to the lower organism, then we have explained how the organism itself becomes the medium of external influences, above p. 107. Galvanism finally makes it obvious, for in it the irritable system appears only as the armor of the sensible, solely as the middle term by means of which the latter is in connection with its outer world. 7. Irritability, by which the organic appears to be moved inwardly, is still something inner, but the activity must totally become an external one, must present itself completely in the external product, and, when it is presented in it, dissolve in it. But this activity, in which it passes over completely into the product as an external one, is nothing other than the productive activity itself, the activity of the formative drive. Irritability must pass directly into formative drive or force of production. With what, then, does all formation in organic nature begin other than irritability, i.e., with an alternation of expansion 191 and contraction? By what means does the metamorphosis of plants occur if not by such an alternation of expansion and contraction? Goethe on the metamorphosis of plants 4. And is not this alternation of expansion and contraction almost more evident in the metamorphosis of insects than in plants? If irritability appears only at its extreme in the force of production in direct transition into its object, then irritability must totally dissolve as soon as the production is completed. But the production must be completed because it is a finite production. If it is to endure after the completion of the product, then it must be finite in one respect, in another infinite. It must have an infinite production at least within its determinate sphere. The existence of organization has to be a constant being reproduced, in a word, the force of production must be force of reproduction. 8. The question arises, how does the force of production pass into the reproductive force? For the moment it is not thinkable otherwise than as a constant rekindling of irritability and, through irritability, force of production. This rekindling, because the condition of all irritability is heterogeneity, is not possible otherwise than through an ever-renewed heterogeneity sustained in the organism, and the means to always renew and to sustain this heterogeneity is nutrition. Thus, the aim of nutrition can be neither the universally accepted one, replacement of the parts abraded and used up through friction, nor even the maintenance of the chemical life processes, like the flame, by an ever-renewed influx of material. Others have already shown how highly inconceivable the loss of solid parts through friction is. Then where is the friction in, example, plants, who need nutrition too? And what an unfitting means to this end. If one further ventures that with stimulation the requirement for nourishment is actually increased in every living being, that in the same 192 proportion in which nutrition is increased the respiration becomes faster and heavier, and that every animal most corrupts pure air in its state of digestion, and so forth, if one ventures this, then one is led far sooner to the thought that the aim of nutrition is the constant rekindling of the process of life. It is by no means proven that the process of life is actually chemical, for that it is chemical in tendency we ourselves assert, and thereby we explain the superficial appearance of truth which the arguments of the chemical physiologists have. It could perhaps be said that that process which appears in irritability as a process of a yet higher kind finally becomes chemical in the processes of nutrition and assimilation, according to their tendency. At most apparent grounds for this assertion can be adduced, but then they are refuted upon first inspection. It is not as if the products of nutrition and assimilation were not chemical products, for what natural product is not chemical? Only that which is not even a product of nature any longer is non-chemical, that which is first cause, but that the emergence of these products in the organism is not explicable through a chemical process, that chemical products are produced, i.e., products susceptible of chemical analysis, surely every physiologist has recognized, but they have not known the cause by which they are produced. If life is not a chemical process, then no function, including nutrition, can have the chemical process as its aim. The aim of nutrition must be something totally different, namely, the following. What comes into the organism by its means acts as a stimulating potency, thus acts only indirectly in a chemical manner. Its stimulating force is at any rate determined by its chemical quality, but for this reason this force is not itself of a chemical kind, just as little as the electrical force of a body, because it is determined through its chemical constitution, would for that reason itself be of a chemical kind, and even the mode in which it acts as stimulating force is physically explicable, since the discovery that the activity of the members in the galvanic chain is determined by their chemical quality. 193. The aim of nutrition is the ever-renewed stimulation of the organism, i.e., determination of the organism to constant self-reproduction, above p. 106, but the organism is itself again a whole of systems. Every system in this whole has its own proper function. So each must also be stimulated. To conclude that organic life is itself in its own way as many different products, causes of excitation, as there are different systems in the organism. Secretion would have to emerge from the homogeneous material, but also conversely, the emergence of these different products is conditioned by the existence of the different systems and their special activity. This process thus flows back into itself. One need not ask any further about its aim. It is itself the end, and sustains and reproduces itself. There are really two propositions contained in this assertion which require special consideration. A. There are individual systems of specialized excitability in the system of the organism. We thus deny the absolute identity of excitability throughout the whole organism, but not because we deny that that which acts as stimulant on the organ would also act as stimulant on the whole organism. It does not happen that every excitation of the part propagates itself to the whole organism on account of the absolute intensity of excitability #, but is due to the synthetic relation of individual systems of the organism to one another, in which they must all be thought in reciprocal relations of causality. We do not think any occult quality by the concept specialized excitability. The excitability of any organic system is determined through the chemical, better dynamical, quality of its factors, which provides that it can only be excited through such and no other cause, just as the power of excitation of a metal in a determinate galvanic chain is determined through the chemical quality of the remaining factors of the chain. Example, the power of excitation of bile for the system of the liver is also determined in this way through the quality of the remaining factors of the system. There is thus nothing inexplicable or physically interminable here. 194b. Now, however, the assertion that this specialized excitability is again cause of a specialized power of secretion particularly requires to be proven. The proof lies in the preceding. What is the power of secretion other than a specific power of reproduction? But the power of reproduction is originally not at all different from irritability, thus specific irritability specific power of reproduction. And is this transition without example in organic nature? All infectious diseases act only on irritability. Moreover, beyond their general agitating force, they act specifically. Irritability is specifically affected by it, and the product of this specifically affected irritability is homogeneous with the affecting cause, is again the same poison. Thus for the liver, example, the bile is a kind of contagion. It is a stimulating potency for the organ, and through this is the cause of its reproduction. Thus, here there is a galvanism that reproduces itself. How that transition of specific excitation into specific force of reproduction occurs, for that it happens is understood, has been unexplained until now, merely because there is still no concept #, of that higher chemical process, for the product, but not the production. This process is an effect of galvanism, and for the time being can only be argued analogically from the action of galvanism on dead chemical substances, about which, moreover, still little is known, to the higher action * since the excitation in the object presents itself as a constant self-reproduction. The excitation through the stimulating potencies of nutrition surely passes unavoidably into an annexation of mass through assimilation. Since the excitation becomes self-reproduction, the annexation of mass can only happen through assimilation, and the original form is not altered, but only the volume, necessity of growth, the second stage of the organic power of reproduction. 195 Remark. The following elucidations are necessary. A. I say that the annexation of mass is an unavoidable consequence of excitation. Thus neither assimilation nor growth are nature's aim in nutrition. The aim is just the excitation itself, the constantly renewed kindling of the higher process of life, and this process of life is not a means to something else, it is life itself. Annexation of mass and growth is simply an unavoidable result of that process, and to that extent is something contingent with respect to the process itself, so although the result itself is not to be denied, it is still not to be seen as the aim of nutrition. B. It should be noted that it is only denied that assimilation occurs in a chemical fashion, not that its product is chemical and is open to chemical analysis. Thus all the discoveries of chemistry retain their value, example that the mechanism of animalization consists in the separation of nitrogen from the remaining substances, and so on. 5. C. Finally, a new view is established regarding the function of all fluids in the organism, namely, that they are stimulating causes both of the organism and of matter, through which it produces and reproduces itself. The fluid oozing around the embryonic heart in the chicken egg is at once matter and, as stimulating potency, cause of formation. Therefore, with the stasis of formation the matter is also exhausted at once. Thus in blood, this powerful cause of excitation, the triplicity of all organs of life is simultaneously recognizable, for if the thread-like part contains the substance of the muscle, then to argue analogically, the serous part contains the substance of the nerve fibers, and finally the globulous part contains the substance of the brain, by which the contingency of these organs becomes perfectly clear. And that they are a product of force, not the force itself. 9. The force which appears as active in reproduction is a force infinite in its nature, for it is joined to the eternal order of the universe itself, and is active anywhere its 196 conditions are given. But its conditions are always given in the organism. It always has to produce more. This progressive production would either be limited to the product, would not endeavor beyond it, i.e., an unlimited growth would have to take place since the organic form cannot be overstepped. And such an unlimited growth is also actual in nature, in animals and plants, to the extent that they are merely bud-bearing, gemmiferous, for all polyps in the world are only buds of an original stem, and under this category are arrayed a great many of the examples set out above, p. 36, concerning sexlessness in organic nature, or, the production would endeavor beyond its product. But the condition of that force is duplicity. If it does go further, then there must be a duplicity in the product whose one factor would fall outside of the product *. If there were no such duplicity in the product, one of whose factors lies outside of it, then the productive force could indeed go further, but it could present itself only in products that, because the condition of everything organic is duplicity, by all accounts would be inorganic products, and these would be the products of the so-called technical drive. Note: since we find ourselves led to this issue by our investigation, it is doubly necessary to linger with it, because this phenomenon of organic nature seems the least directly explicable from our point of view. This whole theory everywhere presupposes the principle that we observe in organic nature nothing other than the play of a higher mechanism, but indeed a mechanism still always explicable. 197 From natural causes and natural forces, as wonderful, i.e., unexplained up to now, as its phenomena may be, how would it look for this whole theory if we could not make comprehensible these particular productions of organic nature from our principles, which so many philosophers have assumed to be a degree of or at least to be analogous to, reason. Probably everyone will concede that the phenomena of irritability or force of reproduction, and even of sensibility, are still grounded on natural causes, for even those who attribute ideas to animals, and for that purpose a soul after whose locus they inquire, still believe that certain organic movements correspond to these ideas and even undertake to determine these motions. But the technical drive of animals seems to them to be something extending beyond all those merely organic forces. Now, how could I assert that sensibility too has its cause merely and solely in nature if I cannot trace back to natural causes that which seems to be its most immediate product, the technical drive? The path to it is laid out by what has already been said. I have shown how, from sensibility on, one and the same force fades first into irritability, from there into power of reproduction, and from this, under a certain condition, into technical drive. The technical drive ceases to be a special drive and different in kind from the others, it is merely a modification of the universal formative drive, and finally, like the latter, is itself a modification of the universal cause of all organization, of sensibility. It is not enough that the products of this drive themselves confirm this view far more evidently than that analogy with reason. All products of the technical drive have the peculiarity that they are perfect in their kind and are genuine masterpieces. Every animal that has such a drive steps onto the stage with its art and is born cultivated. Nothing is halfway here, incomplete, or demands improvement. Just as the incomplete is also the perfectible, the complete is necessarily the flawless. Flawlessness is the principal characteristic of all the technical products of animals. 198. This single characteristic is also clearly sufficient to reject all share of analogy, of degree, or of a kind of reason as belonging to these products. A. That something is analogous to rationality in these products is not at all denied, for every eye perceives that. But to reason from this to an analogue of reason in the animal itself is to reason too hastily. We see the same analogy in the regular motions of the planets and in all organic production, and would have to ascribe to the planets a reasonable soul on the same grounds, which Schelling, Deduction of Organic Functions from the Concept of Excitability 131, leads them around the sun, or believe that every animal and plant soul also builds its own organs itself. B. To accept a degree of reason as basis of explanation would itself be unreasonable. It is not as if we do not see the animal accomplish by instinct in its narrower sphere even more than that which we accomplish through reason in our broader sphere, but this is because reason is absolutely one, because it does not admit of degrees, and because it is the absolute itself. C. But if there are no degrees, then it is still a kind of reason, that is, just as the human reason represents the world only according to a certain form, whose visible expression is the human organization, so every organism is the expression of a certain schematism of the intuition of the world. Just as we surely see that our intuition of the world is determined through our original limitation, without our being able to explain why we are precisely limited in this way, and why our intuition of the world is precisely this and no other, so too the life and the intelligence of animals can be just a peculiar, although inconceivable, kind of original limitation, and only their mode of limitation would distinguish them from us. It was certainly a powerful dream that dead matter is asleep of the intelligent forces, that animal life is a dream of the monads, that the life of reason is finally a state of general wakefulness. And what is matter other than extinguished 199 spirit? All duplicity is cancelled in it, its state is a state of absolute identity and of rest. In the transition from homogeneity to duplicity a world already dawns, and with the restoration of duplicity the world itself opens up. And if nature is only visible spirit, then the spirit must become visible in it generally, as the beauty in it comes forth as soon as it admits the mechanism of natural laws, as soon as the identity of matter, by which it is suppressed in itself, is cancelled. But what good is this dream of physics, for it the animals remain, now as before, selfless objects, whether their life is now a dream state of the monads or a mere play of natural mechanism, for only what intuits itself steps out of the sphere of the merely intuited. That which does not set itself outside this sphere remains the captive of an alien intuition, something to be dealt with and explained according to laws of matter. Therefore, all ways of thinking irrationality in animal activities fail us, and with them all those explanations of the technical drive which presuppose a deliberation, a possibility of experience, of a tradition, and so forth, among animals. We must assert that they are driven to all of their acts, as to their productions, by a blind exigency. All that is left is to determine the mode of this constraint. A. Philosophers who deny all rationality to animals have allowed them to be driven not only to their actions, but also to their productions, by the 132 Schelling, 3rd Division. Feeling of pleasure. They did not know that instinct and impulse do not exist together in the feeling of pleasure, and at bottom they cancel all instinct. While they carry human baseness into nature, it is no better to say that the bees, for example, are driven by pain to build their cells. What occurs through impulsion from pain or from need also only occurs carefully and slowly, but conversely the swiftness of a force comes from self-impulse. 6. Is there anything laborious or clumsy and born of compulsion recognizable in those 200 productions? B. Therefore, we will assume that the technical drive of animals results from the determination of their physical forces with respect to the mode of their actuality, with the exclusion of the soul forces which Reimarus has mixed in here and whose existence is refuted by the preceding, or more clearly, we will assert, it is physically impossible, by the very nature of the animal, that it produce anything other than the regular. We appeal to the fact that even in those animal taxa which possess technical drive above all others, all instruments of motion are so limited as to their use that the instrument and its use are one and the same, that, therefore, in organic nature generally, because everything in it is infinitely interconnected and everything else is altered with the alteration of one thing, nothing disharmonious or contradictory in itself can arise in it and through it. Further, we appeal to the fact that the animals which possess the technical drive are determined through the sphere of their irritability, as of their sensibility, which means that such an animal cannot be stimulated to movement through a sensation that is irregular or not completely measured to its inner nature, which is already possible with animals of a higher kind, where the technical drive also disappears, on account of the disproportion of sensibility over the other organic forces. Finally, we appeal to the fact that the sensibility of these animals has an infinitely narrower circle, that the various rays into which that force splays itself out in the higher organisms only run together into one point in them, and so one sense seems to replace the other, the one seems to govern the other, through which an error of sense, if it be permitted so to express it, or rather a blunder in animal actions generally is impossible, and so forth. It is presupposed by this explanation that in the animal a productive force acts over all. The problem is only to explain why this force acts necessarily in a determinate form, and 201 reveals itself only through regular actions. It is now quite evident, for the reasons just stated, that regularity overall has to exist in the organic motions of such an animal, but not why these movements also produce externally regular products, analogous to artworks, and the objection which Mendelssohn brought against Reimarus comes to mind, namely, even if one presupposes a certain determination and direction in the organic forces of an animal, still one can construct no concept of the direction. Schelling, Deduction of Organic Functions from the Concept of Excitability 133. To design a hexagon, like the ones bees design in their wax cells, or any other regular figure. I respond, granted that there is a force in the animal which endeavors to go beyond its product, this force must be consumed. Like every force in nature, it must, since it is an original productive force, extend to a product, i.e., to a determinate thing, in which it is extinguished. But with its necessarily determinate mode of effectiveness its product is also determined. This determinate mode of effectiveness and this determinate product are one and the same thing, are in no way different. The product already lies in that determination of the organic forces, and the product which you see is only the visible expression of the determination of those forces. But granted that given the organic forces its product is already determined as well, How does this regular determination precisely belong to that force, this directive toward the production of a hexagon, for example? I answer, this hexagon is not a hexagon for nature. It is a hexagon only for you, which you question, and which you read into nature. The mistake is that you only pronounce what it is, for only while it runs through your head does it take on the appearance of rationality. For nature it has nothing at all to do with producing a hexagon, just as little as nature produces a snowflake. But granted that this regularity exists only for me, why does nature produce precisely what is regular for me? This question is more penetrating, so the answer must take a 202 higher standpoint as well. What you see here in the products of the technical drive is only the final work of the same force that has produced the organism itself, and that still uses it only as an instrument of its formative tendency after this first product is finished. In the majority of insects the proof is clear. You see that this insect in which that drive is active will soon cease to exist, at least to be what it was. If it endures it must be transformed. Now, in organic forms we only observe products in which everything is reciprocally means and end. We have no other name than the organic for this kind of inner perfection, because organic nature is a unity with respect to it, where the organic form stands at its limit and the organic force extends out beyond this limit. It no longer produces that inner perfection, but only an outer perfection. This external perfection is the geometrical type, and you observe this everywhere in nature, either where the organism stands at its limit, as, example in the casing of shelled animals, or where mechanism begins, example in the motions of the planets, generally in the laws of all motions, with respect to which nature is the most perfect geometer. The question really extends to the whole of nature, for nature produces this external, geometrical perfection for no other reason than that for which it produces inner, organic perfection. But this reason is none other than blind necessity, with which nature acts generally. If there were chance in nature, just one accident, then you would catch sight of nature in universal lawlessness. Because everything that happens in nature happens with blind necessity, everything that happens or that arises is an expression of an eternal law and of an unimpugnable form. Therefore, you see your own understanding in nature, so it seems to you to produce for you. And so you are only right to see in its lawful productions an analogue of freedom, because even unconditioned necessity becomes freedom once more. 203 This explanation still remains too much in the universal, and even if everything were demonstrated by the fact that the technical drive of the animal, and with it all behaviors, is affected through merely natural forces, then the question still arises how they are affected and through which natural forces. However, we also do not need to remain at the level of this universal explanation. Since the technical drive, to limit ourselves to this, comes forth from the continuity of all other natural forces, since only the universal force of production dissipates in it, it is clear from this that it first appears in the series of organisms where this asterisk force begins to achieve a preponderance over the higher. For why are the most sensible animals robbed of the technical drive, and conversely the most richly artistic animal outside the sphere of this drive the most restricted with respect to its sensibility? Since further, this drive, just where it expresses itself most conspicuously, only constitutes the transition to metamorphosis, then its cause will be no more enigmatic to us in the future than is the cause of the higher organic functions and of the force of reproduction, and all of its quite manifold appearances are not buds and blossoms. Is Schelling. Deduction of organic functions from the concept of excitability. 135. Blind productive. It seems rather that precisely through this drive the organic technical drive reverts into a mere drive of crystallization, and thus one chain stretches from the perfect organic crystallization over to dead corporeality. The lesser the sensibility, the more the technical drive is a universal law. Therefore, one could say that the crystal, which crystallizes far more completely and quickly than the hexagon of the bee, has far more technical drive than the insect. According to SW, in place of the last words it reads the following: transaction, are not many cries. Talizations. Not the shell of the mollusk a more perfect artwork than even the cells of the bees*? And don't all of these appearances have their common cause in nature? If it is now demonstrated by the foregoing that the technical drive of the animal, and to reason analogically, all of its instincts, are blind effects of nature, do we need to worry about any more objections, be they taken from experience or from the prejudices of the common standpoint? Only a few of them will be answered briefly, because they provide the opportunity for further elucidations. The principal objection that we must expect, and to which all others are reduced, is that we degrade the animals to mere Cartesian machines, that we run into all of the triumphant arguments which one has brought before these philosophers in ancient and modern times. Whether the animals really become machines in our theory will become clear through the analysis of this objection. For the moment, the theory of the existence of ideas in animals, and all that goes with it, at any rate collapses on our theory. Then also 204a, the view of the so-called sense organs as such, through which ideas are awakened, simultaneously collapses. From this we have nothing to fear, at least until someone has made at all comprehensible the origin of ideas by an external stimulus of these organs, since we deny, even where the existence of ideas is certain, that these ideas arise from external impressions. We assert rather that an activity of the organ excited by an external stimulus is only the necessary correlate of the idea, because this coexistence is the sole means by which our original idealism is transformed into realism, for without it we would believe that we intuited everything only in ourselves. Therefore, the self must already become material for us in our originary productive intuition, i.e., must become an object for us that is affected by external nature. Now it is certain that what corresponds to a representation in its organ is an altered receptivity of this organ. Why is light only light for the eye, and not also, example for the dead body, and why does the eye itself produce, in the galvanic chain, example where one does not have to think about a material development of light, an illuminated state when the normally present external condition of the state is lacking? The alteration that is produced in the organ through external stimulus, which for brevity's sake I call sensation, with exclusion of all the connotations that may otherwise be attached to this word, is an inner one, an absolutely unrecognizable alteration seen from the outside, or as we have expressed it above, sensibility is an activity reverting into its subject. It is cognizable in the object only indirectly in the expressions of irritability whose source it is, and in many animals, indeed even in individual organs of an animal, the so-called involuntary organs, it disappears so directly into external movements that it can hardly be distinguished from the latter, and so is also no longer recognizable. Now, we would admittedly degrade animals to the status of machines if we asserted that they were set in motion directly by an external impulse, under which one can conceive everything that acts in a straight line, including attraction, for every merely 205 mechanical impulse passes directly into motion. However, I assume that even where sensibility disappears directly into external movements, i.e., where the movements appear as completely involuntary, they are still not directly produced through the external impulse, but are mediated by sensibility, as the universal, dynamic source of motion. Every external force first passes by way of sensibility before it acts upon irritability, and sensibility is the source of life itself, precisely because through it alone the organism is torn away from universal mechanism, where one wave pushes the other forward and in which there is no standstill of force, and by this means becomes its own source of motion. The animals would become machines if we concurred with the absurd opinion of the Cartesians that allows all external causes of excitation to act by impulse or attraction upon animals, in mass, for then these causes act only mechanically, i.e., in straight lines. Now, for us sensibility is still something no less grounded in natural causes, though we allow all external causes to reach the organism only through it, although we confess that because we know sensibility only as source of all organic activity, and because all forces act through it as their common medium, it disappears for us into the ultimate conditions of nature. From this it is understood that sensibility is probably the universal source of activity in nature, and therefore is not a property of the individual organism but of the whole of nature. b. What the so-called voluntary movements of the animals are according to this view, with respect to which a second objection will be made against us, is clear from the preceding, and will become still clearer from the following. C. But this opinion robs the greater part of nature of life and deposits it into the realm of the dead. 206. Supposing it were so, then this consequence could prove nothing against the principles demonstrated. But is it so? In order to present the matter from one side, we have placed the technical drive in continuity with the universal force of production. But this force is, above all other organic forces, submitted to the universal organism. How is it otherwise explicable that, although in the animal kingdom one can say universally separate sexes are produced, nevertheless a proportion of both sexes of each species is maintained, that generally, with a view to the reproduction of Schelling, deduction of organic functions from the concept of excitability 137. The species, this is certain at least in the human species, such a conspicuous lawfulness is noted that reproduction in the organic realm of nature is solidly connected to certain seasons accompanied by universal alterations in nature. If it is certain that the force of production is intertwined in the most intimate way with the universal organism, then this will hold as well for all drives of the animal. Should we believe that a universal alteration of nature, example, correlates with the drive of the migratory bird, which, in the very season when the magnetic needle reverses in order to point in the opposite direction, initiates the flight to another climate, it has to hold for all drives. For they are all only modifications of the universal formative drive, because the latter alone has a direction toward an external object. But this is even more the case for the technical drive, and we will see the products of this drive as products of that universal formative cause that acts on nature through the organism as through a middle term, and joins the whole of nature in a universal organism. In short, we will be able to see them as products of that cause which is the universal soul of nature, as it were, whence everything is set into motion. Our opinion, then, is just 207, that no individual, unique and disconnected life belongs to the animal, and we simply sacrifice its individual life to the universal life of nature. 10. It is presupposed that the technical drive extends out beyond the product, without the existence of a duplicity where one factor falls outside the product. But if there were a duplicity in the product whose one factor actually falls outside of the product, then it could only lie again in an organic product, for the duplicity must be of an organic kind. This product must be opposed to the first with respect to this factor, but just for that reason has to be equal to it generally with respect to the higher factors of the organism. With a view to this duplicity, of which in each product there is only one factor, both individually must express the universal character of their stage of development incompletely, but both together completely express it. Individuals that are related to one another this way are individuals of opposite sexes of one and the same species, above p. 42f. What could only be postulated above, p. 42, has now been deduced, namely, the universal sexuality in organic nature, which is, as it were, the extreme boundary of universal organic opposition. That force, whose sole condition is duplicity, is effective only where its conditions are given. But its conditions are given. It will then proceed to act. What was its object becomes condition of its possibility, or its instrument. These are the opposite sexes. The question arises as to what their product will be. Their product is a new duplicity, i.e., it reproduces its condition to infinity. How sensibility belongs to the individual organism is certainly conceivable. The individual serves only as conduit in which that one incendiary spark of sensibility propagates itself to infinity. But what is the ultimate source of that force? Through the act of fertilization the force of production is in no way awakened. It is sensibility that is first awakened, and that next passes into 208 irritability, and finally into formative drive. The fluid matter is only the stimulating cause. It seems that the merest contact acts as a kind of contagion in fertilization, through which sensibility is awakened just as polarity can be produced by the mere contact with the magnet. In this way the circle of organic nature closes. The force of production is the furthest force of the organic forces. Sensibility can be lost in irritability, irritability in force of production, but in what can the latter be dissipated? It must be absolutely extinguished if it cannot revert back into its origin, sensibility. It is only possible that it revert to its origin if one factor falls outside of its product. But it only happens that its one factor again falls outside its product if it does not lose itself in another force but directly in the product itself. Now the product itself must separate into opposites. If it is only one product that separates itself into the opposite sexes, then the production is only one as well. The production is distributed in distinct individuals. These individuals must themselves be submitted to a higher order, by virtue of which it is impossible that one sex is born without the other being born simultaneously, or more generally expressed, by virtue of which a proportion of opposite sexes is maintained. The cause of this order cannot again fall within organic nature itself, it must fall outside its sphere, but can just as little fall within anorganic nature, so it must fall within the higher order which unifies both, or in a universal organism. Thus organic nature is intertwined in a universal nature with both of its extreme ends, sensibility and force of production, a universal which we at the moment can only postulate. 209.11. For the organic activity now deduced, one factor certainly lies outside the asterisk product, and this one factor is transferred into a new product. The activity thus endures, for it reproduces its condition to infinity, but not the product. The latter as individual is only a means, the species end. The remaining organic activity of the individual perishes in the reproduction of the species, for all higher forces are dissipated in the latter as the most extreme point, but the tendency toward this extreme already manifests itself in the earlier modifications of the force of production, for, throughout the whole of nature, is not the technical drive, which in a few species is the equivalent of the formative drive, above p. 36, only harbinger of the awakening formative drive, from insect up to human being? The insects possess technical drive only before their sexuality is developed, just as the worker bee always possesses this drive because it will never arrive at sexual development. As soon as the insects have passed through their metamorphoses, and these are only phenomena of sexual development, all technical drive is extinguished in them. But the bird too builds its nest, the beaver its den before the mating season. Could it be the result of a special foresight? Not hardly. One and the same blind drive guides all actions of the animal. The technical drive is a modification of the productive drive generally, and that which passes directly into the mating drive with mating completed, the final heterogeneity has passed into activity, and the cause whose tendency is cancellation of all duality, and which appears for this reason as active only under this condition, is no longer inhibited by anything. Disappearance of all duality is therefore necessary, but a disappearance of all duality exists only in the chemical process, i.e., in that which, in the anorganic world, corresponds to the organic formative drive. 210.3. The graduated series of stages in nature. And so at least a part of the general problem set forth above, p. 53, to deduce a dynamically graded series of stages in nature, is solved. At least the first stages through which nature gradually descends from the organic to the inorganic are known to us, and presently we have no other business than to demonstrate that graduated series in nature itself. The functions of the organism must be opposed, therefore, they exclude one other reciprocally in one and the same individual, for they are either distributed into different organs, or are totally supplanted by one another. This was proven right at the start, p. 51f. It is only now explicable how those functions are opposed. Since, according to our preceding investigations, sensibility, irritability, and force of production are, with all of their modifications, really just one force, at the least because every lower force has one factor in common with the higher, it follows that they can be opposed only with respect to their emanation, or their appearing in the individual or in the whole of organic nature. Force of reproduction is also irritability and sensibility, and supplants both of them only in appearance. For the final term in which these two are lost is just the force of reproduction. 211. However, since those functions of the organism exclude one another at least in appearance, the proof of the actuality of such a dynamically graduated series can be executed only in part through an examination of the various organs, b. in part through the various states of the same individual, i.e., to the extent that in both the organs and the states the dominance of one function excludes the others, c. in part, finally, from the diversity of organisms themselves and the corresponding diversity in the proportion of organic functions, and we will also actually employ this threefold mode of proof. The functions of the organism appear to be exclusive of one another and opposed to one another. Therefore, all possible relations will be exhausted by means of a reciprocal determination of these functions by one another. A reciprocal determination of sensibility and irritability *. Sensibility and irritability determine each other reciprocally to the extent that sensibility is expressed in irritability as its most direct phenomenon. However, 1. Both sensibility and irritability must have at least one factor in common precisely because the one passes into the other and is presented in it only as its object. 2. If irritability is to the product in which sensibility presents itself most directly and if every activity is immediately extinguished in its product, then as irritability increases in the phenomenon, sensibility must decrease, and inversely in the proportion that sensibility increases, irritability must decrease in the phenomenon. The latter qualification must always be added, because originally irritability is possible without sensibility just as little as sensibility is possible without irritability. 212 Proof. This can be carried out a. from the various organs of the same individual. 142 Schelling, 3rd Division. a. Since sensibility is an activity that recoils back into its subject, it can only be distinguished in opposition to an activity directed outward, irritability. So where sensibility achieves a preponderance in organic nature, an organism must originate that is only sensibility, i.e., whose function is not exhibited as irritability, by activity directed outwardly. This explains why sensibility is only conceivable as the negative of irritability, as has been said elsewhere. Sensibility as such becomes unrecognizable through the fact that it is lost directly in irritability, so it is recognizable only when it does not pass directly into outer movements, or when by means of it the excitation from outside does not pass directly into outer movements. Now, if sensibility is thinkable only as the negative of irritability, then where there is a preponderance of sensibility there must be an organization which is an absolute negation of irritability, which is not at all subjected to irritability. Such an organization is the brain and nervous system. If there is a gradation of organic forces, as we have proven in the preceding, then there must also be a gradation of organs. And if the organism is only the contracted, miniaturized image of the universal organism, then such a gradation of forces must also be found in the world organism, as we will see later. The brain and its extension, the nerves, have devoted themselves entirely to sensibility alone. Irritability is totally squeezed from them by the preponderance of sensibility, for not a single man has yet proven the opinion that all functions of the nerves are contractions. Conversely, since sensibility is thinkable only as the negative of irritability, then it must absolutely disappear where it passes directly into 213 irritability with the organization, organ, that is exclusively sensibility. Another organization, organ, must coexist that is only irritability in order to maintain equilibrium with it. This organization, organ, is that of the heart and its extensions, the arteries *. Since this organization has dedicated itself wholly to irritability, all sensibility must be squeezed from it by the preponderance of the latter, that is, here all sensibility immediately dies away in movement. No reflex whatsoever occurs any more, and all organic activity is only an activity directed outward. But this activity directed outward is itself possible only under the condition of sensibility. Thus, sensibility exists only in that it is extinguished in irritability, and only to that extent can the heart, example, be called an involuntary organ with any meaning. The proof can be carried out by consideration of the various states of the same individual, example in disease, where all power of movement perishes in increased sensibility, or conversely, where sensibility sinks with increasing irritability. Even the state of sleep belongs here, where with the sinking of sensibility the irritability of the heart and the arteries is increased. C. The proof can be carried out by consideration of different organisms. If it is certain from the preceding that sensibility, as the negative of irritability, is bound to the existence of an organism which is not at all subject to irritability, then we see the brain, as the seed, so to speak, from which that organism evolves, at its greatest and most perfect form in man, and dissipating backward from him in an increasingly smaller volume and more imperfect organization. In the whales it is almost zero in comparison with their remaining mass, surrounded by a fatty, oily fluid, so the dullness of their expressions of sensibility follows. In the race of birds one observes little manifoldness of structure anymore, few protuberances, concavities, and sinuosities. In the reptiles, where the nerves first cease showing nodes, secondary brains, it becomes very small, and likewise in the fishes, which with respect to 214 sensibility stands still below the former, because their brain too becomes more inaccessible through their environment. In the insects it begins to be quite problematic. With certainty one knows only the extended medullary substance furnished with many nodes. In the greater part of the worms it becomes completely only here a direct transition takes place. This second proof is especially to be carried out through the theory of disease. Indemonstrable, and in the zoophytes all external signs of sensibility disappear simultaneously with it. Now, just as the brain gradually dwindles away throughout the whole organic world and finally disappears, it is the same with the external organs of sensibility. The eye, example, is preserved down to the insects, and comes forth in a few races, example in the birds, more perfectly. In the insects the structure of the eye begins to abandon its regularity, for here it appears sometimes very large and sometimes very small, sometimes it is only an eye-like organ, sometimes hundreds of them at once, in which that sense spreads itself out. In most of the worms, if they have eyes, they are at least covered. In the polyps no such organ is demonstrable, although they appear to seek the light. It is uncertain through what medium that one force which is the cause of sensibility refracts itself into various rays. Nevertheless, the diminishing manifoldness in the structure of the brain teaches us the mounting preponderance of one sense above all others, and the final contraction of all senses into one homogeneous sense, as in the polyps, shows that that force begins to become always more uniform backward in the series from man, and finally disappears in completely involuntary movements. If, in this way, sensibility gradually fades throughout the whole of organic nature, then according to the law proposed, irritability must rise in the same proportion. But where sensibility absolutely disappears, it is only because it loses itself immediately in movements, in which case the movements can be called involuntary, although for the genuine physiologist the concept of a voluntary movement is a meaningless concept. The movement of the heart indeed appears as involuntary, not as if this movement were not mediated through sensibility just as are all organic movements, but 215 because here sensibility loses itself directly in its effect, and instead of the cause we see only the effect. Conversely, other movements appear as voluntary because they are not produced by any determinate stimulus, example that of the blood, through which the heart is moved, but only by the sum total of incessantly acting stimuli, of light and other universal causes. Since these stimuli continually propagate effects without every single one passing into movements, in which alone one recognizes sensibility, for sensibility is nothing other than the negative of irritability, then by this means a sum total of force of motion must arise which the organism seems to be able to dispose of, since for it its utilization is just as necessary as in the so-called involuntary movements. Therefore, simultaneously with the exhaustion of that sum of stimulation which follows upon strenuous efforts, and which is called fatigue, likewise, fully in accordance with the proposed law, in the mounting irritability of the involuntary organs, which is produced through intoxication, sensibility seems to be extinguished too, in sleep, although it is certain that sensibility is not extinguished, judging by the uninterrupted dreams during sleep, which one must conclude exist also in animals from the many movements they make while in this state, and that sensibility, as source of life, cannot be extinguished otherwise than with the extinction of life itself. Assuming this correction of the concepts of voluntary and involuntary movement, then instead of sensibility, irritability must alone come forth. Where sensibility fades in organic nature, i.e., sensibility must be completely lost in irritability. According to the conventional terminology, the movements must become increasingly more involuntary. And so it is. In the plants, their saps are indeed circulated by stimulation of their vessels, but only in a few vessels, and only in a few plants, example in the Hedysarum gyrans. In others, there are traces of something similar to voluntary movements only in certain conditions, example at the moment of complete sexual development. The movements of the Mimosa pudica and of Dionaea muscipula, among others, because they follow upon a determinate external stimulus, usually contact, are only to be seen as involuntary movements, and therefore the debate over the sensibility of plants is settled. Sensibility, as universal cause of life, must also belong to plants. But it must be indemonstrable in organic nature. 216 To the degree that the preponderance of the subordinate forces increases, because it is only assumed to be there when it does not perish immediately in movements. It is precisely the same in the lowest classes of the animal kingdom, for here too all movements contract themselves into such a narrow sphere and in such regularity that the last trace of choice disappears. Where sensibility gradually comes forth more visibly, for example, in the class of insects and the amphibians, the movements become less uniformly regular and more manifold. One should remember that many insects unify in themselves every sort of movement, but irritability still asserts its independence from sensibility, since even after the disturbance of the whole organism its effects endure in individual organs, and the lesser vulnerability of these animals proves the restricted reign of sensibility. Finally, with mounting vulnerability the subordination of irritability under sensibility also increases, but such that at the same time the velocity, manifoldness, and force of the movement increases, as in the most agile animals, the birds, and most of the warm-blooded animals, whose irritability declines at the same time as sensibility. Only gradually does the mobility decline, but sensibility only comes forth at the apex of all organization as master of the whole organism in absolute independence from the subordinate forces. It is thus proven through general induction that throughout the whole of organic nature, as irritability increases sensibility decreases, and as sensibility increases irritability sinks. Sensibility is lost indirectly through irritability, but irritability is lost immediately at the most extreme boundary of organic force, where the organic and the anorganic world are divided. The force of reproduction. B. Reciprocal determination of sensibility and force of reproduction. If sensibility loses itself in the force of reproduction only through irritability, then the force of production must increase in the same proportion in which irritability achieves preponderance over sensibility, and so it happens, for from man backward we see the force of production on the increase throughout the 217 race of four-footed animals, the birds, and so forth, down to amphibians and fishes, for slowing nutrition, the decline in irritability, the manifoldness of peculiar secretions. The animal venoms, example among others, an altered power of assimilation, finally sometimes the size of the produced individuals, sometimes their more complete formation, sometimes their ever-increasing numbers, becoming incalculable at the lower levels, already announce the preponderance of the force of production in this part of nature. Where the force of reproduction again decreases with respect to its intensity, in the insects, the drama of metamorphosis steps in, and with it the technical drive, and where the latter is extinguished, an unlimited regenerative drive steps into its place. But in the same proportion sensibility sinks. See reciprocal determination of irritability and force of production. Even where irritability scarcely remains, in completely involuntary movements, the force of reproduction, the furthest of all organic forces, must be present in the phenomenon. There must be a third system in every organism, therefore, which one can call the reproductive system, and to which belong all organs of nutrition, secretion, and assimilation. Why is the excitable heart not an organ of secretion, but instead the sluggish liver? Further, Blumenbach and Sommering have proven that only those parts that are independent of the brain, and all parts only of such animals as do not even have a brain at all, or a very imperfect one, regenerate themselves. This means, expressed more generally, the force of reproduction in all of its perfection first comes forth where irritability and sensibility are either already extinct or are at least close to extinction. This level of organic nature is indicated by the race of the zoophytes and the plants, of which each individual part is identical with all others, and almost all heterogeneity has disappeared. 218 Conclusions. In sum, all of the foregoing furnishes the following result: the organism, in order to be stimulable, has to be in equilibrium with itself, and the organism as object falls in this point of equilibrium. If the organism was not in equilibrium with itself, then this equilibrium could not be disturbed, and there would be no dynamical source of activity in the organism, there would be no sensibility. But precisely because sensibility is only the perturbation of the organic equilibrium, it is only recognizable in the continual restoration of the equilibrium. This restoration is displayed in the phenomena of irritability. Thus, the most original factors of excitability are sensibility and irritability, which necessarily coexist. But because the product of every restoration is always again the organism itself, it appears at the lowest level as the constant self-production of the organism, and its cause appears as force of reproduction, but that it appears as such is, finally, only conceivable through the influence of a higher order, by which the organism protects itself against the influences of its immediate external world, and is, so to speak, armed against it, i.e., by excitability. The following principles flow directly from this: if there is a gradation of forces in the organism, if sensibility presents itself in irritability, if irritability presents itself in force of reproduction, and if the lower force is only the phenomenon of the higher, then there will be as many stages of organization in nature overall as there are various stages of the appearance of that single force. The plant is what the animal is, and the lower animal is what the higher is. In the plant the same force acts that acts in the animal, only the stage of its appearance lies lower. In the plant it has already wholly dispersed into force of reproduction, which is still distinguishable as irritability in the amphibians, and in the higher animals as sensibility, and conversely. Therefore, there is one organism that is gradually attenuated through all of these stages down to the plants, and one cause acting uninterruptedly which fades from the sensibility of the first 219 animal down to the reproductive force of the last plant. If every point in this evolution were not a point where the force becomes productive force and necessarily the point where the force refracts itself, above p 139, then there would be nothing but plants and reproductive force, for only in that force, as productive force, has to divide itself into opposed individuals does it become possible that it reproduce its condition to infinity, and thereby reproduces its product. Instead of the unity of the product which we above sought in nature and which we could not assume precisely because of the separation into opposite sexes, above p 46f, now we have a unity of force of production throughout the whole of organic nature. It is indeed not one product, but still one force, that we observe to be inhibited at various stages of appearance. This force originally tends toward only one product. That the force is inhibited at various levels means just that one product is inhibited at various stages, and it follows necessarily that all of these products inhibited at various stages amount to only one product. Thus it is high time that we demonstrated and justified the thought that the graduated sequence of stages in organic nature, the organic forces of sensibility, irritability, and formative force, are all only branches of one force, just as, without doubt, only one force is expressed in light, in electricity, and so on, as in its various appearances. If the universal organism contracts itself into organic nature, so to speak, then at least the analogues of all of those organic forces must be manifest in universal nature. And thus 221, light is that which corresponds in universal nature to the cause of the formative drive in organic nature. If light is the final cause of all chemical process, above p 96, then the formative drive, like the organic for the anorganic generally, is itself only the higher potency of the chemical process, and so, since all inorganic formation only occurs chemically, one action gives all natural formations their lawfulness. Now, under no circumstance is anything at all material to be thought by this action, as little as by light itself. It is simply not itself material, only its immediate products are. If light were its product, then it would be matter, in the general sense that something is matter. Since all matter is occupation of space, i.e., is action of a determinate degree, then to that extent all matter is immaterial. Light is not its product, but only its phenomenon. Light, i.e., that which we call light, is not matter at all, not even a materialization, matter conceived in becoming, it is rather becoming itself. Illumination is the most immediate symbol of the never-ceasing creation, since light requires no higher light, and since it is really that which signifies the extreme boundary of our sensibility, it can no longer itself be an object, i.e., matter. However, it is self-evident that some sort of substrate, some substance must lie beneath that becoming which we call light. What we call light is not that substrate, but the becoming itself. Naturally, the question arises, how does this perspective on light harmonize with its chemical effects, and even with the optical phenomena which are supposed to prove the materiality of light? 221. What count as the chemical effects of light are all reducible to the deoxidizing property of light. The reason for this property must be sought in the relation of light to oxygen. Now, what is this relation? Since light comes to the fore in the chemical process, just as oxygen, the middle term of this process, disappears, then oxygen must be the mediator of the opposed spheres of affinity, of the earth and of the sun. As long as both are separated and only indirectly come into contact, i.e., as long as that mediator, which separates the two, is still present, there is duality too, and with it electricity. As soon as the mediator is cancelled and the opposed spheres of affinity pass over into one another, the phenomenon of that transition is the sun exposing itself, so to speak. In light all duality is cancelled and the chemical process begins. Now, since light is only the phenomenon of oxygen's disappearance, which steps into its place, as it were, conversely, oxygen must also be a phenomenon of light's disappearance, or that which steps into the place of light. Oxygen is mutually opposed in both spheres of affinity, precisely because it separates both and mediates both. Light must thus disappear where its antithesis emerges, and so appears to act as a means to deoxidation, as a combustible body, so to speak. But light, i.e., that which we call light, does not deoxidize, its disappearance only corresponds to the deoxidation. Light does not deoxidize, but the active principle whose phenomenon it is. It is a universal law of this action that it acts on the negative positively, and on the positive negatively. Example: the oxidized body is negatively electrified, the positive is non-oxidized. So it does not deoxidize, but it makes something positively charged. Whether this deoxidation corresponds to a combustion of the light substrate is another question. With the assumption of such a 222 deoxidizing cause, much that was previously enigmatic becomes clear. Example: the quantity of oxygen in the atmosphere always remaining the same taken as a whole, which is only explicable by the fact that a universal, uniformly acting cause maintains an equilibrium of negative and positive states, and so inhibits the matter from being lost either in one or the other. Extreme. The universal action acts on the positive in an oxidizing fashion, as on the negative in a deoxidizing fashion, and both effects coexist in nature just as constantly as positive and negative electricity. However, concerning the optical phenomena that are supposed to prove the materiality of light, we find ourselves the less necessitated to admit this materiality the less those phenomena, example refraction, among others, are of a self-evident nature, and the more certain it is that almost no principle of our optics has an indubitable existence. The same activity that appears on a lower level as formative drive appears on a higher as irritability, for the fact that both are identical in principle is already certain, since the condition of both is heterogeneity, and so now, In order to extend the argument, 2, electricity would be that which corresponds to irritability in the external world. Of course we will be permitted to supply, in place of all other proofs, the galvanic phenomena *A. It is certain that the galvanic phenomena are identical with the electrical in their ultimate principle, although galvanism and electricity are themselves diverse phenomena, for through galvanism electricity is raised, as it were, to a higher function. Electricity only requires duplicity, and only appears in the contact and separation of heterogeneous bodies. But galvanism requires triplicity as its condition, and is active in closed chains and in rest itself. It is the same way with that active principle to the extent that it is cause of irritability, for that action, because its conditions 223, triplicity, are always present in the organic body, can never rest, but its activity is a uniform one. It achieves expression by contraction just as it achieves expression through electricity, only by means of a new closure or separation of the chain. Thus, the activity in the galvanic chain is not itself electricity, at least not what one has previously understood by electricity, but is probably conditioned by electricity. It is electricity raised, as it were, into uniform activity, an activity, so to speak, enclosed within a system of bodies, and an effective action only in this circle and affecting nothing outside of it. However, b. it does not follow, therefore, that the agent in the expressions of irritability is itself electricity, as little as it follows from the preceding that light is itself agent of the formative drive. Electricity is only that which corresponds to that higher, organic, action in universal nature. Organic action is itself, moreover, a higher power of the galvanic action. Even the contractions of the organ connected in the galvanic chain do not appear to be immediate effects of the alteration operative in this chain. Electricity is a wholly external appearance in relation to irritability, which becomes a seemingly inner activity only under the form of galvanism, because it is effective here only within the chain in which it is enclosed. Conversely, the cause of the manifestations of irritability is an absolutely inner one, an action absolutely led to the organic *. Electricity is thus only to be seen as a later descendant of that organic force that is only indirectly recognizable as cause of formative drive and 224 of irritability in its products, and presents itself directly only where everything organic stops. Nevertheless, the action that is cause of irritability is joined to the same conditions as electricity, and quite a few unsolved riddles are solved as a result. For the time being it is certain that oxygen, as mediator of opposed spheres of affinity, must be the indirectly determinant factor in this higher process too, as in the electrical process, and that it cannot immediately engage in this process, because otherwise the chemical process would be unavoidable, but only acts upon it through a third body, which is, so to speak, its representative. The third body in the animal life process is the blood, which alone contacts oxygen directly, and steps forward in the life process as its representative * because the blood is propelled as a fluid body, and as a substance of variable quality, generally altered, deoxidized, by every contraction. It alone fulfills the condition of the third factor in the galvanic life process set out above, P119F, that is, it makes possible a constant becoming and cessation of triplicity by its alterability. Without that contact the life process would soon stand still, because its condition, always renewed heterogeneity, is lacking without it. Conversely, while nutrition on the one hand, which occurs in animals by means of combustible materials, and respiration on the other, which 225 changes the blood into an oxidized fluid, constantly reproduce the condition of all electrical process, namely, an opposite relation of its factors to oxygen. The life process too, as a higher kind of electrical process, must always be rekindled anew. Just as irritability declines throughout organic nature, and with it the electrical process, so too the conditions of that process will gradually disappear. The plant predominantly has force of reproduction only insofar as the irritability in it is already completely reduced, and since the plant only exists as force of reproduction, its life, and also the degree of irritability that exists with its life, i.e., with this determinate proportion of organic forces, will be promoted through everything that retards irritability. Therefore, the conditions of its life process will already appear as the opposite of those of the animal. The plant will be only negatively galvanizable. Galvanism, it is said, does not extend into the plant kingdom. Why not? In plants, it only becomes the negative of animal galvanism. It is obvious that stimulability, as far as it is attributed to plants, is promoted by substances which are all negative in the electrical conflict, like calciferous metals, water, saltpeter, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, salts of all types, and so on. It becomes clear that here it is not only the oxygen of these substances that is operative, as is usually believed, but also their negatively electrical constitution that acts. That sulfur, for example, manifests the same effect as the acids. Now, all of these bodies are ineffective in animal galvanism as soon as they cease being liquid. This contributes to the proof that it is not their chemical quality that makes them active. On the contrary, it is exceedingly clear that just such bodies as are the most effective in animal galvanism, opium, example carbon, according to Ingenhousz, and certainly also metals, depress the stimulability of plants. 226. As irritability sinks throughout organic nature, respiration declines along with it, i.e., the influence of oxygen on the organism, and with respiration, circulation. Respiration is the most extensive in the animals, where the manifestations of irritability follow upon one another with great rapidity and in close succession. The birds, example, in whom the air, through pipe-like organs associated with the lungs, penetrates into the hollow and marrowless bones of the bird. And, although more dully and more slowly, it occurs regularly in the same way down to the fishes. Now water in the gills may serve them instead of air, according to Wieck d'Azur, or they might breathe the air found in the water itself, according to others. But precisely here the whole system of irritability transforms itself at once. One ventricle of the heart disappears and the blood does not return to the heart any longer through a particular channel to the lungs. In the insects the lungs disappear, and in their place air channels appear. In them, as in the species of worms, the heart is also only a series of nodes which slowly contract one after the other, and that which is called their blood is cold and colorless. Finally, in the polyps there is no more trace of respiration, although it must be presupposed, and every trace of heart or vessels disappears in them. 2. Finally, with the plants, i.e., where irritability sinks the lowest, respiration becomes an expiration of pure air, and oxygen, which has the opposite function of nutrition in the animals, becomes to them nutrient itself, directly or indirectly, as Ingenhousz has shown. Taking all of this together, it becomes clear how oxygen extends its reign throughout the whole of nature as ground of determination in the dynamical process, and how one can say with Gert Anner, in a certain sense, that it is the principle of irritability. It is so in the same way that it is principle of electricity. But the deceptive element in many arguments for and against this opinion is explained. It can be said in general 227 that the animal, in opposition to the plant, is in a positive state of life. The proof is the constant decomposition of oxygen in the former, and the state of reduction in the latter. Now, since oxidation everywhere induces the negative state, since it depresses the phlogistic excitability, increases the heat capacity, like the electrical, and the negatively electrified is also a negative stimulus for the organism, then it is conceivable how oxygen increases the organic receptivity, i.e., the excitability of the animal, and by just this means becomes, indirect, cause of increased activity. And how, conversely, the substances opposed, positively electrified, to oxygen raise the positive state or depress it indirectly, through exhaustion of excitability. It is conceivable how, conversely, the negative stimulus must act incessantly in the plant, must become habitual, how the plant must be chained to the earth, as commusted substance, how everything deoxidizing, light, combustible substances, and so forth, exhausts its excitability in a moment, and how in contrast negatively electrical bod IES alone, while they preserve the plant's weak excitability, indirectly increase their excitability. Irritability is only one factor of excitability. The external cause of excitability, which we have derived above, indeed produces the appearances of excitability, i.e., the manifestations of irritability, but only under the condition of an original duplicity, or, what is the same, the sensibility in the organism, see above, p. 112. 228. So we are driven to a still higher cause in the external world, which must be related to electricity in just the same way that sensibility is related to irritability. The highest effective cause in nature that we know until now, precisely that universal dynamic action, already presupposes as the condition of its activity a dynamical juxtaposition, i.e., an original duplicity. Thus a higher cause beyond this cause must be presupposed, as universal dynamic source of activity. And so 3, universal magnetism will be that which corresponds to sensibility in the external world, or, the same final cause which in universal nature is cause of universal magnetism will be cause of sensibility in organic nature. A. Just as sensibility stands on the boundary of all phenomena in the organic world, so does that which corresponds to sensibility in universal nature. It must be for universal nature precisely what sensibility is for organic nature, i.e., universal, dynamic source of activity, and just as all organic forces are subordinated to sensibility, all dynamic forces of the universe are subordinated to its correlate. B. In that which corresponds to sensibility in the whole of non-organic nature there must truly be only identity in duplicity and duplicity in identity. What else is meant by the expression polarity? Precisely this is the decisive feature of all organization. But is not just this identity in duplicity and duplicity in identity the character of the whole universe? If the universe is the absolute totality which comprehends everything within itself, then it is object for itself, since it has no object outside of itself, and turns toward itself. The opposites fall in the interior of the universe, but all of these opposites are still only various forms into which the one primal opposition, extending itself in infinite branches 229 through the whole of nature, transforms itself, and so the universe is, in its absolute identity, only the product of one absolute duplicity. We have to think the most original state of nature as a state of universal identity and homogeneity, as a universal sleep of nature, so to speak. For the first and highest causes that we know are active only under the condition of duplicity and already presuppose it. The action of gravity presupposes at least a mechanical juxtaposition, the universal dynamical action presupposes a higher dynamical juxtaposition. What will be the cause that has been the genuine source of their activity, higher than all those subordinate causes? We can ascertain the following about what kind of cause this is. That which is source of all activity is, because activity alone is knowable, itself no longer objectively knowable, as the sensibility in the organism is not. It is something absolutely non-objective. But only that which is itself cause of everything objective, i.e., cause of nature itself, can be absolutely non-objective. What then is the organism other than nature condensed, or the universal organism in the state of its greatest contraction? Thus, an identity of the final cause must be accepted, by means of which, as through a shared soul of nature, organic and anorganic, i.e., universal nature, is ensouled. The same cause which threw the first spark of heterogeneity into nature has also thrown into it the first germ of life, and that which is the source of activity in nature overall is also the source of life in nature. The same cause that inhibits the extremes of nature from passing into each other and inhibits the universe from disintegrating into one homogeneity, this very cause also inhibits the dissolution of the organism and its transition into a state of identity. Just as all activity is conditioned by absolute duplicity, so organic activity is conditioned by organic duplicity, a simple modification of the former. 230. Thus, a common cause of universal and of organic duplicity is postulated. The most universal problem, encompassing the whole of nature, and for this reason the highest problem without whose solution nothing is explained by all of the foregoing, is this: What is the universal source of activity in nature? What cause brought forth the first dynamic juxtaposition in nature, of which the mechanical is a mere consequence? Or what cause first cast the seed of motion into the universal rest of nature, duplicity into universal identity, the first spark of heterogeneity into the universal homogeneity of nature? Appendix to Chapter 3. The problem set out above, p. 53, in which we predicted that all problems of the philosophy of nature may readily be unified, is resolved in its complete generality by the preceding section. 158 Schelling, 3rd Division. Nevertheless, in addition to the perspective that is provided for the whole of organic nature by the presentation of that graduated series of organic forces, another is furnished for the organic individual, which must be recovered in the form of an appendix. In this respect, all of the individual features of the preceding theory are gathered together in order to indicate, at the same time, the point by means of which another extremely important part of natural history is connected with the universal principles of the philosophy of nature. Just as a graduated series of functions is established in the whole of organic nature, so too it is established in the individual, and the individual itself is 231 nothing other than the visible expression of a determinate proportion of organic forces. Shape, and everything else by means of which the individual is known, is itself only an expression of that higher dynamic proportion, for how the structure conforms itself to that higher proportion, and how an alteration in the latter draws an alteration in the former behind it, has even been shown through a number of examples. Every organism is constituted by this determinate proportion, and exists neither just short of it nor beyond it. A deviation from the proportion is at all possible because it is a determinate one, and that the whole existence of the organism is limited by this proportion means that a deviation from it is intolerable for the existence of the whole product. In a word, both together make the organism capable of disease. The concept of disease is a completely relative concept, for first of all it has meaning only for the organic product of nature, that is, in the concept of disease one thinks not only the concept of a deviation from some rule, order, or proportion, but also that the deviation does not exist with the existence of the product as such. The latter determination really completes the concept of disease. However, the concept of disease is relative within this sphere asterisk as well. With the degree of irritability, example by which the plant is sickened, the polyp would perhaps be quite healthy. With the degree of irritability at which you yourself feel ill, an organism lower on the scale would feel quite fit. A determinate degree of excitability is also part of the constant reproduction of a determinate organism. If the degree of excitability were not relative to every individual, then one could think of it, as intensive magnitude, as decreasing to infinity, through infinitely many intermediate degrees approaching to zero. But a determinate degree of excitability belongs to every individual in order to preserve this determinate organism against the encroachments of external nature, and to reproduce it in face of its impinging influences. So much for the concept of disease asterisk. The following principles must be presupposed in the original construction of the concept itself. 1. Disease is produced by the same causes through which the phenomenon of life is produced. 2. Disease must have the same factors as life. The essence of every organism consists in the fact that it is not absolute activity, the likes of which is thought in the concept of vital force, for example, but an activity mediated by receptivity, for the existence of the organism is not a being, but a perpetual being reproduced. If the organic activity exhausted itself in its product just as activity is exhausted in its product in the dead object, and unless external, contrary influences inhibited the exhaustion of organic activity in its product and determined the organic to perpetual self-reproduction, organic existence would be a being. The organism as such can exist only under the constant influence of external forces, and the essence of the organic consists in a receptivity by virtue of which activity exists and in an activity which is conditioned through receptivity, both of which must be summarized in the synthetic concept of excitability. This cannot be thought without positing an original duplicity in the organism. That the organism is excitable, or reproduces itself, in conflict with external pressure means that the organism is its own object. it is possible that it never ceases to be its own object by constant restoration of the original duplicity in it, by which its sinking back into absolute homogeneity, death, is inhibited. The function of the external causes, i.e., of the stimuli, is the constant restoration that inhibits the organic activity from being lost in its product. The factors, inner conditions, of life are thus contained in the concept of excitability, but its causes are found in the uninterrupted influence of external forces. It cannot be thought how the organism is not ruined by external stimuli, but is instead determined to self-reproduction, unless it occurs through the influence of a higher external cause, a cause which 233 cannot proceed from its immediate external world, but proceeds from a higher dynamical order to which the former is itself submitted. In the construction of the phenomenon of life we distinguish the first cause of excitability from the causes of excitation. For the latter, Brown's stimulating potencies, produce the appearance of excitation only under the condition of excitability. Thus, a cause of excitability, independent of the stimulating potencies, must be accepted, which is also indirectly cause of excitation. To this extent the original independence of excitability must be presupposed. Excitability is recognized only in excitation. It is thus known only insofar as it is determined through the stimulating potencies, not in its independence, for in its self-subsistence or in its independence from the exciting potencies it is dead, without expression. If excitability is determined only for the appearance through the stimulating potencies, then it is, although originally independent of them, alterable through nothing other than the stimulating potencies. If it is accepted that it relates inversely to the intensity of the stimulus, then it cannot be increased other than by minimization of stimulus, nor depressed other than by augmentation of the stimulus. As excitability contains the factors of life, so too of disease. The seat of disease must be excitability, its possibility must be conditioned through the alterability of excitability. But excitability is alterable only through the stimulating potencies. The cause of disease cannot lie in excitability insofar as it is self-subsistent but only in its relation to the stimulating potencies. It also follows directly from this principle that excitability cannot be acted upon in any other way than through the middle term of excitation, that the source of excitability cannot be directly affected, but only indirectly affected through the causes of excitation. The still dominant theory sees excitability as something self-subsistent in theory, but cancels this self-subsistence in practice, for it 234 believes itself able to act directly upon excitability, which is the true meaning of their soothing, refreshing, and other specific expedients. This theory views excitability as something still lying within the sphere of our medical means, as something directly alterable through the influences of this external world of ours. But the cause of excitability lies outside of the dynamical sphere within which the means that lie in our power are contained. It must be thought such that it is subordinated to no affinity of the earth, and can be directly affected through no potency of the earth. The proof for that proposition can be deduced from the principles of the higher physics. It is assumed that no effect from without reaches into the source of excitability itself. The cause of excitability is itself not alterable, but only the causes of excitation. It is further assumed that through the mere alteration of these causes excitability itself will be altered too. The proof is the following: the cause of excitability, whatever it may be, must be thought as a self-subsistent cause, as a cause that is independently active anywhere its conditions are given. This has been proven above. There actually exist such self-subsistent causes in nature that are active from themselves anywhere their conditions are given or are instituted, whose degree of activity is determined by the degree to which their conditions are given. Such causes are, for example, light, electricity, and so on, whose sources it is indeed not in our power to affect, but it is in our power to institute the conditions for them. Therefore, the cause of excitability must be thought to be like the cause of light, as such a cause that is alterable for us only when its conditions exist. For it is, like the latter, a cause whose principle no longer falls within the dynamical sphere of the earth, but in a higher sphere, as has been proven above, i.e., it is a self-subsistent cause. the difference between the two causes is 235, only that those universal causes cannot be exhausted, at least in this organization of the universe. In contrast, excitability is a determinate cause for every organic individual, and determinate for every moment of its existence. Its source is thus not inexhaustible. To the extent that the conditions under which that cause appears as active, i.e., the stimulating potencies, are increased, excitability is necessarily diminished, and conversely, only to the extent that those conditions, i.e., the stimuli, are diminished can excitability be augmented. So we have explained how excitability can itself be affected through the middle term of excitation, without it being necessary to see it as a directly variable magnitude, or to think a hypothetical substrate of excitability that would likely be endowed with chemical affinities which again are not known, and upon which chemical means are allowed to act whose mode of action is known once more only through randomly performed experiments, if it were even possible, irrespective of the thesis that the cause of excitability would never itself be known. We do know the conditions of its appearance, which allow themselves to be investigated on the path of experience and of experimentation, and lie in our power to alter, and through whose alteration excitability itself is altered, and by whose means the final source of life itself can be affected, not blindly and at random, but through familiar and determinate laws. Until now we have taken excitability as a simple concept. It was accepted that it is alterable through the middle term of excitation, could be diminished through augmentation of stimuli, and augmented through minimization of stimuli. But it follows from this that excitability always stands in inverse relation to the stimulus, thus the stimulus stands in inverse relation to excitability viewed according to the intensity of its effect *, for it can only diminish the excitability through the middle term of excitation. It must thus, with identical absolute intensity, excite the more, the higher excitability stands, since the same stimulus acts far more strongly 236 on a higher excitability than on a lesser. The relative intensity of the stimulus increases in direct relation with excitability, and conversely, they lose relative intensity in the same proportion that excitability sinks. But excitability is determined through nothing other than the stimulating potencies, it is only that which the stimuli make out of it. It can therefore only be raised in that its stimulus is withdrawn. In equal proportion as its stimulus is withdrawn, the relative intensity of the remaining * increases. The product is thus the same and unchanged. Just as little can the excitability be diminished in any other way than by augmentation of the stimulus. In the same proportion the relative intensity of the remaining decreases. The product is nevertheless unchanged. It is certain that by taking excitability as a simple concept no variability in the product of excitation can be thought, but such a thing must be thought because excitability is itself only variable through the alteration of this middle term. Thus excitability cannot be a simple factor. If it is accepted as simple, then there can be disproportion only between excitability and stimulus, but such a thing is impossible, because one cannot take anything from excitability without giving it to the stimulus, and cannot take from the stimulus without giving it to excitability. Two concealed factors must lie in the concept of excitability itself, and it must be these which make a disproportion in the excitation possible. These factors and their relation must be determined. A. It has been proven through the whole course of our science that in the synthetic concept of excitability the two factors of sensibility and of irritability are thought together. It should be noted once again that by sensibility we understand nothing 237 other than organic receptivity, insofar as it is the mediator of organic activity. Here, as in the whole work, we understand by irritability not the mere capacity to be stimulated, which is surely the original meaning of the word, but, as a long-established use of language allows, the organic activity itself, insofar as it is mediated by receptivity, the organic power of reaction. B. Both of these factors are themselves opposed to one another. It has been proven through a universal induction from the dynamically graduated series of organic nature that as one of these factors falls the other rises, and the converse. 3. What holds for organic nature overall holds equally for the organic individual, above. Therefore, Such a reciprocal falling and rising of both of these factors can occur in the individual as well. See, in the observation of organic nature it is shown that sensibility is not permitted to sink infinitely if any degree of irritability is to remain. We see, example in the plant kingdom, where only a weak trace of sensibility exists in only a few individuals, irritability also fades at the same time as sensibility. There is thus a certain boundary within which the law holds that irritability rises as sensibility falls. If this boundary is crossed, if sensibility sinks below a certain point, then the opposing factor does not rise anymore but it falls simultaneously with it. We can explain this law in the following way. All organic activity is mediated by receptivity, according to the first principle of all organic natural history. Receptivity and activity are opposed, one is the negative of the other. The higher the receptivity, the lower the activity, and conversely. Since all organic activity is not absolute, but only conditioned through receptivity, then a certain degree of receptivity must remain so that a degree of activity may remain. To be sure, within a certain boundary the rising of activity corresponds to the sinking of receptivity, below this boundary both sink in unison. 238. This is the wonderful relation of opposed factors between which organic life balances, as it were, without once being permitted to step out of it, a relation that John Brown first intimated, although never completely developed. It is remarkable to see how the direction peculiar to his whole system of thought is preserved by the observation of this relation in experience. I saw, he said, that the increase of strength and of excitation keep in step up to a certain point, but a moment finally comes when the strength and the excitation no longer keep in step and where the strength passes into indirect weakness. 9. The discovery of this relation is one of the deepest probings into organic nature. Not only the individual, but also the whole of organic nature oscillates between those bounds on the highest level. Sensibility has the decisive predominance, but the phenomena of irritability also occur here with greater ease, only with lesser energy than on that level where the preponderance of forces directed toward the outside comes to light with gradually sinking sensibility, in the sthenic natures of the lion, for example, and its co-rulers among the animals. Receptivity becomes narrower and narrower backward in the organic world, and the preponderance of irritability is recognized only in the duration of its appearances. Finally, sensibility disappears completely in appearances. Receptivity is near the 0 point, but precisely here those asthenic natures step forth, the plants, where that boundary within which the sinking of receptivity and the rise of activity keep in step is already crossed. The plants are in an indirectly asthenic state, in an asthenic state because their existence is tolerated only with the lowest degrees of irritability, in an indirectly asthenic state because here their receptivity already stands below the boundary above which its sinking runs parallel with the rise of organic activity. 239. The conditions of a possible construction of excitability are contained in the three principles just proposed, and through them the construction of excitation as a variable magnitude. If the whole of excitability is diminished through increase in stimulus, according to Brown, then the product, the excitation, again loses in excitability what it gains in stimuli, it thus remains the same and unchanged. If sensibility, receptivity, is diminished by the increase of stimulus, then irritability, or energy, gains, at least within the bounds set out above, i.e., the genuine factor of sthenia gains what the opposite factor of asthenia loses. Conversely, if by minimization of stimulus the whole of excitability is raised, then the product again gains in excitability what it loses in stimuli. If, through suppression of the stimuli, sensibility is raised, then, according to a universal law of organic nature, irritability will sink in the same proportion, i.e., asthenia will arise. Universally stated, the law that excitability is inversely related to stimulus does not hold for the whole of excitability, but only for one of its factors, sensibility. By this separation of excitability variability enters into it, and by means of variability, excitation. The total product of excitation seen as a whole, is at any rate invariable, and it even must be so in order that its individual opposite factors can be variable. Suppose that the stimulus rises suddenly from 40 degrees to 60 degrees, then the receptivity, 40 degrees, must sink by 20 degrees. But receptivity is the converse of organic energy, thus the latter will be raised necessarily by just as much through the sinking of receptivity by 20 degrees, and so forth, to that determinate boundary for every individual. Now, if one has the receptivity 20 degrees, the energy or the activity directed outward 60, the whole of excitability 80, if one calls the effect on receptivity sensation, in the meaning explained above, the effect on the energy irritation, and both together excitation, then one has sensation 20, irritation 60, the whole of excitation 80. Thus here excitation as total 240 product is invariable, and it even must be in order that the individual factors can rise and fall. So a bipolar positing of excitation is necessary, the more excitation * directed inwardly, the less excitation directed outwardly, and inversely. Therefore, the whole is always equal to itself, but within this whole disproportion is possible. All conditions for the construction of disease as a phenomenon of nature are provided by this construction of excitability and excitation as variable magnitudes. The following are the principles to which the construction may be reduced. 1. In a state without affection from outside, if such a thing can be thought at all, sensibility and irritability would not be at all distinguishable. In every affection the two are separated. Now, since sickness is provoked, quickly or gradually, only through affection from the outside, like the phenomena of life itself, these two factors are separated in every disease. 2. Through every affection from the outside, i.e., through increase of stimulus, sensibility is diminished, so it is necessary that irritability increases in the same proportion, up to a certain boundary, and indeed that energy increases. We are suggesting that the magnitude of irritability, the power of reaction, has to be gauged not according to the readiness of its expressions, but according to their strength. The readiness of movements stands in direct relation with sensibility, as experience also shows by innumerable examples. Conversely, the strength, at least within the known bounds, always stands in inverse relation to sensibility. On account of the high degree of sensibility, the child, example is very easily determinable, i.e., by means of slight stimulus, but also only to feeble movements. If the organic power of resistance increases, the movements become more forceful, more energetic too in equal proportion to the sinking sensibility, or, one might observe the difference of the sexes, or the climatic 241 differences of peoples, or finally the increase of the forces directed outwardly in nature, which also happen in a certain, inverse, relation to sensibility. 3. This thesis must be proposed as a principle of the construction of all disease. The two factors of excitability are opposed to one another, such that within a certain limit, which is a determinate one for every organic individual, and which one must investigate through experience, the irritability or the energy rises as the sensibility or the receptivity falls, and conversely, and all disease is conditioned by this reciprocal sinking and falling of the two factors of excitability. According to Brown, disease is conditioned by the disproportion between stimulus and excitability, but it has been shown that such a thing is unthinkable. According to us, it is conditioned by the disproportion between the factors of excitability itself, produced, of course, by means of the unrelenting or sudden effect of stimuli. According to Brown, the stimulus is itself a factor of disease, according to us merely a cause. 4. The possibility of a disproportion is only presented in the organism by the fact that the two factors of excitability are posited as mobile, and in an inverse relation this possibility is exhibited as the energy, or the factor of asthenia, is raised, while the receptivity, or the factor of asthenia, is diminished, and inversely. It is not yet explained thereby, however, how the rising of the one factor and the sinking of the other produces disease, also supposing that Brown had actually constructed asthenia and asthenia, then are asthenia and asthenia disease. The question still remains, How do the two of them become disease? Disease is only present where the organism as object is altered. As long as the organism as object does not appear to be an other, it is not ill. This is the question: how does a disproportion in the factors of excitability produce alterations in the organism as object? The organism as object only falls within a determinate proportion of the factors of excitability, for the whole circle of the organism is sealed by receptivity and activity. Since the whole 242 manifoldness of organic nature is itself conditioned with respect to its structure by the sinking and rising of those higher factors of life, it is conceivable how, according to the same mechanism, the whole organization can be altered, and how even the structure of the individual can be altered. Every individual requires for its existence, which is nothing other than a perpetual reproduction, a certain degree of receptivity, and a certain degree of energy standing in inverse relation to it. It is evident that a certain range must be admitted here, within which that reciprocity of the two factors does not produce any alteration in the organism as object. A degree of one or the other, surpassing the limit, is intolerable for the existence of the whole product, and it is this intolerability for the existence of the whole product that is felt as sickness. 5. The diseases must be divided into diseases of raised sensibility, receptivity, and diminished irritability, power of action, on the one hand, and into diseases of diminished sensibility and raised irritability on the other hand. A third class includes those where the increase of irritability no longer runs parallel with the sinking of sensibility, the diseases of the indirect weakness of the power of reaction. Since all organic functions are subordinated to sensibility, and disease is possible only through indirect affection of the final source of life itself, to that extent sensibility is the seat of all diseases, in the proper sense of the word, since it signifies nothing other than the mediator of all organic activity. Since sensibility is not at all directly recognizable, but only indirectly in its object, the expressions of irritability, and a diminishing of the former is recognizable only in a rising of the latter, and conversely, then the diseases are all, on the first level of their appearance, diseases of irritability. All phenomena of reproduction are also determined by the higher factors of life and of disease. An alteration in their relation must 243 be propagated all the way to the force of reproduction. Only after the disease has propagated itself from its original seat of sensibility through irritability to force of reproduction does it take on a visibly specific character, and thus the whole manifoldness of disease forms emerges from two original basic diseases. Irritability is not the same throughout all systems of the organism, according to degree. Its identity only means that it cannot be raised or diminished otherwise than uniformly. Irritability passes into force of reproduction, above p. 149, in the same proportion as the degree to which it is diminished, example in force of secretion, thus it can produce a merely gradual alteration of the same altered phenomena of reproduction, or altered phenomena of secretion, example without any specific affections of irritability, of which the nerve pathologist dreams. Practical physicians, in their usual stupidity, tend to see disease only on this lowest level of its appearance, for example, in the spoiling of the humors, humoral pathology, but this already presupposes disease. 6. The proposition must be established as the principle of all medicine that the force of reproduction can only be acted upon by means of the higher factors to which it is subordinated, but sensibility, the ultimate source of life, can be acted upon only through the middle term of irritability. Irritability is the single middle term by means of which the organism can be acted upon at all, thus all external forces must be directed upon it. But how the ultimate source of all movements could be acted upon through irritability is only conceivable by virtue of the inverse relation in which it stands with sensibility. The conditions of the process of irritability are familiar and can be investigated experimentally. Its conditions are identical with those of the chemical process, as well as with those of the electrical process, although it is itself not chemical. Thus it is to be expected, assuming the principle that the source of life can only be acted upon 244 through the middle term of excitation, that when the theory of excitation is first reduced to the fundamental principles of physics, medicine too will be brought back to more secure principles, and its exercise to infallible rules. General remark. The concept of disease, like that of life, drives us necessarily to the assumption of a physical cause which, outside of the organism, contains the ground of its excitability, and indirectly through it, of all the alterations taking place in it. For how could we believe that the organism itself has the sufficient reason for its life and its duration in itself, since, with respect to all alterations, in particular those of disease, we observe it to be dependent upon a uniformly acting external force only variable through its conditions, which must act uninterruptedly upon the first source of life of the organized body and which seems to sustain the life of universal nature just as much as it sustains the individual life of every organic being, as the life of nature is exhibited in universal alterations. Now, when we look back on the preceding to see which forces have been proposed as corresponding to the organic in universal nature, we find just those which, by universal agreement, must be seen as the causes of those natural alterations, and whose connection with the phenomena of life the natural historians of all times have in part intimated, and in part actually asserted. All of these assertions concerning the physical causes of life and the theories built upon them, whose founders have seen farther, at bottom, than those who posit life in excitability, and who find it impossible or superfluous to explain it further, express a fundamental lack, aside from the fact that none actually constructs life from them, namely, that the basic character of all 245 theories, their inner necessity, escapes them all. This lack cannot be remedied otherwise than by the demonstration, from the possibility of nature in general, of the necessary existence of those causes in nature, and from the possibility of an organism generally, as well as from the necessary existence of conditions under which alone they are effective in the organism, all of which we believe has been achieved in the preceding. We have not only proven that the conditions under which those causes are active are necessary in the organism by virtue of its essence and its nature, by which it is an organism at all, but we have also presented the existence of those causes themselves and their uninterrupted effectiveness in universal nature, as conditioned by the existence of a universe generally, and we have thus joined the organism and life, even the most innocuous plant, to the eternal order of nature by means of their final causes. 4. The highest function of the organism, sensibility, drives us to the question of the first origin of universal heterogeneity, see above, p. 158. And in the organic world formative drive is what chemical process is in the anorganic world. The condition of the chemical process is also a universal heterogeneity, and to that extent it has the same conditions as the force of reproduction. The solution to that problem of heterogeneity is to be seen as a theory of the chemical process, and conversely, the theory of the chemical process is simultaneously to be viewed as the solution to that problem. A. Concept of the chemical process. Point 1. The cause that we recognized above as operative in irritability and force of reproduction was characterized as one that appears under the condition of duplicity. But a cause whose activity is conditioned by duplicity can only be such that it tends toward intussusception, because the latter is not thinkable without two individual bodies that pass into one identical subject. The tendency of that cause must thus be intussusception, and if intussusception exists only in the chemical process, it must be the cause of every chemical process. Point 2. Between organic and anorganic nature a like gradation exists as exists between higher and lower forces in organic nature itself. That which is irritability. 172 Schelling, 3rd Division. In organic nature has already faded into electricity in anorganic nature, and what is force of reproduction in the organic has already dissipated in the chemical process. Point 3. The cause of the chemical process tends toward the cancellation of all duality. Thus, there must be absolute intussusception in the chemical process, i.e., transition of two heterogeneous bodies into one identical occupation of space. An identical occupation of space does not arise where 247 one body is only augmented by the other, for such an expansion would still leave us with two bodies, it must arise only where the individuality of each individual is absolutely cancelled and a new body is formed as common product. Point 4. Intussusception is simply mechanically impossible, as in the way the atomists represent dissolution, and according to whose concepts it is always only partial, i.e., it extends only down to the smallest parts of solid bodies which are spread out infinitely near to one another in the solute. Aside from the fact that this theory rests on the concept of matter as a mere aggregate of parts whose bond is unbreakable by physical force, for why otherwise should the force of the solute have its limits? Further, aside from the fact of the unnatural representations to which the concept of a mechanical dissolution leads, such a thing absolutely should not be called intussusception since it deals only with surfaces, and if it does go further it is no longer thinkable mechanically. Point 5. Rather, since the impenetrability of matter can only be thought as the standstill of expansion and contraction, penetrability cannot be thought otherwise than as the restoration of that oscillation, i.e., through the disturbed equilibrium of expansive and compressive forces of matter. Since two materials cannot interpenetrate without becoming one material, each individual must cease, as it were, to be matter, i.e., a homogeneous occupation of space. Matter must be restored to the state of primal becoming. 248.6. Assuming that the chemical process exists only where heterogeneous bodies absolutely pass into one another, the question arises, how can such an absolute transition of one into another be mathematically constructed? However, this question belongs in the formal part of natural philosophy or universal mechanics, where it will also be answered. Point 7. It evidently follows from this concept of the chemical process that its cause is not a cause again subordinated to the chemical process, at least to the Schelling, General Theory of the Chemical Process 173. Chemical division is always the correlate of chemical combination. Chemical process of the earth, since a complete penetration occurs in it, and since individual bodies of the same sphere necessarily form a mechanical juxtaposition, it must be a cause from a higher sphere for which substances of the lower sphere are penetrable, and not impenetrable, as they are for one another. B. Material conditions of the chemical process. Point 8. The first consequence of the principles deduced is that the chemical process is possible only between heterogeneous bodies, for only where there is heterogeneity is there duplicity, and that if there is an intussusception between homogeneous bodies it cannot be of a chemical kind. The first problem of a theory of the chemical process is thus to deduce heterogeneity in nature, which is its condition. 249.9. For the time being it is understood that since every heterogeneity is necessarily a determinate one, and this concept is merely a relational concept, there must be certain fixed points of reference of all quality. Therefore, the chemical process is a necessarily limited one, i.e., it has an extreme point beyond which it cannot go. If the chemical process had no such extreme by means of which it is limited, then neither would it have a point from which it could begin. Only the fact that the chemical process begins somewhere makes determinate chemical products possible. If it began nowhere and ceased nowhere, then a general intermixture of all qualities in one another would take place, i.e., no determinate quality would come to light in nature. Point 10. We have explained for the moment how the chemical process in the universe generally becomes limited through our theory of world formation, that is, according to our theory the organization of the cosmos into systems of gravity is at once a dynamical, thus also chemical, organization of the universe, and a certain limit to the univiral evolution is determined through universal gravity. Point 11. How the chemical process of the individual heavenly body, example the Earth, is limited must be capable of demonstration through the indication of the points of inhibition at which all evolution of the Earth stands still. 174 Schelling, Third Division. Batter on the Pythagorean square, or the four world regions in nature, 1798 A text that will be discussed later on. Original note transaction. Point 12. Since being inhibited is something solely negative, a solely negative presentation of those points of inhibition must also be possible. They will be indicated by that whose composition can be overcome by no chemical potency of this determinate sphere, i.e., by the incomposable. The incomposable is at all possible in nature, 250 following the above, p. 31, only because it is the most composable, for otherwise matter would be lost in pure extremes. The most composable is recognized just in that it is not presentable in isolation but only in combination with others. The genuine concept for that negative factor is thus the concept of impresentability, and no more nor less is to be thought under the concept of matter. Point 13. The concept of a simple thing cannot be thought in the concept of matter. What matter is for chemistry is a material like every other, but it is composable to a higher degree, and just for that reason it is not matter presentable in isolation. Therefore, it is evident at the same time that the concept of the simple in nature is a false concept. Since a mechanically simple thing is unthinkable, like the atom of the mechanistic physicist, then only a dynamically simple factor can be thought, something that is no longer product but is solely productive. Such a thing has been designated above, pages 20 to 22, by the concept of the simple actant, and since an infinite product is evolving in nature, one can only think an infinite multiplicity of simple actants as elements of nature if the evolution is thought to be actually completed. Nevertheless, an absolute evolution in nature can never come to pass, and the assumption of the simple is thus false, as well as its conclusion: no simple thing exists in nature, and, because everything is product to infinity, neither does the dynamically simple, or the purely productive. The most original points of inhibition in nature are not exhibited by simple actants, but by real products that are not able to evolve further, at least at this stage of nature, and the simple actants are only the ideal factors of matter. 251.14. The most composable is thought in the concept of matter, point 12. But every composition requires two factors. There has to exist a composable factor of the opposite kind in nature. The question arises how this is possible. Point 15. The absolutely composable, which, just for that reason, is the incomposable, must limit the process of the earth. It has to be limited in opposite directions. Point 16. For the time being, we cannot think any limit other than that of the evolution of the earth overall. There is an absolutely inhibiting factor in the determination of qualities of the earth. This inhibiting factor generally is the single, truly insoluble, chemically inconquerable factor. Thus, what makes individual substances that stand at this limit insoluble is not their simplicity, but that negative principle of the earth which is communicated to all of them in common and which one can call phlogiston, according to the original concept of its inventor, earth principle, i.e., since earth is only the sensuous image of the insoluble, it may preferably be called the insoluble. Point 17. Since this negative factor must be seen as determining quality, and also as cause of the chemical inertia of bodies, then the purely incomposable will come forth where this negative principle attains preponderance, example in the metals. Since the incomposable can only exist as composable in nature, a positive principle must act on nature, acting against that principle which, because the shape is fixed by that negative principle, will present itself as a principle inimical to all shape, because 252 it is in conflict with the negative forces of the earth, those favorable to formation, i.e., heat. This principle will be a principle awakened only by an alien, positive, influence, light. Remark. It is self-evident from the foregoing why this positive principle acts most strongly on those parts of nature where the negative principle of the earth attains greatest preponderance. This is why the capacity for heat, example of the metals, is the least, why they increase in equal proportion with oxidation, and finally why the force of cohesion of such bodies is destroyed by every chemical process, and, while their absolute weight increases, their specific weight is reduced, why, conversely, the chemical function of a body is also altered by increased cohesion, why, example ice becomes positively charged, and breaks the light more weakly than water, and so on. Point 18. Another type of incomposable, or composable, factor must be opposed to this incomposable for the reasons set out above. Point 14. It will become clear from the following observations what type of factor this is. Point 19. If every chemical product is an association of heterogeneous parts, then the factors of the product must be opposed in relation to the product. Now, all material of the earth is really only one factor of a single higher product, which follows necessarily from the theory of universal world formation set out above. If the universe has been formed by an infinite differentiation of one primal product into an increasing number of novel factors, then every individual factor can only one of these factors, and what belongs to it must be homogeneous within itself, all material of the earth, for example. But the condition of the chemical process is heterogeneity. If all materials of the earth one matter, their diversity merely a diversity of variety, then there is no real opposition 253 between them, and thus no chemical process is possible. Point 20. If a chemical process is to be possible, then one factor must be a material which is opposed to all materials of the earth, and in relation to which all materials of the earth count as only one factor. If it is this one factor opposed to all matter of the earth that makes all chemical processes possible, then no chemical process must be possible between materials of the earth, other than one mediated by that one constant factor, i.e., only insofar as any body from the sphere of affinity of the earth is a representative of that principle. Point 21. That principle must be the middle term of all chemical affinity and of all chemical processes, and also, just for that reason, the ideal point of reference for all determination of quality. Point 22. Since that one factor of all matter on the earth is collectively opposed, it will intervene directly or indirectly into every dynamical process of the earth, but it cannot again be a product from the sphere of affinity of the earth, it must be a product of the higher sphere of affinity, i.e., a product of the sun, and to that extent the sun, or rather the relation of the earth to it, is the final cause of all chemical processes of the earth. Point 23. It obviously follows that this principle must not be reducible by any substance of the earth, since it is not a product of the earth, thus, it must be an absolutely insoluble factor, but for that reason an absolutely composable one. 254.24. We know from the theses on the chemical influence of the sun, set out in the preceding, which material of the earth that product is. The necessary existence of such a principle is deduced here a priori as a condition of all chemical processes, and in experience it presents itself as that which our chemistry calls oxygen. It will become clear from the following what function this principle has in the dynamical process. Point 25. Oxygen can only be the indirectly or the directly determining factor in the dynamical process of the earth. In the first case, a body must come forth as its representative, by virtue of its relation to oxygen. It has been deduced above that this happens in the electrical process. In the other case, oxygen would engage in the process itself, either indirectly through a body with which it identifies, or directly. In the latter case, since it is only the middle term that separates the two opposed spheres of affinity of the earth and the sun, as soon as it disappears the higher sphere of affinity has to step forth in its phenomenon, light, as sun, which oxygen represents in opposition to the earth, i.e., a process of combustion must take place. It cannot be conceived how an earthly body can become its. Schelling, General Theory of the Chemical Process 177. Own source of light, like the sun, except by virtue of the breaking up or opening which separates both spheres of affinity affected by the middle term. Point 26. Thus, oxygen is the condition of the electrical process because electricity is possible only under the condition of the separation of opposite spheres of affinity, and oxygen is just the separating element. It is the condition of the process of combustion because the latter presupposes a transition of both into one another. But there is no transition without separation. Both processes therefore rest on the same opposition, but this opposition, which in the former is a mediated process, becomes an unmediated one in the latter. 255.27. Since oxygen only represents the higher sphere of affinity to the Earth, it has at bottom the same function in the process of combustion as the positive body has in the electrical process. Just as the latter is only a representative of oxygen, the former is only representative of a higher affinity, of the Earth to the Sun. Just as oxygen is the determining factor in the electrical process, in the process of combustion it is the higher affinity of the Sun. Point 28. Since this higher affinity in the process of combustion manifests itself as light, just as it must come forth as oxygen in the electrical process, before it can pass over into the process of combustion, one might say that oxygen is only itself again the representative of a higher principle, that is, of light. Point 29. It is only possible that oxygen is opposed to all substances of the Earth collectively, i.e., that all of them burn with it while it does not burn with any other, because in the circle of affinity of the Earth it has no higher factor with which it burns. It is necessary that the absolutely incombustible substance in relation to a higher system is either a commusted one, or the substance in the subordinate system flammable to the highest degree. Thus all substances of the Earth, while they combine themselves with oxygen, combust indirectly through it with a higher principle. Point 30. The process of combustion drives us to a heterogeneity receding to infinity. What will finally be the absolutely incombustible factor in the universe 256 with which everything ultimately burns and itself burns with nothing else? It is readily seen that this chain recedes to infinity through constant mediation, and since all chemical processes are reducible to the process of combustion, every chemical process is conditioned by the final factors of the universe whose transition into one another would promote absolute homogeneity. The chemical phenomena, like the organic, drive us to the question of the ultimate origin of all duplicity. One factor of the chemical process always falls outside of the individual product, example the Earth, it lies in a higher product, but for the chemical process of this higher sphere, its one, invariable factor again lies in a higher order, and so on to infinity. There is thus one universal dualism which runs throughout the whole of nature, and the individual antitheses that we see in the universe are only shoots of that one primal opposition, between which the universe itself exists. What has that primal opposition itself called forth, beckoned from the universal identity of nature? If nature is to be thought as absolute totality, then nothing can be opposed to it, for everything falls within its sphere and nothing outside of it. It is impossible that this unlimited, from the outside, change itself into a finite being for intuition except insofar as it becomes object to itself, i.e., in its infinitude. That antithesis must be assumed to have sprung from a universal identity. By this means we find ourselves driven to a cause which no longer presupposes heterogeneity but itself produces it. To produce heterogeneity means to create duplicity in identity. But duplicity is only cognizable in identity. Identity must again proceed from duplicity itself. 257 Unity in diremption only exists where the heterogeneous attracts, and diremption in unity only where the homogeneous repels. Both necessarily coexist. The homogeneous flees itself only insofar as the heterogeneous seeks itself, and the heterogeneous seeks itself only insofar as the homogeneous flees itself. We observe this production of the heterogeneous from the homogeneous and the homogeneous from the heterogeneous most originally in the phenomena of magnetism. Thus, the cause of universal magnetism would also be the cause of universal heterogeneity in homogeneity and of homogeneity in heterogeneity. Since heterogeneity is source of activity and of movement, the cause of universal magnetism would be the final cause of all activity in nature, original magnetism being for universal nature what sensibility is for organic nature, dynamical source of activity, for in the domain of mechanism one sees movement spring from movement. What then is the first source of all movement? It cannot again be movement. It must be the opposite of movement. Movement must well forth from rest. It is the same as in the chemical process, where it is not the moved body that moves the resting or moved, but the resting body moves the resting body. It happens likewise in the organism where no movement directly produces movement, but where every movement is mediated by rest, by sensibility, If one compares the features of that which ought to correspond to sensibility in universal nature proposed above, p. 156f, the following agreement is found. A. Everyone will admit that magnetism stands at the boundary of the universal phenomena of nature, just as sensibility stands at the bounds of the organic, i.e., that no phenomenon of nature exists from which it could be deduced. The only phenomena from which anyone could attempt to deduce it, the electrical phenomena, have nothing in common with the magnetic phenomena aside from action through division, and this is precisely the higher factor in the electrical process. Incidentally, one can indeed match up every magnetic 258 phenomenon with an electrical one, but not a magnetic phenomenon with every electrical one. That every magnetic body is electrical, but not every electrical body magnetic, proves that magnetism is a much more limited force as regards its breadth, and that just for this reason magnetism is also not subordinate to electricity, but electricity is subordinate to magnetism. B. It is too clear to be proven at great length that in magnetism, in universal as well as in specific individual substances, which seem to step forth from the universal, the most original identity in duplicity, and the converse exists, which is the character of the whole of nature. Granted this identity of sensibility and of magnetism with respect to their cause, magnetism must be the determining factor of all dynamical forces, just as sensibility is the determining factor of all organic forces. In order to bring this thesis to full self-evidence, it is required of the proof not only that the same gradation of forces in universal nature exist as in organic nature, for this is already certain, but also that this gradation follows the same proportion and the same laws in universal and in organic nature. For the gradation of forces in organic nature, above, division 3, the following proportion was found. That which nature has distributed most widely in the organic world is force of reproduction. Certainly more sparingly, but still very richly, it has handed out irritability, but most sparsely the highest force, sensibility. What could be distributed more meagerly in the inorganic world than magnetic force, which we only perceive in a few substances? The number of bodies electrical to some degree already increases extraordinarily, and there is no body that is absolutely non-electrical, just as no organism is absolutely non-irritable. Conversely, the chemical property belongs to all bodies, perhaps in a certain inverse proportion to its electrical property, not yet discovered. 259 Further, every magnetic body is also electrical and chemical, just as no organism that has any part of sensibility lacks irritability or force of reproduction. But not every electrical body is magnetic, just as not every organism that shows traces of irritability also has sensibility. But reproductive force is also irritability, irritability is also sensibility. For example, that which is still irritability in the animal has already faded into reproductive force in the plant for appearance, and that which in the higher animal is distinguished as sensibility is distinguished in the lower animal only in irritability for appearance. Likewise, that which in the electrical body is still electricity has already faded in the chemical body into the chemical process for appearance, and in the electrical body, that which in the magnetic body is still magnetism is diffused in electricity. Magnetism is as universal in universal nature as sensibility is in organic nature, which also belongs to plants. It is only cancelled in individual substances in appearance, in the non-magnetic substances that which in the magnetic substances is still distinctly magnetism dissipates, by contact, directly into electricity, just as in plants that which is still distinctly sensation in the animal dissipates directly into contractions. Only the means are lacking in order to recognize the magnetism of the so-called non-magnetic substances, and to prevent that which appears on a higher level as magnetism from being lost in electricity or the chemical process. If one looks further into the mechanism of that graduated series as it was determined for organic nature, the following results. 260 There is one cause that fades gradually from one function to the other. Sensibility passes into irritability. This is not possible unless both have at least one factor in common. But do they not? In appearance this is the system of the nerves, the organs are both sensible and irritable at once. where the higher factor of sensibility, the brain, gradually disappears and the lower gradually attains preponderance, sensibility also begins to fade into irritability. Therefore, Sommering's law that sees sensibility in the inverse relation of nerves to the brain. In the same way, irritability and reproductive force must have at least one factor in common, otherwise, how could the former pass into the latter? And so they do. One factor of irritability, that oscillation of expansion and contraction, is also the condition of reproductive force, and just where irritability passes into reproductive force, one factor of irritability the higher is seen to disappear as well. It is a universal law that the reproductive force of, example individual parts, is viewed in inverse relation to its dependence upon the nerves. If irritability is to become reproductive force, then its higher factor must disappear, and conversely, where only the lower factor of irritability remains, example contractility in cell membranes, it will become force of reproduction. It can be established as a universal law for this graduated sequence that the higher function is lost in the lower because its higher factor disappears, and the lower function becomes the higher factor of the subordinate force. Transferring this law to the dynamically graduated series in universal nature, magnetism is the producer of heterogeneity acting by means of division, as perhaps the brain does. And that which is the oscillation of contraction and expansion in the phenomena of irritability is the oscillation of attraction and repulsion in the phenomena of electricity. Attraction occurs by virtue of the higher factor of electricity, action through dissociation, repulsion works by virtue of the lower factor, namely the communication of homogeneous electricity. And who knows whether or not a similar sequence of dissociation occurs by means of the brain, and if the communication of homogeneous electricity by the nerves produces the appearances 261 of contraction and expansion of the organ. Precisely this oscillation of expansion and contraction is also the condition of possibility of all chemical processes. Only by means of an oscillation of expansive and compressive forces can two different bodies pass into one identical occupation of space. If one supposes that that higher factor disappears, the oscillation of expansion and contraction, then the movement will either stand still in contraction, with the formation of solid bodies, crystallization, and so on, or in expansion, with the formation of fluid bodies, and the caput mortuum is a homogeneous filling of space-dead matter. We thus observe the final exertions of organic force in the chemical movements of bodies, and there is one force that binds together the most aggregated animal body just like the chemical body. If general analogies have any demonstrative force, there is no doubt that the same function must be ascribed to magnetism for universal nature that we ascribe to the unknown cause of sensibility for organic nature. First of all duality comes into nature by the power of magnetism. Since universal duality withdraws into the organism as into its narrowest sphere, the reason for its powerful and concentrated effects, the final cause of all duality is the same for the organism as for universal nature. Since the universal organism appears only in the state of its greatest expansion in the world system, magnetism will be that which inhabits the universe *, which makes it such that every effect on the part propagates itself to the whole, just as in the individual organism. The impacts that the universe constantly sustains in this universal reciprocal action fade into movements that are recognizable only in reactive substances, although the uninterrupted falling of the planets towards certain central points may be a movement mediated by universal sensibility. But why is the magnetic needle sensitive to every considerable alteration in nature, sensitive to the electrical light that illumines at the opposite pole, or sensitive to a volcanic eruption 262 in the other hemisphere? When one member in the great dynamical organization is disturbed, the whole reacts. Lichtenberg says that a solar storm that erupts in the sun can descend upon us within 8 minutes, but what is the so-called igniting of a fire other than such a descent of the sun's solar storm? It probably cannot be doubted as a result of our discussion that magnetism has the same function for universal nature that sensibility has for organic nature. It is proven that it is cause of universal heterogeneity, and as such is the determining factor in all activity conditioned by heterogeneity, but not shown how it is such. This must be shown. It is conceivable how an original opposition is brought into nature through magnetism. But the question is, how have all individual antitheses in nature developed from this one original opposition? It really is our position that all antitheses have evolved from one original, that which has been proven by induction elsewhere, that one and the same universal dualism diffuses itself from magnetic polarity on through the electrical phenomena, finally even into chemical heterogeneities, and ultimately crops up again in organic nature, is here to be deduced a priori. The question is, how has that one opposition been broadened into such manifold antitheses? If magnetism brought the first antithesis into nature, then at the same time the seed of an infinite evolution was sown by this means, the seed of that infinite dissociation into ever new products in the universe. Assuming the evolution that has been postulated above to be completed or also as progressively occurring, then that original opposition is also posited as enduring. By the postulate of this evolution, the factors that are separated in it are posited as separate to infinity and always 263 separating anew. Where should the progressive action of that cause, not presupposing heterogeneity but producing it, be recognized? We know of no production of heterogeneity other than through that which is called division. If the universe is evolved, then that cause of heterogeneity will preserve the self-propagating division from product to product through the universal heterogeneity. The division which is reciprocally exercised will not only be the condition of gravitation in every system, but also the universally determining factor of the dynamical process. Opposed forces are awakened by every action through division. But these, since they maintain equilibrium, produce a state of indifference, and actually all materials of the earth find themselves in this state of indifference before they are subjected to the effect of special magnetism, or are brought into electrical or chemical conflict. The state of indifference will appear as a state of homogeneity. With respect to its qualities, such a homogeneous state also exists in every dynamical sphere, for, like the material of the earth, the material of every other sphere must be posited as homogeneous in itself. This homogeneous state is not, however, a state of absolute homogeneity, it is only a state of indifference. The constant action of division from without, while it sustains this homogeneous state of quality, makes possible a removal of the condition of indifference, i.e., the dynamical process, and particularly the chemical process. Every body that is subjected to the chemical process must be divided in itself. Without this diremption in the homogeneous itself, no solution can be thought at all. That alternating play of expansion and contraction without which no chemical process is possible could not be thought. In order to be able to construct the chemical process, the homogeneity of quality presupposed above must be resolved into duplicity. This homogeneity is only magnetic indifference. Therefore, magnetism must be posited as abolished universally and only in appearance. If that action from without could cease, then the substances of the earth would become completely inactive in the dynamical process, just as iron is, magnetically, inactive before the magnet has acted upon it. Thus no difference of quality would be recognizable. 264 Either, the universal action of division can only be analogically compared with that which we see the magnet exercise. The latter always awakens the same poles to infinity, for it, and every substance upon which it acts, is embraced in the universal sphere of earthly magnetism. The magnet can communicate no polarity, nor can the substance receive any, that would not be homogeneous with the universal polarity of the earth. Conversely, the earth is, example, outside of the sun. Therefore the magnetism of the sun must awaken outside of itself a polarity distinct from its magnetism. The action of the sun indeed produces polarity through division in the dynamical sphere of the earth, but the product of this polarity is a universal state of indifference. The universal point of indifference is presented as center of gravity. There is indeed a universal heterogeneity in the universe, but every individual product is homogeneous within itself. If there is to be a dynamical process, whose condition is difference, then matter must be posited outside of the state of indifference. The question arises, posited by what means? Will the higher product act on the subordinate one only through division? Another manner of acting is still possible through communication. if a communication really takes place between Sun and Earth, of which light is at least the phenomenon, then the Sun will communicate something homogeneous to the Earth, as an electrically charged body communicates electricity to the non-electrically charged. Heterogeneity comes into the subordinate product by this communication, and with it the condition of the electrical and chemical processes. Every dynamical process begins with a conflict of the originally heterogeneous. Where the homogeneous contacts its heterogeneous factor, it is displaced from the point of indifference, the dynamical inertia in it is disturbed. Throughout the whole of nature, homogeneity is only the expression of a state of indifference, because homogeneity can only proceed from heterogeneity. By this means, the dynamical process is grounded, and it cannot rest before the absolute intussusception of the heterogeneous, i.e., with the absolute abolition of its condition 265. Thus, there is one cause that brought the original antithesis into nature, and we can designate this cause the unknown cause of original magnetism. An effect stretching itself throughout the universe to infinity by means of division is conditioned by this cause. Through the latter, a state of indifference for every individual product is conditioned, and through this state of indifference the possibility of a difference in the homogeneous. Through this the cause conditions the possibility of a dynamical process, to which the life process also belongs, and in particular the chemical process, as a dissolution of the heterogeneous into the heterogeneous. The actuality of the dynamical process for every individual product is conditioned by communication, which takes place in the universe to infinity, and whose universal medium is light, for the part of the universe known to us. Not only are the conditions of the construction of every dynamical process contained in the theses proposed up to this point, but we have also deduced how all other oppositions, even those presented in the chemical heterogeneities, are determined by one original antithesis. V. The theater of the dynamic organization of the universe. The dynamical organization of the universe has been deduced, but not its theater. This organization presupposes an evolution of the universe from one original product, a dissociation of this product into ever new products. The ground of this infinite dispersion in nature must have been laid by one original duality, and this diremption must be seen as having emerged in an originally identical being, but this is not thinkable unless that identical being is posited as an absolute involution, as a dynamical infinity *, for then an infinite tendency to development was cast into the product with 266 one duplicity for intuition. This infinite tendency will be a tendency toward an evolution with infinite velocity. Thus nothing would be distinguishable in this evolution, i.e., no moment of time would be filled in a determinate way unless there were a retarding element in the series which kept the balance with that tendency. Therefore, the evolution of nature, with finite velocity presupposes, as ultimate factors, an accelerating and a retarding force which are both infinite in themselves, and which are only mutually limited by one another. By virtue of the reciprocal restriction of these forces, no absolute evolution will occur in any given moment of time. If an absolute evolution did occur, then nature would offer itself as nothing other than an absolute juxtaposition. Since that absolute juxtaposition is only absolute space, the accelerating force thought in its unrestrictedness leads to the idea of infinite space *. Conversely, if the retarding force was unrestricted, then there would only be an absolute interpenetration for intuition, i.e., the point would arise, which as mere limit of space is symbol of time in its independence from space. Nature cannot be either of these alone. It is a juxtaposition in interpenetration, and an interpenetration in juxtaposition for the moment, a being only conceived in evolution, a being oscillating between evolution and involution. Since the tendency to evolution is an originally infinite 1x hypothesis, it must be thought as a force that would fill an infinitely large space in an infinitely small time. If one allows space to increase to infinity, or time to decrease to infinity, then one has 1. In the one case, in the other 1. 0. i.e., the infinitely large, the retarding force, as the antithesis, must be thought as the one that preserves the expansive force through a finite time in a finite space. Neither of the two for itself would generate a real occupation of space. If the force of expansion could permeate an infinitely large space in an infinitely short time, then it would not linger even for a moment 267 in any part of space, thus it would nowhere fill space. The more the counterweight of the retarding force increases, the more the expansive tendency will linger in each point of space for a longer period of time, thus filling space to a higher degree. In this way diverse degrees of density are possible. Matter is not so much an occupation of space as a filling up of space, and indeed a filling of space with determinate velocity. Since the measure of one of those forces is space-filled, the other time-filled, then their proportion is TSC, and the various degrees of density are only various velocities of the filling of space. The absolutely elastic is what fills space with infinite velocity, the absolutely dense is what fills space with infinite slowness. Neither of the two exists in nature. The finite velocity of evolution overall is also deduced along with the two deduced forces, i.e., it is explained how nature is a determinate product for every single moment of time, but not how it is so for every moment of space. However, evolution should not occur only with a finite velocity, it must be absolutely inhibited, i.e., be inhibited at determinate points, for otherwise evolution, at finite velocity, would only be completed in an infinite time. Evolution would be progressive indeed, and nature an infinitely polymorphic being for every moment of time, but not a fixed and determinate product for all time. Thus the force by which an absolute boundary of evolution enters, a determination of the product in nature for every moment of space, must be a force different from and independent of the force which only determines the velocity of evolution and the determination of the product for every moment of time. There is no force through which an original limit in space is posited other than universal gravity. The latter must thus be conjoined to those two forces as the third force through which nature first becomes a permanent product and fixed for all time. 268 Nature can be seen as a product only from this standpoint, the standpoint that Kant adopted in his metaphysical foundations of natural science. What we have called accelerating force corresponds to Kant's repulsive or expansive force, what we call retarding force corresponds to his attractive force, with the difference that Kant conceives gravity under the latter two, and so believes the construction of matter to be complete with two forces. He thinks it is completed one, insofar as he seems to see all difference of quality as reducible to a variable proportion of those forces which indeed mechanism recognizes, and which knows matter at all only as occupation of space, but not the higher dynamics. According to the former, every material must be changeable into every other at least through dynamical, example chemical, alteration of the original proportions of those forces. However, all quality is determined through something far higher than the mere degree of density. See above. 2. Insofar as Kant assumes that that which he calls force of attraction is identical with gravity, and which is the determinant of density in his construction of matter, but the identity of these is clearly impossible because the force of attraction for every body is already expended in its mere construction, see above p77f. This reason also holds against the construction of chemical effects out of those two forces. In the chemical conflict too, the substance can only act with a force directed toward the outside, but those two forces are only immanent forces contributing to the construction of their product. 269 The transcendental proof of those two forces, gravity and retarding force, as forces independent of one another is, in brief, the following: there must be for every finite being a limited intuition of the world. This original restrictedness is, for the intellectual world, just that which gravity is for the physical world, that which binds the individual to a determinate system of things and assigns to it its position in the universe. The intuition of the world is determined, with respect to every individual object, within a determinate system. By this means limitation comes into limitation. But the individual object, since its position in the universe is already determined for it by gravity, can only be further determined with respect to the degree to which it occupies space. The degree of its occupation of space is only determinable through the form of time, by the inverse ratio of time in which the space is filled to the occupied space. The existence of the object for time is thus limited through a force that is as little identical with gravity as time is identical with space. Conversely too, through this force, the retarding force, the velocity of the filling of space is lessened, but the evolution itself is not inhibited. The latter must occur through a force different from it. It is to be expected in advance that since both forces are of a negative nature, i.e., are limiting forces, both stand in some relation to one another, one will determine the other. The following is self-evident: the greater the preponderance of retarding force, the slower the evolution. The further evolution progresses, the more must the retarding force gradually decline. Every product of nature must be inhibited at a determinate point of evolution in order to be a determinate product. If one supposes that the product will be inhibited at a point where the retarding force still has a great preponderance, then the expansive tendency must act more strongly on this point, because it is inversely related to the space in which it 270 expands. In order to keep it in equilibrium, gravity must act on those parts of nature the most strongly where the retarding force still has the greatest preponderance. The body of greatest mass lies closer to the dynamic center in itself than the body of lesser mass. The mass is thus determined by gravity, but not, as one generally says, as if the weight were proportional to the mass. Is mass then a magnitude known in itself? Is it recognized, perhaps, through the multitude of its parts? But this multitude is infinite. So no determination of mass through the multitude of its parts is possible. There is no ground of determination of mass aside from the effect of gravity. The product is determinate for every moment of time, but it does not act outside itself, it fills only its sphere. Gravity first gives to it the tendency proportional to the degree of its occupation of space, which by this means first becomes a fixed and as such cognizable degree. Matter only manifests itself through gravity. There may be an imponderable matter, but it does not manifest itself. Therefore, the unity of a material is known only through the unity of its gravity. A multitude of material is organized into a unity because it gives itself a common center of gravity. Kant understands the essence of solidity as the parts not being able to be pushed into one another without immediately being separated, which means, in other words, that the part has no movement independent of the whole. In the fluid the part is shed from the whole by its sheer weight. The reason for this difference lies in the fact that the fluid body has no common center of gravity and every particle forms its preferred center of gravity. Therefore, the preferential adoption of the spherical form in the formation of droplets. The unity of the center of gravity is that which organizes matter into one. It is the forming, binding, determining element of all formation. 271 The two forces, the expansive and the retarding, are the forces of evolution itself. Gravity already presupposes evolution, thus gravity can have conditions. It can only be found, for example, at a certain degree of universal evolution. If it is conditioned, then it will be conditioned by the most original reciprocal relation in the universe, i.e., that universal, mutually exercised effect through magnetic division. Although it is originally one, it will, in the proportion that the universe evolves itself, split itself into multiple gravities as individual rays. So this force constitutes, as it were, the binding mediator of forces which subtend nature as a theater, and those which sustain it as a dynamical organization. Schelling, The Theater of the Dynamic Organization of the Universe 191. *Batter in the aforementioned text. Original note: transaction. Only after the stage is set, as it were, by the higher dynamical forces, can the merely mechanical forces take possession. The consideration of these forces and their laws no longer falls within the limits of the philosophy of nature, which is nothing other than a higher dynamics, and whose spirit is expressed in the principle that views the dynamic as the single positive and original aspect of nature, the mechanical only as the negative and derived aspect of the dynamical. It was assumed that nature is a development from one original involution. This involution cannot be anything real, however, according to the above, thus it can only be thought as act, as absolute synthesis, which is only ideal, and signifies the turning point, as it were, of Transcendental Philosophy and Philosophy of Nature. 271.1. What we call philosophy of nature is a necessary science in the system of knowledge. The intelligence is productive in two modes, either blindly and unconsciously, or freely and consciously. It is unconsciously productive in external intuition, consciously in the creation of an ideal world. Philosophy removes this distinction by assuming the unconscious activity to be originally identical with, and, as it were, sprung from the same root as the conscious. This identity is directly proved in the case of an activity at once clearly conscious and unconscious, which manifests itself in the productions of genius, indirectly, outside of consciousness, in the products of nature, so far as in all of them the most complete fusion of the ideal and the real is perceived. Since philosophy assumes the unconscious, or as it may likewise be termed, the real activity to be identical with the conscious or ideal, its tendency will be to bring back everywhere the real to the ideal, a process which gives rise to what is called transcendental philosophy. The regularity displayed in all the movements of nature, for example, the sublime geometry which is exercised in the motions of the heavenly bodies, is not explained by saying that nature is the most perfect geometry. Rather conversely, 272, it is explained by saying that the most perfect geometry is the productive power in nature, a mode of explanation whereby the real itself is transported into the ideal world, and those 193 motions are changed into intuitions which take place only in ourselves, and to which nothing outside of us corresponds. Again, the fact that nature, wherever it is left to itself, in every transition from a fluid to a solid state, produces of its own accord, as it were, regular forms, a regularity which, in the higher species of crystallization, namely the organic, seems even to become purposefulness, or the fact that in the animal kingdom, that product of the blind forces of nature, we see actions arise which are equal in regularity to those that take place with consciousness, and even external works of art. Perfect in their kind, all of this is explained in our view by saying that it is an unconscious productivity in its origin akin to the conscious, whose mere reflection we see in nature, and which from the standpoint of the natural view must appear as one and the same blind drive that exerts its influence from crystallization upward to the highest point of organic formation, in which, on one side, through the technical drive, it returns again to mere crystallization, only acting on different planes. According to this view, since nature is only the visible organism of our understanding, nature can produce nothing but what shows regularity and purpose, and nature is compelled to produce it. But if nature can produce only the regular, and produces it from necessity, it follows that the origin of such regular and purposeful products must again be capable of being proved to be necessary in the relation of its forces, in nature thought as independent and real. It follows that therefore, conversely, the ideal must arise out of the real and admit of explanation from it. Now if it is the task of transcendental philosophy to subordinate the real to the ideal, it is, on the other hand, the task of the philosophy of nature to explain the ideal by the real. The two sciences are therefore but one science, differentiated only in the opposite orientation of their tasks. Moreover, as the 273 two directions are not only equally possible, but equally necessary, the same necessity attaches to both in the system of knowledge. Philosophy of nature, as the opposite of transcendental philosophy, is distinguished from the latter chiefly by the fact that it posits nature, not, indeed, insofar as it is a product, but insofar as it is at once productive and product, as the self-existent. Therefore it can most concisely be designated the Spinozism of physics. It follows naturally from this that there is no place in this science for idealistic methods of explanation, such as transcendental philosophy is fitted to supply, since for it nature is nothing more than the organ of self-consciousness, and everything in nature is necessary merely because it is only through the medium of such a nature that self-consciousness can take place. This mode of explanation, however, is as meaningless for physics, and for our science which occupies the same standpoint, as were the old teleological modes of explanation, and the introduction of a universal reference to final causes into the science of nature, which was adulterated as a result. For every idealistic mode of explanation, dragged out of its own proper sphere and applied to the explanation of nature, degenerates into the most adventurous nonsense, examples of which are well known. The first maxim of all true natural science, to explain everything by the forces of nature, is therefore accepted in its widest extent in our science, and even extended to that region at the limit of which all interpretation of nature has until now been accustomed to stop short, for example, to those organic phenomena which seem to presuppose an analogy with reason. For, granted that there really is something which presupposes such analogy in the actions of animals, nothing further would follow on the principle of realism than that what we call reason is a mere 274 play of higher and necessarily unknown natural forces. For, inasmuch as all thinking is at last reducible to a producing and reproducing, there is nothing impossible in the thought that the same activity by which nature reproduces itself anew in each successive phase, is reproductive in thought through the medium of the organism, very much in the same manner in which, through the action and play of light, nature, which exists independently of it, is really created immaterially, and as it were for a second time, in which case it is natural that what forms the limit of our intuitive faculty no longer falls within the sphere of our intuition itself. Our science, as far as we have gone, is thoroughly and completely realistic. It is therefore nothing other than physics, it is only speculative physics. In its tendency it is exactly what the systems of the ancient physicists were, and what, in more recent times, the system of the restorer of Epicurean philosophy is, i.e., Lesage's mechanical physics, by which the speculative spirit in physics, after a long scientific sleep, has again for the first time been awakened. It cannot be shown in detail here, for the proof itself falls within the sphere of our science, that on the mechanical or atomistic basis that has been adopted by Lesage and his most successful predecessors, the idea of a speculative physics cannot be realized. For, inasmuch as the first problem of this science, that of inquiring into the absolute cause of motion, without which nature is not in itself a finished whole, is absolutely incapable of a mechanical solution. Because mechanically motion results only from motion to infinity, there remains for the real construction of speculative physics only one way open, the dynamic, with the presupposition that motion arises not only from motion, but even from rest. We suppose, therefore, that there is motion in the rest of nature, 275, and that all mechanical motion is the merely secondary and derivative motion of that which is solely primitive and original, and which wells forth from the very first factors in the construction of a nature overall, the fundamental forces. In making clear the points of difference between our undertaking and all those of a similar nature that have hitherto been attempted, we have at the same time shown the difference between speculative physics and so-called empirical physics, a difference which may principally be reduced to the fact that the former occupies itself solely and entirely with the original causes of motion in nature, that is, solely with the dynamical phenomena, the latter on the contrary, inasmuch as it never reaches a final source of motion in nature, deals only with the secondary motions, and even with the original ones only as mechanical, and therefore likewise capable of mathematical construction. The former, in fact, aims generally at the inner clockwork and what is non-objective in nature, the latter, on the contrary, only at the surface of nature, and what is objective and, so to speak, outside in it. Insofar as our inquiry is directed not so much upon the phenomena of nature as upon their final grounds, and our business is not so much to deduce the latter from the former as the former from the latter, our task is simply this, to erect a science of nature in the strictest sense of the term, and in order to find out whether speculative physics is possible, we must know what belongs to the possibility of a doctrine of nature viewed as science. A. The idea of knowledge is here taken in its strictest sense, and so it is easy to see that, in this use of the term, we can be said to know objects only when they are such that we see the principles of their possibility, for without this insight my whole knowledge of an object, example of a machine 276 with whose construction I am unacquainted, is a mere seeing, that is, a mere conviction of its existence, whereas the inventor of the machine has the most perfect knowledge of it, because he is, as it were, the soul of the work, and because it pre-existed in his head before he exhibited it as a reality. Now, it would certainly be impossible to get a glimpse of the internal construction of nature if an invasion of nature were not possible through freedom. It is true that nature acts openly and freely, its acts however are never isolated, but performed under the concurrence of a host of causes which must first be excluded if we are to obtain a pure result. Nature must therefore be compelled to act under certain definite conditions, which either do not exist in it at all, or else exist only as modified by others. Such an invasion of nature we call an experiment. Every experiment is a question put to nature, to which it is compelled to give a reply. But every question contains an implicit a priori judgment. Every experiment that is an experiment, is a prophecy. Experimenting itself is a production of phenomena. The first step toward science, therefore, at least in the domain of physics, is taken when we ourselves begin to produce the objects of that science. b. We know only the self-produced. Knowing, therefore, in the strictest sense of the term, is a pure knowing a priori. Construction by means of experiment is, after all, not an absolute self-production of the phenomena. There is no question that much in the science of nature may be known comparatively a priori, as, for example, in the theory of the phenomena of electricity, magnetism, and even light. There is such a simple law recurring in every phenomenon that the results of every experiment may be told beforehand. Here my knowing follows immediately from a known law without the intervention of any particular experience. But whence then does the law itself come to me? We suggest that all phenomena are correlated in one absolute and necessary law, from which they can all be deduced. In short, that 277 in natural science all that we know absolutely a priori. Now, that experimentation never leads to such a knowing is plainly manifest from the fact that it can never get beyond the forces of nature, of which it makes use as means. Since the final causes of natural phenomena are themselves not phenomenal, we must either give up all attempt ever to arrive at a knowledge of them, or else we must altogether put them into nature, endow nature with them. However, that which we put into nature has no other value than that of a presupposition, hypothesis, and the science founded upon it must be equally as hypothetical as the principle itself. It would be possible to avoid this only in one case, i.e., if that presupposition itself were involuntary, and as necessary as nature itself. Assuming, for example, what must be assumed, that the sum of phenomena is not a mere world, but of necessity a nature, that is, that this whole is not merely a product, but at the same time productive, it follows that in this whole we can never arrive at absolute identity, because this would bring about an absolute transition of nature as productive into nature as product, that is, it would produce absolute rest. Such a wavering of nature, therefore, between productivity and product, will necessarily appear as a universal duplicity of principles, whereby nature is maintained in continual activity, and prevented from exhausting itself in its product, and universal duality as the principle of explanation of nature will be as necessary as the idea of nature itself. This absolute hypothesis must bear its necessity within itself, but it must, besides this, be brought to an empirical test, for, inasmuch as all the phenomena of nature cannot be deduced from this hypothesis as long as there is in the whole system of nature a single phenomenon which is not necessary according to that principle, or which contradicts it, the hypothesis is thereby at once shown to be false, and from that moment ceases to have validity as a hypothesis. 278 By this deduction of all natural phenomena from an absolute hypothesis, our knowing is changed into a construction of nature itself, that is, into a science of nature a priori. If, therefore, such deduction itself is possible, a thing which can be proved only by the deed, then too a doctrine of nature is possible as a science of nature, a system of purely speculative physics is possible, which was the point to be proved. Note. There would be no necessity for this remark if the confusion that still prevails in regard to ideas perspicuous enough in themselves did not render some explanation with regard to them requisite. The assertion that natural science must be able to deduce all its principles a priori is in a sense understood to mean that natural science must dispense with all experience, and, without any intervention of experience, be able to spin all its principles out of itself, an affirmation so absurd that the very objections to it deserve pity. Not only do we know this or that through experience, but we originally know nothing at all except through experience, and by means of experience, and in this sense the whole of our knowledge consists of the judgments of experience. These judgments become a priori principles when we become conscious of them as necessary, and thus every judgment, whatever its content may be raised to that dignity, insofar as the distinction between a priori and a posteriori judgments is not at all, as many people may have imagined, one originally cleaving to the judgments themselves, but is a distinction made solely with respect to our knowing, and the kind of our knowledge of these judgments, so that every judgment which is merely historical for me, i.e., a judgment of experience, becomes, notwithstanding, an a priori principle as soon as I arrive, whether directly or indirectly, at insight into its internal necessity. Now, however, it must in all cases be possible to recognize every natural phenomenon as absolutely necessary, for, if there is no chance in nature at all, then likewise no original phenomenon of nature can be fortuitous. On the contrary, for the very reason that nature is a system, there must be 279 a necessary connection, in some principle embracing the whole of nature, for everything that happens or comes to pass in it. Insight into this internal necessity of all natural phenomena becomes, of course, still more complete, as soon as we reflect that there is no real system which is not, at the same time, an organic whole. For if, in an organic whole, all things mutually bear and support each other, then this organization must have existed as a whole previous to its parts. The whole could not have arisen from the parts, but the parts must have arisen out of the whole. It is not, therefore, that we know nature as a priori, but nature is a priori, that is, everything individual in it is predetermined by the whole or by the idea of a nature generally. But if nature is a priori, then it must be possible to recognize it as something that is a priori, and this is really the meaning of our affirmation. Such a science, like every other, does not deal with the hypothetical or the merely probable, but depends upon the evident and the certain. Now, we may indeed be quite certain that every natural phenomenon, through whatever number of intermediate links, stands in connection with the last conditions of nature. The intermediate links themselves, however, may be unknown to us, and still lying hidden in the depths of nature. To find out these links is the work of experimental research. Speculative physics has nothing to do but to show the need of these intermediate links, but since every new discovery throws us back upon a new ignorance, and while one knot is being loosed a new one is being tied, it is conceivable that the complete discovery of all the intermediate links in the chain of nature, and therefore also our science itself, is an infinite task. Nothing, however, has more impeded the infinite progress of this science than the arbitrariness of the fictions by which 280 the lack of profound insight was so long doomed to be concealed. The fragmentary nature of our knowledge becomes apparent only when we separate what is merely hypothetical from the pure outcome of science, and then set out to collect the fragments of the great whole of nature again into a system. It is, therefore, conceivable that speculative physics, the soul of true experimentation, has, throughout all time, been the mother of all great discoveries in nature. Up to this point the idea of speculative physics has been deduced and developed. It is another business to show how this idea must be realized and actually carried out. The author, for this purpose, would at once refer to his outline of a system of the philosophy of nature, if he had no reason to suspect that many even of those who might consider that outline worthy of their attention, would come to it with certain preconceived ideas, which he has not presupposed, and which he does not desire to have presupposed by them. The causes which may render an insight into the tendency of that outline difficult, are, exclusive of defects in presentation, mainly the following: 1. That many persons, perhaps misled by the phrase philosophy of nature, expect to find transcendental deductions from natural phenomena, of the sort that exist elsewhere in various fragments, and will regard natural philosophy generally as a part of transcendental philosophy, whereas it forms a science altogether peculiar, altogether different from, and independent of, every other. 2. That the notions of dynamical physics popularized until now are very different from, and partially at variance with, those which the author lays down. I do not speak of the modes of representation which several persons, whose business is really merely experiment, have made up in this connection, for example, where they suppose it to be a dynamical explanation 281 when they reject a galvanic fluid, and accept instead certain vibrations in the metals. For these persons, as soon as they observe that they have understood nothing of the matter, will revert of their own accord to their previous representations, which were made for them. I speak of the modes of representation which have been put into philosophic heads by Kant, and which may be mainly reduced to this, that we see in matter nothing but the occupation of space in definite degrees, and in all variety of matter, therefore, only mere difference of occupation of space, i.e., density, in all dynamic, qualitative, changes, only mere changes in the relation of the repulsive and attractive forces. Now, according to this mode of representation, all the phenomena of nature are seen only on their lowest level, and the dynamical physics of these philosophers begin precisely at the point where they ought properly to leave off. It is indeed certain that the last result of every dynamical process is a changed degree of occupation of space, that is, a changed density. Now, since the dynamical process of nature is one, and the individual dynamical processes are only fragments of the one fundamental process, even magnetic and electrical phenomena, viewed from this standpoint, will not be actions of particular materials, but changes in the constitution of matter itself, and as this depends upon the mutual action of the fundamental forces, finally, will be changes in the relation of the fundamental forces themselves. We do not indeed deny that these phenomena at the extreme limit of their manifestation are changes in the relation of the principles themselves, we only deny that these changes are nothing more. On the contrary, we are convinced that this so-called dynamical principle is too superficial and defective a basis of explanation for all of nature's phenomena in order to reach the real depth and manifoldness of natural phenomena, since by means of it, in fact, no qualitative change of matter as such is constructible, for change of density is only the external phenomenon of a higher change. To a disproof of this assertion is not incumbent upon us, until, from 282 the opposite side, that principle of explanation is shown by actual fact to exhaust nature, and the great chasm is filled up between that kind of dynamical philosophy and the empirical attainments of physics, for example, in regard to the very different kinds of effects exhibited by simple substances, a thing which, let us say at once, we consider to be impossible. We may therefore be permitted, in place of the dynamic mode of representation prevailing until now, to put our own without further ado, a gesture which will no doubt clearly show how the latter differs from the former, and by which of the two the doctrine of nature may most certainly be raised to a science of nature. An inquiry into the principle of speculative physics must be preceded by inquiries into the distinction between the speculative and the empirical generally. This distinction depends mainly upon our conviction that between empiricism and theory there is such a complete opposition that there can be no third thing in which the two may be united, that, therefore, the idea of experimental science is a mongrel idea that implies no consistent thought, or rather, is an idea which cannot be thought at all. What is pure empiricism is not science, and conversely, what is science is not empiricism. This is not said for the purpose of at all deprecating empiricism, but is meant to exhibit it in its true and proper light. Pure empiricism, be its object what it may, is history, the absolute opposite of theory, and conversely, history alone is empiricism. 283 Physics, as empiricism, is nothing but a collection of facts, of accounts of what has been observed, what has happened under natural or artificial circumstances. In what we at present call physics, empiricism and science run riot together, and for that very reason they are neither one thing nor another. Our aim, in view of this object, is to separate science and empiricism as soul and body, and by admitting nothing into science which is not susceptible of an a priori construction, to strip empiricism of all theory, and restore it to its original nakedness. The opposition between empiricism and science rests therefore upon this, that the former regards its object in being, as something already prepared and accomplished. Science, on the other hand, views its object in becoming, and as something that has yet to be accomplished. As science cannot set out from anything that is a product, that is, a thing, it must set out from the unconditioned. The first inquiry of speculative physics is that which relates to the unconditioned in natural science. 2. As this inquiry is, in the outline, deduced from the highest principles, the following may be regarded as merely an illustration of those inquiries. Inasmuch as everything of which we can say that it is of a conditioned nature, it is only being itself that can be the unconditioned. But seeing the individual being, as a conditioned thing, can only be thought as a particular limitation of the productive activity, the sole and ultimate substrate of all reality. Being itself is thought as the same productive activity in its unlimitedness. For the science of nature, therefore, nature is originally only productivity, and from this as its principal science must set out. 284 As long as we only know the totality of objects as the sum total of all being, this totality is a mere world, that is, a mere product for us. It would certainly be impossible in the science of nature to rise to a higher idea than that of being if all permanence, which is thought in the idea of being, were not deceptive, and really a continuous and uniform reproduction. Insofar as we regard the totality of objects not merely as a product, but at the same time necessarily as productive, it becomes nature for us, and this identity of the product and the productivity, and this alone, is implied by the idea of nature, even in the ordinary use of language. Nature as a mere product, natura naturata, we call nature as object, with this alone all empiricism deals. Nature as productivity, natura naturans, we call nature as subject, with this alone all theory deals. As the object is never unconditioned, something absolutely non-objective must be put into nature. This absolutely non-objective factor is nothing else but the original productivity of nature. In the conventional view, productivity vanishes in the product; conversely, in the philosophic view, the product vanishes into the productivity. Such an identity of the product and the productivity in the original conception of nature is expressed by the ordinary view of nature as a whole, which is at once the cause and the effect of itself, and is in its duplicity, which runs through all phenomena, again identical. Furthermore, with this idea the identity of the real and the ideal agrees, an identity which is thought in the idea of every product of nature, and with respect to which only the nature of art can be placed in contrast. For whereas in art the idea precedes the act or the execution, in nature idea and act are rather contemporary and one, the idea passes immediately over into the product, and cannot be separated from it. 285 This identity is cancelled by the empirical perspective, which sees in nature only the effect, although on account of the continual wandering of empiricism into the field of science, we have, even in purely empirical physics, maxims which presuppose an idea of nature as subject, such as, for example, nature chooses the shortest way, nature is sparing in causes and lavish in effects. The identity is also cancelled by speculation, which looks only at cause in nature. 3. We can say of nature as object that it is, not of nature as subject, for this is being or productivity itself. This absolute productivity must pass over into an empirical nature. In the idea of absolute productivity is the thought of an ideal infinity. The ideal infinity must become an empirical one. But empirical infinity is an infinite becoming. Every infinite series is but the exhibition of an intellectual or ideal infinity. The original infinite series, the ideal of all infinite series, is that wherein our intellectual infinity evolves itself, i.e., time. The activity which sustains the series is the same as that which sustains our consciousness. Consciousness, however, is continuous. Time, therefore, as the evolution of that activity, cannot be produced by composition. Now, as all other infinite series are only imitations of the originally infinite series, time, no infinite series can be otherwise than continuous. In the original evolution, the inhibiting agent, without which the evolution would take place with infinite rapidity, is nothing but original reflection. The necessity of reflection upon our acting in every organic moment, continued duplicity in identity, is the secret stroke of art whereby our being receives permanence. Absolute continuity, therefore, exists only for intuition, but not for 286 reflection. Intuition and reflection are opposed to each other. The infinite series is continuous for productive intuition, interrupted and composite for reflection. It is upon this contradiction between intuition and reflection that those sophisms are based, in which the possibility of all motion is contested, and which are solved at every successive step by the productive activity. For intuition, for example, the action of gravity takes place with perfect continuity, for reflection, by fits and starts. Hence all the laws of mechanics, whereby that which is properly only the object of the productive intuition becomes an object of reflection, are really only laws for reflection. Hence those fictitious notions of mechanics, the atoms of time in which gravitation acts, the law that the moment of solicitation is infinitely small because otherwise an infinite rapidity would be produced in finite time, etc., etc. Hence, finally, the assertion that in mathematics no infinite series can really be represented as continuous, but only as advancing by fits and starts. The whole of this inquiry into the opposition between reflection and the productivity of intuition serves only to enable us to deduce the general statement that in all productivity, and in productivity alone, is there absolute continuity, a statement of importance in the consideration of the whole of nature. For example, when the law that in nature there is no leap, that there is a continuity of forms in it, etc., is confined to the original productivity of nature, in which certainly there must be continuity, and where from the standpoint of reflection all things must appear disconnected and without continuity, placed beside each other, as it were, we must therefore admit that both parties are right. Those who assert continuity in nature, for example, in organic nature, are correct, no less than those who deny it, when we take into consideration the difference of their respective standpoints, and we thus at the same time come upon the distinction between dynamical and atomistic physics, for, as will soon become apparent, the two are distinguished only by the fact that the former occupies the standpoint of intuition, the latter that of reflection. 287-4. Assuming these general principles, we shall be able, with more certainty, to reach our aim and provide an exposition of the internal organization of our system. A. In the idea of becoming, we think the idea of gradualness. But an absolute productivity will exhibit itself empirically as a becoming with infinite rapidity, whereby nothing real results for the intuition. Since nature must in reality be thought as engaged in infinite evolution, the permanence, the resting of the products of nature, the organic ones, for instance, is not to be viewed as an absolute resting, but only as an evolution proceeding with infinitely small rapidity or with infinite tardiness. However, at this point evolution, with even finite rapidity, not to speak of infinitely small rapidity, has not been constructed. B. It is not thinkable that the evolution of nature should take place with finite rapidity, and thus become an object of intuition, without an original limitation, a being limited, of the productivity. C. But if nature is absolute productivity, then the ground of this limitation cannot lie outside of it. Nature is originally only productivity, there can, therefore, be nothing determined in this productivity, all determination is negation, and so products can never be reached by it. If products are to be reached, the productivity must pass from being undetermined to being determined, that is, it must, as pure productivity, be cancelled. If the ground of determination of productivity lay outside of nature, nature would not originally be absolute productivity. Determination, that is, negation, must certainly come into nature, but this negation viewed from a higher standpoint must again be positivity. But if the ground of this limitation lies within nature itself, then nature ceases to be pure identity. Nature, in so far as it is only productivity, is pure identity, and there 288 is absolutely nothing in it capable of being distinguished. In order for anything to be distinguished in it, its identity must be cancelled. Nature must not be identity, but duplicity. Nature must originally be an object to itself. This change of the pure subject into an object to itself is unthinkable without an original diremption in nature itself. This duplicity cannot therefore be further deduced physically, for, as the condition of all nature generally, it is the principle of all physical explanation, and all physical explanation can only have for its aim the reduction of all the antitheses which appear in nature to that original antithesis in the heart of nature, which does not, however, itself appear. Why is there no original phenomenon of nature without this duplicity, if in nature all things are not mutually subject and object to each other to infinity, and nature even, in its origin, is not at once product and productive? If nature is originally duplicity, there must even be opposite tendencies in the original productivity of nature. The positive tendency must be opposed by another, which is, as it were, anti-productive, retarding production, not as the contradictory, but as the negative, the real opposite of the former. It is only then that, in spite of its being limited, there is no passivity in nature, even when that which limits it is again positive, and its original duplicity is a contest of real antithetical tendencies. In order to arrive at a product, these opposite tendencies must encounter one another. But since they are supposed equal, for there is no ground for supposing them unequal, wherever they meet they will annihilate each other, the product is therefore to zero, and once more no product is reached. This inevitable, though hitherto not very closely remarked contradiction, namely, that a product can arise only through the concurrence of opposite tendencies, while at the same time these opposite tendencies mutually annihilate each other, can be solved only in the following manner. Absolutely no subsistence of a product is thinkable without 289 a continual process of being reproduced. The product must be thought as annihilated at every step, and at every step reproduced anew. We do not really see the subsisting of a product, but only the continual process of being reproduced. It is of course quite conceivable how the series 1 on to infinity is thought as equal neither to 1 nor to 0. The reason why the series is thought as 1/2 lies deeper. There is one absolute magnitude, 1, which, though continually annihilated in the series, continually recurs, and by this recurrence produces, not itself, but the mean between itself and nothing. Nature, as object, is that which comes to pass in such an infinite series, and is a fraction of the original unit, to which the never cancelled duplicity supplies the numerator. If the subsistence of the product is a continual process of being reproduced, then all persistence also only exists in nature as object. In nature as subject there is only infinite activity. The product is originally nothing but a mere point, a mere limit, and it is only through nature's battling against this point that it is, so to speak, raised to a full sphere, to a product. Suppose, for illustration, a stream, it is pure identity. Where it meets resistance, a whirlpool is formed. This whirlpool is not an abiding thing, but something that vanishes at every moment, and every moment springs up anew originally. In nature there is nothing distinguishable, all products are, so to speak, still in solution, and invisible in the universal productivity. It is only when retarding points are given that they are thrown off and advance out of the universal identity. At every such point the stream breaks, the productivity is annihilated, but at every step there comes a new wave which fills up the sphere. The philosophy of nature does not have to explain the productive power of nature, for if it does not posit this as originally in nature it will never bring it into nature. It has to explain the permanent. But the fact that anything should become permanent in nature, can itself 290 only be explained by that contest of nature against all permanence. The products would appear as mere points if nature did not give them extension and depth by its own pressure, and the products themselves would last only an instant if nature did not at every moment shove into them. This seeming product, which is reproduced at every step, cannot be a really infinite product, for otherwise productivity would actually be exhausted in it. In like manner it cannot be a finite product, for the force of the whole of nature itself surges into it. It must therefore be at once infinite and finite. It must be only seemingly finite, but in infinite development. The point at which this product originally enters is the universal point of inhibition in nature, the point from which all evolution in nature begins. But in nature, as it is evolved, this point lies not here or there, but everywhere where there is a product. This product is a finite one, but as the infinite productivity of nature concentrates itself in it, it must have a drive toward infinite development, and thus gradually, and through all the foregoing intermediate links, we have arrived at the construction of that infinite becoming, the empirical exhibition of an ideal infinity. We behold in what is called nature, i.e., in this collection of individual objects, not the primal product itself, but its evolution, hence the point of inhibition cannot remain one. It has not yet been explained by what means this evolution is again absolutely inhibited, which must happen if we are to arrive at a fixed product. Through this product an original infinity evolves itself, this infinity can never decrease. The magnitude that evolves itself in an infinite series is still 291 infinite at every point of the line, and thus nature will be still infinite at every point of the evolution. There is only one original point of inhibition to productivity, but any number of points of inhibition to evolution may be thought. Every such point is marked for us by a product. Nature is still infinite at every point of the evolution, however, therefore nature is still infinite in every product, and the germ of a universe lies in every one asterisk. The question, by what means the infinite striving is retarded in the product, is still unanswered. The original inhibition in the productivity of nature explains only why the evolution takes place with finite rapidity, but not why it takes place with infinitely small rapidity. The product evolves itself to infinity. In this evolution, therefore, nothing can happen which is not already a product, synthesis, and which might not divide up into new factors, each of these again having its factors. Thus even by an analysis pursued to infinity, we could never arrive at anything in nature which would be absolutely simple. If, however, we suppose the evolution to be completed, although it never can be completed, the evolution could not stop at anything which was a product, but only at the purely productive. The question arises whether a final term, one that is no longer a substrate, but the cause of all substrate, no longer a product, but absolutely productive, we will not say occurs, for that is unthinkable, but can at least be proved in experience. Since it bears the character of the unconditioned, it would have to exhibit itself as something which, although itself not in space, is still the principle of all occupation of space. See the outline, p. 19. 292. What occupies space is not matter, for matter is the occupied space itself. That, therefore, which occupies space cannot be matter. Only that which is in space, but being itself is not. It is self-evident that no positive external intuition of that which is not in space is possible. It would therefore have to be capable of being exhibited at least negatively. This happens in the following manner. That which is in space, is, as such, mechanically and chemically destructible. That which is not destructible either mechanically or chemically must therefore lie beyond space. It is only the final ground of all quality that has anything of this nature, for although one quality may be extinguished by another, this can nevertheless only happen in a third product, C, for the formation and maintenance of which A and B, the opposite factors of C, must continue to act. But this indestructible factor, which is thinkable only as pure intensity, is, as the cause of all substrate, At the same time the principle of divisibility to infinity. A body divided to infinity still occupies space to the same degree as its smallest part. That, therefore, which is purely productive without being a product is but the ultimate ground of quality. But every quality is a determinate one, whereas productivity is originally indeterminate. In the qualities, therefore, productivity appears as already inhibited, and since it appears most originally in them overall, it appears in them most originally inhibited. This is the point at which our mode of conception diverges from that of conventional so-called dynamical physics. Our assertion, briefly stated, is this: if the infinite evolution of nature were completed, which is impossible, it would separate out into original and simple actants, or, if we may so express ourselves, into simple productivities. Our assertion therefore is not that there are such simple actants in nature, 293, but only that they are the ideal grounds of the explanation of quality. These entelechies cannot actually be shown, they do not exist. We therefore do not have to explain anything more than is asserted here, namely, that such original productivities must be thought as the grounds of the explanation of all quality. This proof is as follows: the affirmation that nothing which is in space is mechanically simple, that is, that nothing at all is mechanically simple, requires no demonstration. That, therefore, which is in reality simple, cannot be thought as in space, but must be thought as outside of space. But beyond space only pure intensity is thought. This idea of pure intensity is expressed by the idea of the actant. It is not the product of this action that is simple, but the actant itself abstracted from the product, and it must be simple in order that the product may be infinitely divisible. For although the parts are near vanishing, the intensity must still remain. And this pure intensity is what, even in infinite divisibility, sustains the substrate. If, therefore, the assertion that affirms something simple as the basis of the explanation of quality is atomistic, then our philosophy is atomistic. But, inasmuch as it places the simple in something that is only productive without being a product, it is dynamical atomism. It is clear that if we admit an absolute division of nature into its factors, the last factor that remains over must be something that absolutely defies all division, that is, the simple. But the simple can only be thought as dynamical, and as such it is not in space at all. It designates only what is thought as altogether beyond occupation of space, therefore, no intuition of it is possible, except through its product. In like manner, no measure for it is given other than its product. To pure thought it is the mere inception of the product, as the point is only the origin of the line, in a word, pure entelechi. But that which is known, not in itself, but only in its product, is known altogether empirically. If, therefore, every original quality, as quality 294, not as substrate, in which quality merely inheres, must be thought as pure intensity, pure action, then qualities generally are just the absolutely empirical factors in our knowledge of nature, of which no construction is possible, and in respect to which there remains nothing for the philosophy of nature except the proof that they are the absolute limit of its construction. The question in reference to the ground of quality posits the evolution of nature as completed, that is, it posits something merely thought, and therefore can be answered only by an ideal ground of explanation. This question adopts the standpoint of reflection on the product, whereas genuine dynamics always remains on the standpoint of intuition. However, it must be at once remarked here that if the ground of the explanation of quality is conceived as an ideal one, the question only regards the explanations of quality, insofar as it is thought as absolute. There is no question of quality, for instance, insofar as it shows itself in the dynamical process. There is certainly a ground of explanation and determination for quality, so far as it is relative. Quality in that case is determined by its opposite, with which it is placed in conflict, and this antithesis is itself again determined by a higher antithesis, and so on back into infinity, so that, if this universal organization could dissolve itself, all matter would likewise sink back into dynamical inactivity, that is, into absolute absence of quality. Quality is a higher power of matter, to which the latter elevates itself by reciprocity. It is demonstrated below that the dynamical process is a limited one for each individual sphere, because it is only through limitation that definite points of relation for the determination of quality arise. This limitation of the dynamical process, that is, the proper determination of quality, takes place by means of no other force than that by which the evolution is universally and absolutely limited, and this negative element in things is the only one that is indivisible, and mastered by nothing. The 295 absolute relativity of all quality may be shown from the electric relation of bodies, inasmuch as the same body that is positive with one is negative with another, and conversely. But we might from now on abide by the statement, which is also laid down in the outline, that all quality is electricity, and conversely, the electricity of a body is also its quality, for all difference of quality is equal to difference of electricity, and all asterisk quality is reducible to electricity. Everything that is sensible for us, sensible in the narrower sense of the term, as colors, taste, etc., is doubtless sensible to us only through electricity, and the only immediately sensible factor would then be electricity, a conclusion to which the universal duality of every sense leads us independently, since in nature there is properly only one duality. In galvanism, sensibility, as a reagent, reduces all quality of bodies for which it is a reagent to an original difference. All bodies which, in a chain, at all affect the sense of taste or that of sight, be their differences ever so great, are either alkaline or acid, excite a negative or positive shock, and here they always appear as active in a higher than the merely chemical potency. Quality considered as absolute is inconstructible, because quality generally is not anything absolute, and there is no other quality at all except that which bodies show mutually in relation to each other, and all quality is something by virtue of which the body is, so to speak, raised above itself. All previous attempts at the construction of quality are reducible to two, to express qualities by figures, and so to assume a particular figure in nature for each original quality, or else, 296 to express quality by analytical formulae, in which the forces of attraction and repulsion supply the negative and positive magnitudes. To convince oneself of the futility of the latter attempt, the shortest method is to appeal to the emptiness of the explanations to which it gives rise. Hence we limit ourselves here to the single remark that through the construction of all matter out of the two fundamental forces, different degrees of density may indeed be constructed, but certainly never different qualities as qualities, for although all dynamical, qualitative, changes appear, at their lowest stage, as changes of the fundamental forces, yet we see at that stage only the product of the process, not the process itself, and those changes are what require explanation, and the ground of explanation must therefore certainly be sought in something higher. The only possible ground of explanation for quality is an ideal one, because this ground itself presupposes something purely ideal. Whoever inquires into the final ground of quality is transported back to the starting point of nature. But where is this starting point? And does not all quality consist in this? That matter is prevented by the general concatenation from reverting into its originality. From the point at which reflection and intuition separate, a separation which is possible only on the hypothesis of the completed evolution, physics divides into two opposite directions, into which the two systems, the atomistic and the dynamical, have been divided. The dynamical system denies the absolute evolution of nature, and passes from nature as synthesis, nature as subject, to nature as evolution, nature as object. The atomistic system passes from the evolution, as the original, to nature as synthesis. Dynamics passes from the standpoint of intuition to that of reflection, atomistics from the standpoint of reflection to that of intuition. Both directions are equally possible. If only the analysis is correct, then the synthesis must be capable of being found again through analysis, just as 297 the analysis in its turn can be found through the synthesis. But whether the analysis is correct can be tested only by the fact that we can pass from it again to the synthesis. The synthesis therefore is, and continues to be, the absolutely presupposed. The problems of the one system turn exactly around into those of the other, that which, in atomical physics, is the cause of the composition of nature is, in dynamical physics, that which inhibits evolution. The former explains the composition of nature by the force of cohesion, by means of which, however, no continuity is ever introduced into it. The latter, on the contrary, explains cohesion by the continuity of evolution. All cohesion is originally only in the productivity. Both systems set out from something purely ideal. Absolute synthesis is as much purely ideal as absolute analysis. The real occurs only in nature as product, but nature is not product, neither when thought as absolute involution or as absolute evolution. Product is what is contained between the two extremes. The first problem for both systems is to construct the product, i.e., that in which the opposites become real. Both reckon with purely ideal magnitudes so long as the product is not constructed. It is only in the directions in which they accomplish this that they are opposed. Both systems, as far as they have to deal with merely ideal factors, have the same value, and the one forms the test of the other. That which is concealed in the depths of productive nature must be reflected as product in nature as nature, and thus the atomistic system must be the continual reflection of the dynamical. In the outline of the two directions, that of atomistic physics has been chosen intentionally. It will contribute not a little to the understanding of our science if we here demonstrate in the productivity what was there shown in the product. In the pure productivity of nature absolutely nothing is distinguishable without diremption. 298 It is only productivity dualized in itself that gives the product. Since the absolute productivity arrives only at producing per se, not at the producing of a determinate something, the tendency of nature, by virtue of which a product is arrived at, must be the negative of productivity. In nature, insofar as it is real, there can no more be productivity without a product than a product without productivity. Nature can only approximate to the two extremes, and it must be demonstrated that it approximates to both. Pure productivity originally passes into formlessness. Wherever nature loses itself in formlessness, productivity is exhausted in it. This is what we express when we talk of a becoming latent. Conversely, wherever the form predominates, i.e., wherever the productivity is limited, the productivity manifests itself. It appears, not as a representable product, but as productivity, although passing over into one product, as in the phenomena of heat. The idea of imponderables is only a symbolic one. If productivity passes into formlessness, then, objectively considered, it is the absolutely formless. The boldness of the atomical system has been very imperfectly comprehended. The idea which prevails in it, that of an absolutely formless element everywhere incapable of manifestation as determinate matter, is nothing other than the symbol of nature approximating to productivity. The nearer to productivity, the nearer to formlessness. Productivity appears as productivity only when limits are set to it. That which is everywhere and in everything, is, for that very reason, nowhere. Productivity is fixed only by limitation. Electricity exists only at that point at which limits are given, and it is only a poverty of conception that would look for anything else in its phenomena. 299 Beyond the phenomena of limited productivity, the condition of light is an antithesis in the electric and galvanic processes, as well as in the chemical process, and even light which comes to us without our cooperation. The phenomenon of productivity exerted all around by the sun, presupposes that antithesis asterisk. It is only limited productivity that gives rise to the product. The explanation of the product must begin at the origination of the fixed point at which the start is made. The condition of all formation is duality. This is the more profound signification that lies in Kant's construction of matter from opposite forces. Electrical phenomena are the general scheme for the construction of matter universally. In nature, neither pure productivity nor pure product can ever exist. The former is the negation of all product, the latter the negation of all productivity. Approximation to the former is the absolutely decomposable, to the latter the absolutely incomposable substance of the atomists. The former cannot be thought without, at the same time, being the absolutely incomposable, the latter without, at the same time, being the absolutely composable. Nature will therefore originally be the mean factor arising out of the two, and thus we arrive at the idea of a productivity engaged in a transition into product, or of a product that is productive to infinity. We hold to the latter definition. The idea of the product, the fixed, and that of the productive, the free, are mutually opposed, since what we have postulated is already 300 product. It can be productive, if it is productive at all, only in a determinate way. But determined productivity is active formation. That third factor must therefore be in the state of formation. But the product is supposed to be productive to infinity. That transition is never to take place absolutely. It will therefore be productive at every stage in a determinate way. The productivity will remain, but not the product. The question might arise how a transition from form to form is possible at all here, when no form is fixed. Still, that momentary forms should be reached has already been rendered possible by the fact that the evolution cannot take place with infinite rapidity, in which case, therefore, for every moment at least, the form is certainly a determinate one. The product will appear to be gripped in infinite metamorphosis. From the standpoint of reflection, it will appear to be continually in the leap from fluid to solid, without ever reaching, however, the form-sought. Organisms that do not live in the cruder element at least live on the deep ground of the aerial sea. Many pass over, by metamorphoses, from one element into another, and what does the animal, whose vital functions almost all consist in contractions, appear to be, other than such a leap? The metamorphosis will not possibly take place without rule. For it must remain within the original antithesis, and is thereby confined within limits *. This accordance with rule will express itself solely by an internal relationship of forms, a relationship which again is not thinkable without an archetype which lies at the basis of all, and which, with however manifold divergences, they nevertheless all express. But even with such a product we do not have that which we 301 were searching for, a product which, while productive to infinity, remains the same. That this product should remain the same seems unthinkable, because it is not thinkable without an absolute inhibition or cancellation of the productivity. The product would have to be inhibited as the productivity was inhibited, for it is still productive, inhibited by diremption and the limitation resulting from it. But it must at the same time be explained how the productive product can be inhibited at each individual stage of its formation, without it ceasing to be productive, or how, by diremption itself, the permanence of the productivity is secured. In this way we have brought the reader as far as the problem of the fourth section of the outline, and we leave him to find in it for himself the solution, along with the corollaries which it brings up. Meanwhile, we shall endeavor to indicate how the deduced product would necessarily appear from the standpoint of reflection. The product is the synthesis wherein the opposite extremes meet, which on the one side are designated by the absolutely decomposable, on the other the incomposable. How continuity comes into the absolute discontinuity with which the atomic philosopher sets out, he endeavors to explain by means of cohesive, plastic power, etc. But he does so in vain, for continuity is only productivity itself. The manifoldness of the forms which such a product assumes in its metamorphosis was explained by the difference in the stages of development, such that parallel with every step of development goes a particular form. The atomic philosopher posits in nature certain fundamental forms, and since in it everything strives toward form, and everything which does form itself also has its particular form, so the fundamental forms must be conceded, but certainly only as indicated in nature, not as actu existent. From the standpoint of reflection, the becoming of this product must appear as a continual striving of the original actants toward the production of a determinate form, and a continual annihilation of those forms again. 302 Thus, the product would not be the product of a simple tendency, it would only be the visible expression of an internal proportion, of an internal equipoise of the original actants, which neither reduce themselves mutually to absolute formlessness, nor yet do they allow the production of a determinate and fixed form, on account of the universal conflict. Until now, so long as we have had to deal merely with ideal factors, opposite directions of investigation have been possible. From this point, since we have to pursue a real product in its developments, there is only one direction. By the unavoidable separation of productivity into opposite directions at every single stage of development, the product itself is separated into individual products, by which, however, for that very reason, only different stages of development are marked. That this is so may be shown either in the products themselves, as is done when we compare them with each other with regard to their form and seek a continuity of formation. This is an idea which, from the fact that continuity is never in the products, for the reflection, but always only in the productivity, can never be perfectly realized. In order to find continuity in productivity, the successive steps of the transition of productivity into product must be more clearly exhibited than they have been until now by the fact that the productivity gets limited. See above, we have in the first instance only the inception of a product, only the fixed point for the productivity overall. It must be shown how the productivity gradually materializes itself and changes itself into products ever more and more fixed, so as to produce a dynamically graduated scale in nature, and this is the real subject of the fundamental problem of the whole system. In advance, the following may serve to throw light on the subject. In the first place, a diremption of the productivity is demanded. The cause through which this diremption is effected remains in the first instance altogether outside of the investigation. 303 An alternation of contraction and expansion is perhaps conditioned by diremption. This alternation is not something in matter, but is matter itself, and the first stage of productivity passing over into product cannot be reached except through a stoppage of this change, that is, through a third factor which fixes that change itself, and thus matter in its lowest stage in the first power would be an object of intuition. That change would be seen in rest, or in equilibrium, just as, conversely again, by the cancellation of the third factor, matter might be raised to a higher power. Now it might be possible that those products just deduced stood upon quite different levels of materiality, or of that transition, or that those different levels were more or less distinguishable in the one than in the other. That is, a dynamically graduated scale of those products would thereby have to be demonstrated. In the solution of the problem itself we shall continue in the direction hitherto taken. For the time being, without knowing where it may lead us. Individual products are brought into nature, but in these products productivity, as productivity, is still held to be always distinguishable. Productivity has not yet absolutely passed over into product. The subsistence of the product is supposed to be a continual self-reproduction. The problem arises, by what is this absolute transition exhaustion of the productivity in the product prevented? Or by what means does its subsistence become a continual self-reproduction? It is absolutely unthinkable how the activity that everywhere tends toward a product is prevented from going over into it entirely, unless that transition is prevented by external influences, and the product, if it is to subsist, is compelled at every moment to reproduce itself anew. Up to this point, however, no trace has been discovered of a cause opposed to the product, to organic nature. Such a cause can, therefore, at present, only be postulated. We thought 304 we saw the whole of nature exhaust itself in that product, and it is only here that we note that in order to comprehend such a product something else must be presupposed, and a new antithesis must come into nature. Nature has been for us absolute identity in duplicity. Here we come upon an antithesis that must again take place within the other. This antithesis must be capable of being shown in the deduced product itself, if it is capable of being deduced at all. The deduced product is an activity directed outward. This cannot be distinguished as such without an activity directed inward from without, i.e., directed upon itself, and this activity, on the other hand, cannot be thought unless it is counteracted, reflected, from without. In the opposite directions, which arise through this antithesis, lies the principle for the construction of all the phenomena of life. Upon the cancellation of those opposite directions, life remains over either as absolute activity or absolute receptivity, since it is only possible as the perfect reciprocal determination of receptivity and activity. We therefore refer the reader to the outline itself, and merely call his attention to the higher stage of construction which we have here reached. We have above, g. explained the origin of a product generally by a struggle of nature against the original point of inhibition, through which this point is raised to a full sphere, and thus receives permanence here, since we are deducing a struggle of external nature, not against a mere point, but against a product. The first construction rises for us to a second power, as it were, we have a doubled product, and thus it might well be shown subsequently that organic nature generally is only the higher power of the inorganic, and that it rises above the latter for the very reason that in it precisely that which was already product again becomes product. 305 Since the product, which we have deduced as the most primary, drives us to a side of nature that is opposed to it, it is clear that our construction of the origin of a product generally is incomplete, and that we have not yet, by far, satisfied our problem. The problem of all science is to construct the origin of a fixed product. A productive product, as such, can subsist only under the influence of external forces, because it is only thereby that productivity is interrupted, prevented from being extinguished in the product. There must now be again a particular sphere for these external forces. These forces must lie. 216 Schelling, Introduction to the Outline. In a world which is not productive. But that world, for this very reason, would be a world fixed and undetermined in every respect. The problem of how a product comes to exist in nature has therefore received a one-sided solution through all that has preceded. The product is inhibited by diremption of the productivity at every single stage of development. But this is true only for the productive product, whereas we are here dealing with a non-productive product. The contradiction that we encounter here can be resolved only by finding a general expression for the construction of a product generally, regardless of whether it is productive or has ceased to be so. Percent. Since the existence of a world that is not productive, inorganic, is for the time being merely postulated in order to explain the productive one, its conditions can be laid down only hypothetically, and as we do not in the first instance know it at all except through its opposition to the productive, those conditions likewise must be deduced only from this opposition. From this it is of course clear, also referred to in the outline, that this second section, as well as the first, contains throughout merely hypothetical truth, since neither organic nor inorganic nature is explained without our having reduced the construction of the two to a common expression, which, however, is possible only 306 through the synthetic part. This must lead to the highest and most universal principles for the construction of a nature generally. Hence we must refer the reader who is concerned about a knowledge of our system altogether to that part. The hypothetical deduction of an inorganic world and its conditions we may pass over here all the more readily, since they are sufficiently detailed in the outline, and hasten to the most universal and highest problem of our science. Percent. The most universal problem of speculative physics may now be expressed thus: to reduce the construction of organic and inorganic products to a common expression. We can only provide the main principles of such a solution, and of these, for the most part, only such as have not been completely adduced in the outline itself. Third principle division. A. Here at the very beginning we lay down the principle that since the organic product is the product in the second power, the organic construction of the product must be, at least, the sensuous image of the original construction of every product. Schelling, Internal Organization of the System 217. A. In order that the productivity may be at all fixed at a point, limits must be given. Since limits are the condition of the first phenomenon, the cause through which limits are produced cannot be a phenomenon, it withdraws into the interior of nature, or the interior of each respective product. In organic nature, this limitation of productivity is shown by what we call sensibility, which must be thought as the first condition of the construction of the organic product. B. The immediate effect of confined productivity is an alternation of contraction and expansion in the matter already given, and as we now know, constructed, as it were, for the second time. 307, c, where this alternation ceases, productivity passes over into product, and where it is again restored, product passes over into productivity, for since the product must remain productive to infinity, those three stages of productivity must be capable of being distinguished in the product. The absolute transition of the latter into product is the cancelling of product itself. d. Just as these three stages are distinguishable in the individual, they must be distinguishable in organic nature as a whole, and the graduated series of organizations is nothing more than a graduated scale of productivity itself. Productivity exhausts itself to degree C in the product A, and can begin with the product B only at the point where it left off with A, that is, with degree D, and so on downward to the vanishing of all productivity. If we knew the absolute degree of productivity of the Earth, for example, which is determined by the Earth's relation to the Sun, the limit of organization upon it might be more accurately determined by this means than by incomplete experience, which must be incomplete for this reason, if for no other, that the catastrophes of nature have, beyond doubt, swallowed the last links of the chain, a true system of natural history, which has for its object not the products of nature but nature itself. Follows the one productivity that battles, so to speak, against freedom, through all its windings and sinuosities, to the point at which it is at last compelled to perish in the product. It is upon this dynamical graduated scale in the individual, as well as in the whole of organic nature, that the construction of all organic phenomena rests. B**. These principles, stated universally, lead to the following fundamental principles of a universal theory of nature. 308, a. Productivity must be primarily limited. Since outside of limited productivity there is pure identity, the limitation cannot be established. 218 Schelling, Introduction to the Outline. From this point onward, there are, as in the outline, additions in notes, included in the SW text transaction, only by a difference already existing, and therefore must be furnished by an opposition arising in productivity itself, to the existence of which we here revert as a first postulate. B. This difference thought purely is the first condition of all activity. The productivity is attracted and repelled between opposites, the primary limits. In this alternation of expansion and contraction there necessarily arises a common element, but one which exists only in change. If it is to exist outside of change, then the change itself must become fixed. The active factor in change is the productivity sundered within itself. C. It is asked, by what means such alternation can be fixed at all? It cannot be fixed by anything that is contained as a member in the alternation itself, and must therefore be fixed by a tertium quid. But this tertium quid must be able to prehend that original antithesis. However, outside of that antithesis nothing exists. It must therefore be originally contained in it, as something that is mediated by the antithesis, and by which in turn the antithesis is mediated, for otherwise there is no reason why it should be originally contained in that antithesis. 309 The antithesis is dissolution of identity. But nature is primarily identity in that antithesis, therefore, there must again be a striving toward identity. This striving is immediately conditioned through the antithesis, for if there was no antithesis, there would be identity, absolute rest, and therefore no striving toward identity. If, on the other hand, there were not identity in the antithesis, the antithesis itself could not endure. Identity produced from difference is indifference. That tertium quid is therefore a striving toward indifference, a striving which is conditioned by the difference itself, and by which it, on the other hand, is conditioned. The difference must not be looked upon as a difference at all, and is nothing for intuition, except through a third that sustains it, to which change itself adheres. This tertium quid, therefore, is the exclusive substrate in that primal alternation, but substrate posits change as much as change posits substrate, and there is here no first and no second, but difference and striving toward indifference, are, as far time is concerned, one and contemporary. Axiom. No identity in nature is absolute, but all is only indifference. Since that tertium quid itself presupposes the primary antithesis, the antithesis itself cannot be absolutely cancelled by it. The condition of the continuance of that tertium quid is the perpetual continuance of the antithesis, just as, conversely, the continuance of the antithesis is conditioned by the continuance of the tertium quid. But how, then, shall the antithesis be thought as enduring? We have one primary antithesis, between the limits of which all nature must lie. If we assume that the factors of this antithesis 310 can really pass over into each other, or come together absolutely in some tertium quid, some individual product, then the antithesis is removed, and along with it the striving, and so all the activity of nature. But that the antithesis should endure is thinkable only by its being infinite, by the extreme limits being held asunder to infinity, so that always only the mediating links of the synthesis, never the last and absolute synthesis itself, can be produced, in which case it is only relative points of indifference that are always attained, never absolute ones, and every successively originated difference leaves behind a new and still unremoved antithesis, and this again passes into indifference, which, in its turn, partially removes the primary antithesis. By virtue of the original antithesis and the striving toward indifference there arises a product, but the product partially does away with the antithesis. Through the doing away with that part, that is, through the origination of the product itself, there arises a new antithesis, different from the one that has been done away with, and through it, a product different from the first, but even this leaves the absolute antithesis in place, therefore duality, and through it a product will arise anew, and so on to infinity. Let us say, for example, that by the product A, the antitheses C and D are united, the antitheses B and E still lie outside of that union. This latter antithesis is done away with in B, but this product also leaves the antithesis A and F unremoved. If we say that A and F mark the extreme limits, then the union of these will be that product which can never be reached. Between the extremes A and F lie the antitheses C and D, B, and E, but the series of these intermediate antitheses is infinite. All these intermediate antitheses are included in the one absolute antithesis in the product A, of A only E, and of F only D is cancelled. Let what remains of A be called B, and of F, E. These will indeed, by virtue of the absolute striving toward indifference, become again united, but they leave a new antithesis uncancelled, and so there remains between A and F an infinite series of intermediate antitheses, and the product in which those absolutely cancel themselves never is, but only becomes. This infinitely progressive formation must be thus represented: the original antithesis would necessarily be cancelled in the primal product A. The product would necessarily fall at the point of indifference of A 311 and F, but inasmuch as the antithesis is an absolute one, which can be cancelled only in an infinitely continued, never actual, synthesis, A must be thought as the center of an infinite periphery, whose diameter is the infinite line AF. Since in the product of A and F, only E and D are united, there arises in it the new division B and E, and the product will therefore divide up into opposite directions. At the point where the striving toward indifference attains preponderance, B and E will combine and form a new product different from the first, but between A and F there still lie an infinite number of antitheses. B, the point of indifference, is therefore the center of a periphery which is comprehended in the first, but is itself again infinite, and so on. The antithesis of B and E in B is maintained through A, because it leaves the antithesis disunified. So the antithesis in C is maintained through B, because B, in its turn, cancels only a part of A and F. But the antithesis in C is maintained through B, only insofar as A maintains the antithesis in B. What therefore in C and B results from this antithesis is occasioned by the common influence of A, so that B and C, and the infinite number of other products that come as intermediate links between A and F are, in relation to A, only one product. The difference, which remains over in A after the union of C and D, is only one, into which then B, C, etc., again divide. 312 But the endurance of the antithesis is, in the case of every product, the condition of the striving toward indifference, and thus a striving toward indifference is maintained through A in B, and through B in C but only insofar as A maintains the antithesis which is the condition of B. Suppose, for example, the result of it were universal gravitation. The antithesis which A leaves uncancelled, is only one antithesis, and therefore also this tendency in B, in C, and so on to infinity, is only conditioned and maintained through A. The organization thus determined is none other than the organization of the universe in the system of gravitation. Gravity is simple, but its condition is duplicity. Indifference arises only out of difference. The cancelled duality is matter, inasmuch as it is only mass. The absolute point of indifference exists nowhere, but is, as it were, divided among several single points. The universe which forms itself from the center toward the periphery seeks the point at which even the extreme antitheses of nature cancel themselves. The impossibility of this cancelling guarantees the infinity of the universe. From every product A, the uncancelled antithesis is carried over to a new one, B, the former by this means becoming the cause of duality and gravitation for B. This carrying over is what is called action by distribution, the theory of which becomes clear only at this point. Thus, for example, the sun, being only relative indifference, maintains, as far as its sphere of action reaches, the antithesis that is the condition of weight upon the subordinate planetary bodies. 313 The indifference is cancelled at every step, and at every step it is restored. Hence, weight acts upon a body at rest as well as upon one in motion. The universal restoration of duality, and its recancelling at every step, can appear only as a nisus toward a third factor. This third factor abstracted from tendency is nothing, therefore purely ideal, marking only direction, a point #. Gravity is in the case of every total product only one, and so also the relative point of indifference is only one. The point of indifference of the individual body marks only the line of direction of its tendency toward the universal point of indifference, hence this point may be regarded as the only one at which gravity acts, just as that by whose means alone bodies attain consistency for us is simply this tendency outward. Vertical falling toward this point is not a simple, but a compound motion, and it is to be wondered at that this has not been perceived before. Gravity is not proportional to mass. For what is this mass but an abstraction of the specific gravity which you have hypostatized? But, conversely, the mass of a body is only the expression of the momentum with which the antithesis in it cancels itself. 314, d. With the preceding, the construction of matter in general is completed, but not the construction of specific difference in matter. That which all the matter of B, C, etc., in relation to A has in common is the difference which is not cancelled by A, and which again cancels itself in part in B and C. Hence, therefore, the gravity mediated by that difference. What distinguishes B and C from A, therefore, is the difference which is not cancelled by A, and which becomes the condition of gravity in the case of B and C. Similarly, what distinguishes C from B, if C is a product subordinate to B, is the difference which is not cancelled by B, and which is again carried over to C. Gravity, therefore, is not the same thing for the higher and for the subaltern planetary bodies, and there is as much variety in the central forces of attraction as in their conditions. The means by virtue of which another difference of individual products is possible, in the products A, B, and C, which, insofar as they are opposed to each other, represent products absolutely homogeneous, is the possibility of a difference of relation between the factors in the cancelling, so that, for example, in X, the positive factor, and in Y, the negative factor has preponderance, thus rendering the one body positively, and the other negatively electrified. All difference is difference of electricity. #E. That the identity of matter is not absolute identity, but only indifference, can be proved from the possibility of again cancelling the identity, and from the accompanying phenomena. We may be allowed, for brevity's sake, to include this recancelling and its resultant phenomena under the expression 315 dynamical process, without, of course, affirming decisively whether anything of the sort is everywhere actual. Now there will be exactly as many stages in the dynamical process as there are stages of transition from difference to indifference. The first stage will be marked by objects in which the reproduction and recancelling of the antithesis at every moment is still itself an object of perception. The whole product is reproduced anew at every moment, that is, the antithesis which is cancelled in it springs up afresh every moment, but this reproduction of difference loses itself immediately in universal gravity. This reproduction, therefore, can be perceived only in individual objects, which seem to gravitate toward each other, since, if to the one factor of an antithesis its opposite is offered, in another, both factors become heavy with reference to each other, in which case, therefore, the universal gravity is not cancelled, but a special one occurs within the universal. An instance of such a mutual relation between two products is that of the earth and the magnetic needle, in which the continual recancelling of indifference in gravitation toward the poles is ascertained. It is the continual sinking back into identity in gravitation toward the universal point of indifference here, therefore, it is not the object, but the reproduction of the object itself that becomes object. Hashtag 316, at the first stage, the duplicity of the product again appears in the identity. At the second, the antithesis will divide up and distribute itself among different objects, A and B. From the fact that the one factor of the antithesis attained a relative preponderance in A, the other in B, there will arise, according to the same law as in, a gravitation of the factors toward each other, and so a new difference, which, when the relative equilibrium is restored in each, results in repulsion *, alternation of attraction and repulsion, second stage in which matter is seen, electricity. At the second stage the one factor of the product had only a relative preponderance. At the third it will attain an absolute one in the two bodies A and B. The original antithesis is again completely represented. Matter will revert to the first stage of becoming. At the first stage there is still pure difference, without substrate. At the second stage it is the simple factors of two products that are opposed to each other. At the third it is the products themselves that are opposed. Here is difference in the third power. If two products are absolutely opposed to each other, then in each of them singly indifference of gravity, by which alone each is, must be cancelled, and they must gravitate toward each other. In the second stage there was only a mutual 317 gravitating of the factors to each other. Here there is a gravitating of the products. Hashtag this process, therefore, first assails the indifferent element of the product, that is, the products themselves dissolve. Where there is equal difference there is equal indifference. Difference of products, therefore, can end only with indifference of products. All indifference deduced until now has been only indifference of substratellis, or at least simple, factors. Now we come to speak of an indifference of products. This striving will not cease until a joint product exists. The product, in forming itself, passes, from both sides, through all the intermediate links that lie between the two products, until it finds the point at which it succumbs to indifference, and the product is fixed. General remark. By virtue of the first construction, the product is posited as identity. This identity, it is true, again resolves itself into an antithesis, which is no longer an antithesis cleaving to products however, but an antithesis in the productivity itself. The product, therefore, as product, is * identity, but even in the sphere of products, there again arises a duplicity in the second stage, and it is only in the third that even the duplicity of the products again becomes identity of the products. There is therefore here too a progress from thesis to antithesis, and thence to synthesis. The final synthesis of 318 matter concludes in the chemical process. If composition is to proceed yet further in it, then this circle must open again. We must leave it to our readers themselves to make out the conclusions to which the principles here stated lead, and to consider the universal interdependence which is introduced by them into the phenomena of nature. Nevertheless, to give one instance, when in the chemical process the bond of gravity is loosed, the phenomenon of light which accompanies the chemical process in its greatest perfection, in the process of combustion, is a remarkable phenomenon which, when followed out further, confirms what is stated in the outline, page 100. The action of light must stand in secret interdependence with the action of gravity which the central bodies exercise. 4. Is not the indifference dissolved at every step, since gravity, as ever active, presupposes a continual cancelling of indifference. It is thus, therefore, that the sun, by the distribution exercised on the earth, causes a universal separation of matter into the primary antithesis, and hence gravity. This universal cancelling of indifference is what appears to us, who are endowed with life, as light, wherever, therefore, that indifference is dissolved, in the chemical process, their light must appear to us according to the foregoing. There is one antithesis which, beginning at magnetism and proceeding through electricity, finally dissipates in the chemical phenomena in the chemical process, that is, 319. The whole product becomes E or E, the positively electric body, in the case of absolutely uncombusted bodies, is always the more combustible asterisk, whereas the absolutely incombustible is the cause of every negatively electric condition. And if we may be allowed to invert the case, what else are bodies themselves but condensed, confined, electricity? In the chemical process the whole body dissolves into E or E. Light is everywhere the appearing of the positive factor in the primary antithesis, hence, wherever the antithesis is restored, light is there for us, because generally only the positive factor is beheld, and the negative one is only felt. Is the connection of the diurnal and annual deviations of the magnetic needle with light now conceivable? And, if in every chemical process the antithesis is dissolved, is it conceivable that light is the cause and beginning of all chemical processes? 320. F. The dynamical process is nothing but the second construction of matter, and as many stages as there are in the dynamical process, there are the same number in the original construction of matter. 321. This axiom is the converse of axiom, E. That which, in the dynamical process, is perceived in the product, takes place beyond the product with the simple factors of all duality. The first inception of original production is the limitation of productivity through the primitive antithesis, which, as antithesis, and as the condition of all construction, is distinguished only in magnetism. The second stage of production is the alternation of contraction and expansion, and as such becomes visible only in electricity. Finally, the third stage is the transition of this change into indifference, a change which is recognized as such only in chemical phenomena. Magnetism, electricity, and chemical process are the categories of the original construction of nature. The latter escapes us and lies outside of intuition. The former are what of it remains behind, what stands firm, what is fixed, the general schemata for the construction of matter. And, in order to close the circle at the point where it began, just as in organic nature, where in the graduated series of sensibility, irritability, and formative drive the secret of the production of the whole of organic nature lies in each individual, so in the graduated series of magnetism, electricity, and chemical process, so far as the series of powers can be distinguished in the individual body, is to be found the secret of the production of nature from itself. We have now approached nearer the solution of our problem, which was to reduce the construction of organic and inorganic nature to a common expression. Inorganic nature is the product of the first power, organic nature of the second asterisk. This was demonstrated above. It will soon appear that the latter is the product of a still higher power. Hence the latter, in view of the former, appears contingent, the former, in view of the latter, necessary. Inorganic nature can take its origin from simple factors, organic nature only from products, which again become factors. Hence an inorganic nature generally will appear as having been from all eternity, organic nature as having originated. In organic nature, indifference can never come to be in the same way in which it comes to exist in inorganic nature, because life consists in nothing more than a continual prevention of the attainment of indifference, through which there manifestly comes about a condition which is only, so to speak, extorted from nature. By organization, matter, which has already been composed for the second time by the chemical process, is once more thrown back to the initial point of formation. The circle above described is again opened. It is no wonder that matter, always thrown back again into formation, at last returns as a perfect product. 323. The same stages through which the production of nature originally passes, are also passed through by the production of the organic product, only that the latter, even in the first stage, at least begins with products of the simple power. Organic production also begins with limitation, not of the primary productivity, but of the productivity of a product. Organic formation also takes place through the alternation of expansion and contraction, just as primary formation does, but in this case it is a change taking place, not in the simple productivity, but in the compound. But there is all of this, too, in the chemical process *, and yet in the chemical process indifference is attained. The vital process, therefore, must again be a higher power of the chemical, and if the schema that lies at the base of the latter is duplicity, the schema of the former will of necessity be triplicity, but the schema of triplicity is that of the galvanic process, Ritter's demonstration, etc., p. 172, therefore, the galvanic process, or the process of excitation, stands a power higher than the chemical, and the third element, which the latter lacks and the former has, prevents indifference from being arrived at in the organic product, as excitation does not allow indifference to be arrived at in the individual product, and since the antithesis is still there, for the primary antithesis still pursues us, there remains for nature no alternative 324 but separation of the factors into different products. The formation of the individual product, for that very reason, cannot be a completed formation. And the product can never cease to be productive. The contradiction in nature is that the product must be productive, and that, notwithstanding, the product, as a product of the third power, must pass over into indifference. This contradiction nature tries to solve by mediating indifference itself through productivity, but even this does not succeed, for the act of productivity is only the kindling spark of a new process of excitation. The product of productivity is a new productivity. The productivity of the individual now indeed passes over into this as its product. The individual, therefore, ceases to be productive more rapidly or slowly, and nature reaches the point of indifference with it only after the latter has descended to a product of the second power * 325. And now the result of all this, the condition of the inorganic, as well as of the organic, product, is duality. In any case, however, the organic productive product is so only from the fact that the difference never becomes indifference. It is therefore impossible to reduce the construction of organic and of inorganic product to a common expression, and the problem is incorrect, and therefore the solution impossible. The problem presupposes that organic product and inorganic product are mutually opposed, whereas the latter is only the higher power of the former, and is produced only by the higher power of the forces through which the latter also is produced. Sensibility is only the higher power of magnetism, irritability only the higher power of electricity, formative drive only the higher power of the chemical process. But sensibility, irritability, and formative drive are all only included in that one process of excitation. Galvanism affects them all, but if they are only the higher functions of magnetism, electricity, etc., there must again 326 be a higher synthesis for these in nature *, and this, however, it is certain, can be sought for only in nature, insofar as, viewed as a whole, it is absolutely organic. And this, moreover, is also the result to which the genuine science of nature must lead, i.e., that the difference between organic and inorganic nature is only in nature as object, and that nature as originally productive soars above both. There remains only one remark which we may make, not so much on account of its intrinsic interest, as in order to justify what we said above in regard to the relation of our system to the current so-called dynamical system. If it were asked, for instance, in what form our original antithesis, cancelled, or rather fixed, in the product, would appear from the standpoint of reflection, we cannot better designate what is found in the product by analysis than as expansive and attractive, retarding force, to which then, however, gravitation must always be added as the tertium quid, by virtue of which those opposites become what they are. Nevertheless, the designation is valid only for the standpoint of reflection or of analysis, and cannot be applied for synthesis at all, and thus our system leaves off exactly at the point where the dynamical physics of Kant and his successors begins, namely, at the antithesis as it presents itself in the product. And with this the author delivers over these elements of a system of speculative physics to the thinking heads of the age, begging them to make common cause with him in this science which opens up views of no mean order and to make up by their own powers, knowledge and external relations, for what, in these respects, he lacks. Appendix, Scientific Authors. Franz Xaver von Bader, 1765–1841. Philosopher, theologian, and mystic, Bader first studied medicine and sciences in Ingolstadt and Vienna, 1781–85. In 1788 he joined the mining college in Freiburg and became a mining official. While traveling and studying mining in England he discovered the work of Jacob Boehme. In 1808 he became a member of the Bavarian Academy of Sciences, and from 1826 until his death was professor of philosophy and theology in Munich. His aim was the unification of Catholic theology with philosophy. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, 1752–1840. He received his M.D. in 1775 at the University of Göttingen. In Göttingen he was one of the first scientists to view human beings as an object of natural history. His dissertation on the topic, De Generis Humani Varietate Nativa Liber, became world famous and was translated into several different languages. He shared the belief with other early scientists such as George Louis Leclerc Comte de Buffon that an organism's morphology was capable of being modified by the environment and that the resultant changes were inherited. In another work, Handbuch der Naturgeschichte, 1779, he presented a compelling argument that zoological classifications could and should be based on structures associated with an animal's specific functions. Joachim Brandes, 1762–1846. Physician and pharmacist, health official at Hildesheim and spa physician at Driburg, he later became professor of medicine at Kiel, 1803, and royal physician in Copenhagen, 1810. His conception of vital force was popularized in his Versuch über die Lebenskraft, 1795. John Brown, 1735–88. Brown received his M.D. from St. Andrews, 1779, and developed the theory that all living tissues are excitable and postulated that the state of life is dependent on certain internal and external exciting powers, or stimuli, that operate on it. The normal excitement produced by all the agents which affect the body constitutes the healthy condition, while all diseases arise either from deficiency or from excess of excitement, and must be treated with stimulants or sedatives. In 1780 he published the renowned exposition of his doctrine, Elementa Medicinae. 233. Erasmus Darwin, 1731–1802. Charles Darwin's grandfather was one of the leading intellectuals of 18th-century England, a respected physician, a well-known poet, philosopher, botanist, and naturalist. As a naturalist, he formulated one of the first formal theories on evolution in zoonomia, or the laws of organic life, 1794–96. He also presented his evolutionary ideas in verse, in particular in the posthumously published poem The Temple of Nature. He discussed ideas that his grandson elaborated on 60 years later, such as how life evolved from a single common ancestor. Carl August Eschenmayer, 1768–1852. Trained as a doctor, he became professor of philosophy and medicine at Tübingen, 1811. An important commentary and response to Schelling's philosophy of nature entitled Spontaneität Weltseele, Spontaneity World Soul, appeared in the Journal for Speculative Physics, edited by Schelling. Leonard Euler, 1707–83. A Swiss professor of mathematics and physics in St. Petersburg, his interests and contributions in mathematics and the sciences ranged from number theory and calculus to hydrodynamics, optics, and astronomy. He is considered by many to be one of the most important mathematicians of all time. Felice Fontana, 1730–1805. An Italian naturalist, physiologist, and court physician, he was a follower of Albrecht von Haller and wrote a series of letters in confirmation of the latter's views on irritability. He made a special study of the eye and in 1765 carried on a series of experiments on the contractile power of the iris. He investigated the physiological action of poisons, particularly of serpents and of the laurel berry. He also devoted some attention to the study of the physical and chemical properties of gases. Benjamin Franklin, 1706–90. The first internationally known American scientist, printer, publisher, and diplomat, he conducted various electrical experiments that led him to the law of charge conservation and what we now view to be a basically accurate theory of electricity. The invention of the lightning rod resulted from the famous kite experiment that established the identity of atmospheric and laboratory electricity. Franz Joseph Gall, 1759–1828. Beginning in 1796 he lectured on phrenology and practiced medicine in Vienna from 1785 to 1807 and in Paris from 1807 to 1828. Gall believed that the mind could be divided into separate faculties that were discretely localized in the brain, and that the exercise of or innate prominence of a faculty would enlarge the appropriate brain area that, in turn, would show up as a cranial prominence. Johann Geller, 1751–95. German mathematician, physicist, translator, and editor of a dictionary of natural science, Physikalisches Wörterbuch oder Versuch einer Erklärung der vornehmsten Begriffe und die Kunstwörter der Natur, 1787–96. Christoph Gert Anner, 1760–1800. A Swiss-born, Brunonian physician, he wrote on John Brown and Erasmus Darwin, was an adherent of Antoine Lavoisier's chemistry, and published Anfangsgrund der Antiphlogistische Chemie in 1792. Albrecht von Haller, 1708–77. Physician, poet, and natural scientist, he was trained and graduated in medicine at Tübingen, 1723, and worked as professor of anatomy, botany, and surgery at the University of Göttingen, 1736–53. William Harvey, 1578–1657. Schooled in medicine and anatomy and appointed personal physician to James I and subsequently to King Charles I, he was the first to present a reasonably accurate theory of the circulation of the blood and the operation of the heart, on the motion of the heart and blood in animals 1628, as well as a theory of reproduction via egg and sperm. Frederick William Herschel, 1738–1822. A German-born musician, he emigrated to England in 1757 and took up astronomy and telescope making. He discovered Uranus, from which his fame derives, 2 moons of Saturn, and infrared radiation. Schelling refers to his discussions of star clusters or nebulae where Herschel suggests the approximate shape of the Milky Way. John Hunter, 1728–93. A Scottish physician, he is considered one of the greatest anatomists of all time and the founder of experimental pathology in England. Hunter put the practice of surgery on a scientific foundation and laid the framework for 20th-century developments. Hunter's lightning is the term for the light effects that result when one presses on the closed eye. Jan Ingenhousz, 1730–99. A Dutch physician, he emigrated to England where he met Joseph Priestley and Benjamin Franklin. His experiments upon vegetables, 1779, developed a theory of the chemical nature of photosynthesis, and his interest in electricity led him to an explanation of Alessandro Volta's electrophore. Carl Friedrich Kielmayer, 1765–1844. A professor of chemistry, pharmacy, and medicine in Tübingen, he directed the construction of the old botanic garden there in 1804. Schelling likely knew his über die Verhältnisse der Organisken Kraft untereinander, 1793. Johann Heinrich Lambert, 1728–77. He published on logic, mathematics, physical measurement, philosophical method, and cosmology.
Remembered as an important correspondent of Immanuel Kant, he was also a pioneer in non-Euclidean geometry. George Louis Lesage, 1724–1803. Lesage studied medicine and physics and developed the mechanical theory of gravitation that Schelling both admires and attacks here. Schelling often refers to his atomistic Lucurus Newtonine, 1784, and attempt at a mechanical chemistry, 1758. George Christoph Lichtenberg, 1742–99. A German physicist, satirical writer, and philosophical aphorist, he became professor at Göttingen in 1769. He wrote on various topics including volcanology, electricity, and the shape of the Earth, and was one of the first to propose a particle and wave theory of light. Peter Simon Pallas, 1741–1811. A German naturalist and physician, aside from traveling extensively in Russia and recording his observations, he did experiments on planaria, hydra, and other flatworms. Species of hydra or polyp now bear his surname, for example, Hydra oligactes Pallas. Christoph Heinrich Pfaff, 1773–1852. With interests in chemistry, medicine, and pharmacy, he worked with Alessandro Volta on electricity in animals, and published Über Theoretische Elektrizität und Resbarkeit, 1795. Johann Christian Reil, 1759–1813. After medical studies at Göttingen and Halle, where he later became professor and physician, in 1795 he founded the first journal dealing with physiology in Germany, Archiv für die Physiologie, which presented works in physics, chemistry, histology, biology, and comparative anatomy. In it he published his essay Von der Lebenskraft, 1795. Hermann Samuel Riehm-Arus, 1694–1768. German philosopher and Enlightenment deist, he was appointed professor of Hebrew and Oriental languages at the Hamburg Gymnasium in 1727 and made his house a cultural center and meeting place for learned and artistic societies. His first important philosophical work was Treatise on the Principal Truths of Natural Religion, 1754, a deistic discussion of cosmological, biological, psychological, and theological problems. In Doctrine of Reason, 1756, he combated traditional Christian belief in revelation. Henry Ridley, 1653–1708. An English physician and anatomist, he published Anatomia Cerebri Complectans, 1725. Johann Wilhelm Ritter, 1776–1810. Contemporary and friend of Schelling, he taught at Jena and Munich and was primarily interested in electricity, in particular electrochemistry and electrophysiology. He observed thermoelectrical currents, investigated the artificial electrical excitation of muscles, and built the first dry cell battery and accumulator. His allegiance to Schelling and speculative forays eventually affected his status in the eyes of his scientific peers. Andreas Rischlaub, 1768–1835. German physician, in Untersuchungen über Pathogenie, 1798, he developed a theory of excitability drawing on John Brown that was much opposed by Alexander von Humboldt and others. Johann Ulrich Gottlieb Schaefer, 1753–1829. Physician in Regensburg. Jan Swammerdam, or Schwammerdam, 1637–80. A Dutch naturalist who developed the work of William Harvey by using microscopy and innovative laboratory techniques to study the circulatory system. He was the first to observe red blood corpuscles, composed the first important work of entomology, studied embryology, and was committed to the doctrine of preformation. Samuel Thomas Sommering, 1755–1830. German anatomist and physician, published Vom Bode menschlichen Körpers, 1791, in various divisions, each dedicated to one aspect of human anatomy and physiology, and Über das Organ der Seele, 1796. Robert Simmer, 1707-63. A Scottish tutor and civil servant, he held that electrical phenomena resulted from an imbalance of two electrical fluids. Although opposed to Benjamin Franklin's views, Simmers' views were supported by Charles Augustin de Coulomb and others in France. Félix Vicq d'Azur, 1748-94. He was a French physician who helped establish the foundation of neuroanatomy. He created one of the principal anatomic folios of the brain. Alessandro Volta, 1745-1827. From 1778 he was professor of experimental physics at Pavia, and some of his best-known contributions to science include the refutation of galvanism as a special form of electricity and the invention of the voltaic pile and the first apparatus to generate an electric current. William Charles Wells, 1757-1817. A Scottish physician, philosopher, and printer, he wrote on meteorology, featuring an important essay on dew, and biology, and in a late text suggested a form of the theory of natural selection.